need to get ready. I need to shoot the intro soon. And then this here, I'm not sure. Okay, just plug it in here for now, right? Har vi ett halvprocent då? Har vi... Okay, need to shoot the intro. Microphone. Microphone. It seems like it's maintaining the state of charge. 100%. 651 kilometers of range, or maximum 738. So I will just navigate towards Varberg right now. And the car claims 34% at arrival. Wow. I have a live stream running now. 137 people is going to pour in people there eventually. So yeah, we will just do the final preparation, reset some stats here, and then we'll start. It's Friday night, 21:52 now. Let me check the EC app. It seems like it's pulling some power to maintain. It's pulling 1.9 kilowatt. Well, you can see there. 1.7 kilowatt. So I'm not sure, is it, it claims, wait, check the charging there. Where do we see the charging? Isn't there a charging screen here? What? It claims charging process complete. But it animates that it's doing something. Wait, let me try something here. If I stop HVAC, just want to make sure that I have full battery. Because I did run a little bit earlier today. Okay, what's gonna happen then is that it pulls 600 watts. So it's not really charging the battery in it. Okay. Okay, we will start at 2155 then. I need to reset some stuff here. From start. From charging. From start hasn't started yet. From charging. Oh. From reset, I can reset that. How do you reset? Reset from reset, yes. Okay. We start at 2155. Let's get out of the garage. Oh, it's freaking bright here. How do we turn down the brightness? Dude, it's way too bright here. Oh, it's 55. Let's go. Too damn bright here. System. Display brightness here. Found it. Oh, okay. It's set to be kind of high. Okay, let's turn them down. Man, the ambient light is way too bright. I need to figure out how to turn it down. In the daytime it was okay, but now it just shines in the frigging cabin here like a disco. Ambient light, I found it. Okay, here. Okay. But then brightness. Oh, it's set to maximum. Holy macaroni. Let's turn it down quite low. Okay, all good. Now, navigation, all right. So the car claims, wait, what happened to the percent estimation? It claimed around 35% initially. Now it's back to, now it's, okay, that's a bit annoying. There's stuff dangling around. I turn off the voice command. How far can we go? I need to discuss where we should charge with you guys, because I look up on the data. It can maintain 353 kilowatts for a little while until it throttles. But it seems like it needs 500 amp. And the 350 kilowatt Ionity chargers, they can provide 500 amp continuous. But the other, the Alpatronics, they are dry cables. Wait, I need to disable some shit here. Okay. 350 amp. What, really? Okay. Kind of long discussion here, but I did a 1,000 kilometer challenge without live streaming a couple of days ago with the Hongxi EHS7, and well, interesting part is that the Hongxi, it goes flat at 200 kilowatt until 60%. It's just amazing, but it means that it needs to needed to pull around 470 480 amps for well over 10 minutes, and that's where the first car I think I experienced where it can actually pull 500 amp for quite a long time. And with the liquid cool cables, the 350 kilowatt Ionity, well, I need to check GPS speed here. I was going to say again. Yeah, the 350 kilowatt liquid cool, they can maintain 500 amp all day long, but the 400 kilowatt Alpitronics dry cables, they it's interesting. You kind of need to see that. You need to watch the Hongxi video to understand what's going on, but instead of having that flat 200 kilowatt curve on the Alpitronics, this was at Nima Energy at Hobby. This was at the Circle K charger at Specular, not the Ionity chargers, because I believe I could get 600 amp, but for some reason the Hongxi never went to 600 amp. It was capped at 199 kilowatt, and then they just adjusted the current as the voltage went a bit up. Well, what I learned from there at least was that when you have the dry cables, after around 5 minutes, the current drops, but it doesn't drop to 375 amp like I thought it would. It drops and then it goes up a little bit to 400, 420 maybe, and then it drops again to maybe 380. So the charging curve on the Hongxi looks like Rocky Mountains when I use the 400 kilowatt dry cables, the Alpitronics. So what I'm saying is that long story short is that for this CLA, I might go for 350 kilowatt liquid cool 100 amp for more than, or I mean, long enough. So if we go to some 400 kilowatt dry cables, we might not get nice and flat. Well, it would be throttle. It would be throttle because of the cable limitation or that current limitation. But however, after around 5 minutes, the CLA should throttle to close to 375 amp anyway, which means that if we get around, I don't know, 400 amp, whatever, it should be within the throttle point. So I mean, we could try. If we end up at the 400 kilowatt Alpitronic, we could just try to go for it and see what happens, right? We shouldn't lose too much time anyway, and it's more important to be able to go as far as possible, because the 350 kilowatt liquid cooled cables, well, we have at Varberg, and that's it. The other places, they are dry cables, just a bunch of 400 kilowatt Alpitronics hyperchargers. But there are, on the other hand, there are plenty of them. Snappar, for example, and I'm not sure where. Also Halmstad. Yeah, we will try supercharger after the challenge at Jessheim, Yemen. We're not going to try that during the challenge. Well, so far, wow. So far the consumption is 206 watt-hour per kilometer. Not too bad, despite that it's kind of windy outside and it's only 17.5 degrees. Well, actually 17.5 degrees is quite good. It's good that it's not too cold tonight. Well, are we offline? Or maybe some people need to reload the live stream. Okay, we're good. All right. Wow, 400 people online. Holy macaroni. That's a new record for a long time. Yeah, we need to deduct for some slow traffic here. Yeah, so I chose today. It's there's going to be some Arnhem or Strömstad, I'm not sure. But then most of the challenges will be dry. But if I drive tomorrow, man, it's going to be raining almost all night. It seems to be a nice car. Oh, but it's a bit soft. I have it in comfort right now. So it's softer than the ET5 Touring I'm driving nowadays. It's like you know, like EQC. It's like typical Mercedes soft. But I haven't put it in sport mode or anything. Just keep it in comfort. We are down to 94% already. 221 watt-hour per kilometer. 19 minutes into the challenge. We started at 21:55. No, don't phantom brake there. It's not the Hongxi. Man, the Hongxi 1,000 kilometer challenge is a freaking Comedy Central. How bad the software is. Oh, so okay, no adaptive. Okay, sport mode will just. Okay. Okay, so it feels like it's kind of stripped down. No CDC or anything. Well, we have auto steer at least. Hammering down here. Let's see. Try to find the wind direction. I wonder if we have wind from the south. That's why it's so warm outside. 17 degrees Celsius, 10 in the evening on second half of September. So. Wow, 201 watt-hour per kilometer. We have some downhill from Jessheim to here. And well, I wonder what the heck happened to the percent estimation. It doesn't give me the percent estimation anymore. What the heck happened there? Maybe I have to re-navigate. I mean, we are dealing with German software after all. Okay, Ionity. Start. Another freaking haptic feedback shit on the steering wheel. Okay, well, no car is perfect, right? Tire noise? Well, we have two different tires. We have, what was it again? I wonder if this is a glitch. We have Bridgestone in the rear and then what was it, Continental, the front or some shit. What the heck, man? Runkan helt skeiv, jo. At least the same tire on the same axle. I think that's what matters. Because if you have a different tire on the same axle, you can have weird, weird stuff going on. One side is gripping better than the other. Michelin, it was okay. Electric intelligence stuff. Well, I think no, here now it shows. It's just a glitch. Now it says 33%. It was on the electric intelligence thing, yeah. iX3, well, it looks nice. Just needs to be tested though. Right, 207 watt-hour per kilometer. With this car, it's all about the efficiency. It should have the efficiency close to a Model 3, but the charging speed is just way better than Model 3. But yeah, sounds quiet in here also. Also, the CLA is not the most expensive Mercedes out there. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't need all the space, why not, right? Nice car. And it doesn't have too annoying software like some of the Chinese cars tend to be nowadays. Oh, we're going to test that. We're going to test 400 volt. I should have mentioned it in that video, but we're going to test the 400 volt charging at the very end of the challenge. I think I should mention it early in the video now. Well, congratulations, Oliver. Skoda. Oh, I don't know too much about that. I need to focus a bit on the road here also, at least over here. Once we are in Sweden, well, actually it depends where in Sweden, then we can chill a bit more, but just have to watch out for moose. Actually, last weekend, there was a moose that was hit. I live streamed it also. There was a moose that was hit at Halmstad. I was like, huh? There's moose over there also? Dude. Sweden, man. It's dangerous. It's like Australia. DC. Well, this car should have it. I heard rumors that they equipped it. You have that thing. Okay. Wait. Mercedes station wagon with tinted windows. Wait, hang on, let me check here. Is that Polizei? Nope. Looks like civilian. It is kind of windy tonight. Whoa. Okay. Model 3 with a freaking L behind it, just hammered it. Around 130 kilometers per hour before it slowed down there. It was barely legal, I'd say. Oh, it's kind of busy here on a Friday night. But man, I was downtown here twice today. First I would pick up the CLA, and then went back to Home, and then came back again and returned to Hongxi, and then pick up the e-Golf. So the e-Golf is now ready for some driving school action with wifey. Let's hope it doesn't end up with a divorce. Because there'll be a little bit of rain. But it should be no problem, right? This car can slice through the air like cheese through butter. But yeah, I'm surprised that there's no head-up display here. I mean, many of the Chinese cars even that I test nowadays, they have head-up display. The Hongqi EHS7 had head-up display. It was a remarkably good car. Insanely flat charging curve. It's incredible how it can charge. Head-up display, of course, goes like a rocket. But the software is a freaking disaster, man, on the Hongqi. Like, holy crap, man. You guys need to get enough hamster popcorn for that 1,000 kilometer challenge with the Hongqi. Is holy shit balls, man. Oh, you have to pay extra for the head-up display, yeah, of course. Deutsche Autos are like that. Yeah. Let me see, can I ninja some of the truck? Okay, in this lane. I have to get used to the cruise control here. It's adjusted on the steering wheel only. Yeah, that's usually how it is with Mercedes. Should I just hammer these guys? Yeah, let's go. Bangkok style hammering. Yeah. Leroy Jenkins. Just have to be careful, man. I don't want more pricks on me. And then which car was it again that slid around here? But it was wet. The heck was it again? Last weekend. Man, I've been driving so many cars lately, so I don't remember which car it was. But it slid a bit sideways here. I was like, didn't even go that fast. Oh, does this car have 2 gears? It almost feels like there is a gear shift when I floor it. Oh, okay, second gear. Wow, really? Well, 2 gear in an EV, that's over-engineering German stuff again, man. Like Germans, they like Taycan, they always want to over-engineer everything. Just look at the screen of the iX. Like, why can't they just have a regular squared or rectangular screen? What's wrong with that, huh? Shit, man. I just wonder how expensive all that stuff in the iX is, Neue Klasse. But oh man, it's nice to be back in a German car again. Oh. After all the Chinese cars, man. No, I remember now. It was the CLA 7. Yeah. Last weekend. Yeah, okay. Dude, there's freaking... Oh. Okay. Which one of you mother truckers are sabotaging for the CLA run now, huh? Dude, look at that. Can you just bitch slap that Toyota in front here? Come on. And then does he move over? No. He's gonna camp all the way to Mortensrud. Oh, wow. And the BYD is build your dreams. In your dreams, you know? Let me see, what is the consumption so far? We're passing through Oslo. What? 180 watt-hour per kilometer. It's 17 degrees outside. I think it should be fairly warm, you know, like 15-ish degrees Celsius. Well, but I have to test those cars before I find out how it is with the software and the hardware and so on. But here, I mean, it feels nice in the CLA. A nice ride. You sit a bit lower without sitting completely on the floor. Nice comfort, you know. It's not like harsh Model 3 pre-Highland ride at least. But it's softer than the Highland. But also nice and quiet here. And I think the screen seems okay, even though they haven't utilized the whole screen. There's empty area on the left side, the very left side of the screen that I can see Scotland over there. Right now, I picked up the car today. So the timing is not great. I picked up the car today, and then I'm going straight for the most important test, which is the 1,000 kilometer. Next week, I will do range test and charging test and so on. Or actually, I might keep it low, and I could do a charging test tonight or something. Or I'll see. I mean, tomorrow, I mean, Saturday or Sunday. Just keep it low and warm or some shit. It was actually better to shoot the charging test at night to get less reflections. And then I will do range test. But okay, what do you guys think? We need to do Sunday drive, right? Sunday drive is mandatory before it's too late, before the winter comes. The only problem is that it's going to take 2 days to do Sunday drive. I cannot fit it within the 7-hour span of the kindergarten support time. So I'm not sure what to do. And if I do Sunday drive at night, then it's going to be cold and consumption goes up. So what do I do? Man, there's a freaking camper here in the left lane. Coasting test. Oh wait, we should definitely try that. Why is it going slow? You just hammer it. I think the Mercedes is going to exit there. You can kind of smell it. He was camping in the left lane for the longest time, but then he's like, right then, and then exit. Yeah, you see. But I guess, wait, how is it here? I haven't done my homework. Is it some kind of disconnection of the front motor? to save energy. You want me to squirt? Okay, you don't have to ask me twice to squirt. It's dead silent wipers. Using a clutch. Oh, it's like a dumb clutch, whatever, right? So it actually uses 2 PM motors and then the clutch disconnects the front. I bet it's rear-wheel drive when we are just cruising now. I haven't found any stats, whatever. Yeah, sorry, I'm still recovering from the man flu. It's some kind of infection in the throat. But fortunately, I didn't get any fever or anything like that, or muscle pain. Oh, the auto steer is acting kind of Chinese here, though. Front axle disconnects via sync sleeve. Okay. $183 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. I check on spec. It's supposed they have 85 kilowatt-hour net capacity. Now it says 32% at Varberg. Well, okay. I mean, if the estimation is wrong, at least if we can get to Varberg, that would be great. Yeah. Test the MG IM5. Well, if we can get them, they are not in Norway yet. I might be able to test them in Thailand before they arrive here. Stats in charging and service. Oh, let me see. Charging and service. Where the heck is it? Sound experience. Charge and service. Okay. Oh, okay. There. Okay, I can see some. That is using the rear motor now. Okay. No, I don't know much about the IM5 yet. I haven't tested it. I haven't seen it even. Well, I saw the IM6, I think it was in Thailand last year. And it looks nice. It looks quite premium for an MG, because MG is usually kind of, well, not as bad as Maxus, but it's like even below BYD, you know, in the premium scale. Oh, cool. Max charging power 35 kilowatt. Oh, you see a lot of stuff here. Noise. Didn't know that. I mean, I feel like a noob because I just picked up the car today. So I haven't had time to check out much at all. There's been family stuff and other stuff going on. Okay, now we go downhill. We're gonna see the lowest consumption soon. 174 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, if we consume less than 200 watt-hour per kilometer, we should go over 400 kilometers. And well, to Varberg is 395. So there's a pretty high chance we can reach Varberg. But of course, now I don't know the real consumption until we hammer it in Sweden. No, I drive according to the speed limit plus VAT. So I don't have a flat speed like some Norwegian Nissan tends to do. I changed my cruising speed based on the speed limits. Wow, 166 watt-hour per kilometer now. This is the lowest it will go, 165. From here it flattens out and goes a bit uphill, and then the speed limits will also increase slowly. Oh, was a €1 donation there from PKA. Thank you very much. I'm feeling that quite. Sorry, I can't keep up with this chat, and I can't scroll because I have to pay attention to the road and watch out for Polizei. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, 167 watt-hour per kilometer, not too bad. One of the weaknesses of this car is the freaking haptic feedback shit on the steering wheel. They still some of the other Mercedes. It's super clumsy to operate the cruise control. Versus, for example, Audi. They just have a stock. It's brilliant. Very consistent, or very distinct movements to do things like increase by 10 or decrease by 1 or enable or disable cruise control. Here you kind of need to feel, and sometimes I have to look down on the steering wheel to see the buttons before I activate or before I press them. So that is nicht good. Man. Stuttgart, they need to learn from Stuttgart. You can press the plus, huh? Yeah, I know, but I need to swipe to go one up or one down, and that the swipe is haptic shit. So I'm like, oh yeah. For next year. Oh, okay, great. Let me see, is there actually auto lane change? Oh, it's auto lane. Oh shit, I just came. Oh. It has premium features like a Chinese car. It can auto lane change like a Neo. Wow. Does it have soft close? No. Massage? No, it doesn't have massage. It has some kind of. It will adjust the seat position and some shit to kind of mimic massage. It just relieve some stress points here and there. Come on, can you change? Oh shit! Oh, you can change it. Wow! Whoa! The German cars are getting better now. Getting close to the Chinese cars, huh? Okay, 165 watt-hour per kilometer still. Wow. 164 watt-hour per kilometer. Huh? I am in Oslo tomorrow. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, wait, where? Man, I'm gonna be so dead tired tomorrow. I need sleep. Oh, 65-second donation. Ooh, that's enough for a double sausage penetration. Thank you very much, Mike. Maybe it's time to drop the mic. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, wow, but the car can maintain 164 watt-hour per kilometer for now. It didn't go up. Wow. I need to do a rain test when it's nice and warm. It's gonna rain cats and dogs, or at least rain this weekend. But then next week we'll have nice weather-ish, but it's just getting cold at night now. So I consider closing the pool season. We didn't use the pool too much this year because we went to the Berlin trip. That time would have been perfect for using the pool. And then Isabel got the skin infection. Yeah. So then we had nice weather. Yeah, nice warm weather, but you know, you can't just jump in the pool with all the skin stuff all over the place. You know, it's kind of funny. We go from this week. We borrow the. Thank you for hard work. Thank you very much. €4. Thank you. Dankeschön to Jimmy Crisp. But it's kind of funny because this week we drive something really efficient, and then next week we get the Geländewagen. Is it going to be twice as high consumption? Will we hit 400 watt-hour per kilometer at Varberg? Yes, I'm going to Thailand. Yeah, I haven't announced that yet in the video, but I'm leaving on the 25th of November, and then I'm coming back on February 9th. And yeah, recent news now is that the Cherry Group, which also owns Xlantics, they have confirmed with the director or something, they're gonna support, they're gonna pay for the trip from Chiang Mai to Nanjing. And then they will shuttle me over to the factory in, oh, I don't remember. Yeah, but we are going to China. Woo! Finally, the half Chinese, half Thai, half German, half Norwegian is going to China. Why towing? I'm not sure about that, man. Isn't it quad motor? It's crazy, man. It's crazy Thursday, I heard. Smart. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, like. Okay. Freaking elephantrennen. Holy crap, that's a classic Mercedes. Yo, what's up? Ancient Mercedes versus brand spanking new modern Mercedes. You know, test the headlights also in Sweden. And also, yeah, guys, I'm negotiating now, trying to planning a trip to Croatia. I'm gonna go to the Green Energy Fair. They call it GEF. Green Energy Fair is on 29 and 30 October. It's EV Clinic who helped me organize and invite me over there. Vanya from EV Clinic. They have some kind of P100 plus Tesla Model S P100 plus something, some kind of upgraded Tesla with a battery or something. They're gonna lend me. And also they are good friends with Mate from Rimac. And I said, yeah, we should go over there, visit the Rimac factory, of course also visit the EV Clinic. And when I have time, I should also visit the EV Clinic in Berlin that they open. I can bring Isabel with me. If they can pay for the ticket and the hotel, well, I can go make a video over there. Need to promote EV Clinic. But yeah, I need to make a video and promote the Green Energy Fair, because Vanya said that I have lots of, I have a big fan club, FC, in Croatia. And by promoting the Green Energy Fair, they are paying for my expenses there. Then I can help boost visits. And maybe if you guys live close to Croatia, you can just fly over there, take some bullet train there. We are flying over there, but we have to connect somewhere on the way. But I haven't booked the ticket yet. But I request some professional driver to drive with, to drive for me, and I could just film it and experience the sheer brutality of the Nevera. How long until the first charging stop? East Weisnitz, we are down to 84%. Consumption is 175 watt-hour per kilometer. You can feel the wind there slightly now. Now we can hammer it, kind of. There's still some 100 zone before we are in Sweden. We can unleash the power in the Swedish forest where no one can hear you scream. Tired of driving? Nope. I love driving. I mean, you can ask a golfer if are they ever tired of golfing, right? Or you can ask you can ask a porn star. Okay, never mind. Okay, 173 watt-hour per kilometer. So it seems like it can stay below 200. Wow, that is amazing for a non-Tesla. We have 17.5 degrees Celsius external temp. In the 110 zone now, hammering it. China, yeah, okay. So the thing is that I request to stay in China for around 2.5 weeks. But I need to find, before all that, I need to find out how many days of work I need to do for Xlantic's Cherry Group, right? So if I stay there 3 weeks, I mean that's 21 days. Time flies. If the car manufacturers occupy 10-15 days, then okay, we have 5 days left. Plus that we will do some work stuff, filming factory or whatever, right? I need to film the BYD mega charger also, the double penetrate tongue. But stuff will mostly be done in the daytime, and then evening, it's family time. Oh, okay. Status update. 176 watt-hour per kilometer. 79 kilometers done. And down to 83%. And then now it says 31% at Varberg in 314 kilometers. Favorite at the moment. Oh, what my favorite? I actually love the Seeker 7X. If I want some kind of family car, 7X is so good. Big in, good user interface, nice to ride, lots of equipment, really fast charging, quiet. Spacious, it's a no-brainer. I even consider it better than the Model Y. Yeah, it's supposed to 400 volt. It charges at only 80 kilowatt. It's not that fast, unfortunately. But at least in Norway, there are plenty of 800 volts. So okay, if you must, you can go for Tesla supercharger. But yeah, I nøden spiser fluer. But Ionity or the Alpitronics and Kempower are quite common anyway. Wow, it's kind of windy though. Slight disadvantage, but I mean, on the other hand, it tends to be windy anyway on my challenges, especially around Varberg and also Tanum area. Well, I should go deep. This car doesn't seem to take any penalty going deep. Yeah, it's German, right? Germans, they go deep, unlike the Chinese. They're like, oh, no, it's too deep, okay. Try to go 10% only. No, I'm not charging at 30%. I said that the car estimates we will arrive at Varberg with 31%, but we don't know yet. But I just navigated toward Varberg first, and then once I get closer, probably past Göteborg, I will reconsider where to stop, find out my options, what's out there. Yeah. But I will of course go as deep as possible. And then some 400 kilowatt Alpitronic should be good enough. Or I mean, I probably even plenty, or not. We should not hit any major cap with dry cables. German batteries have lots of cobalt. I don't know about that. Someone else have an answer. I don't know too much about those details. That guy's actually hammering it, kind of. Ford Explorer, I think, is in front of us. Are we talking about 10 liters per 100 kilometers on that Explorer right now? Must be super thirsty, like an XC90, right? Trying to spot the license plate here. Let's go a little bit closer. AA 76190. I just hope that it's not the Polizei in disguise. Okay, let me see. Okay, I need to overtake you. Just check that it's not the. No, probably not. Okay. Very comfy, yeah. This car is very comfy. Oh, classic Ionics. Is that being? Oh. Classic Ionic on the trailer with UA. There it was again, yeah. UA license plate. Ionic is being exported to Ukraine. This guy here, the speed limit dropped from 110 to 100, but he just continues the same speed. Oh, the CLA seems a bit noisy. No, it's actually not that bad. There is some wind here. I'm not sure about, but it seems to be good, well insulated. Maybe not as good as the Chinese cars, but it's still pretty good. Netherlands, yeah. But thank you very much for the donation. Berlin. Oh, cool. Nice to meet all the people over there. Well, it's okay. It's 178 watt hour per kilometer. It's still, wow, it's still below 200. Nice. Despite that we now have mostly 100 and 110 zones. You see, it's all about efficiency. Because think about this. If this car can do the challenge in, let's say, 200 watt hour per kilometer, like a Tesla, versus some thirsty beast that consumes 300, like the Polestar 3 or the Hongxi. Polizei. Then, I mean, effectively, when you're charging at, when you're charging at, someone's gonna get pulled over. You see what I mean? They must have measured. That guy is getting pulled over. That guy that hammered me. Yeah. They had laser. I didn't see it. Yeah, there you go. I was right on the limit where, you know, they could find me, but I wouldn't get pricks. So I was right on that limit. And they probably lasered me also, and they didn't care, but they went for the other guy, and he would get pricks. Possibly 2 or maybe even 3 pricks, not probably 2. So, well, at least I got away this time. This is how it is, you know. The big pike, after many wounds, it learns how to avoid damage. And that spot, actually, I've seen them before. They laser right before Storebø on that direction. I've seen it before when it was summer and it was bright. I could see the laser guy. So they probably use the same spot now, but it was too dark for me to spot anything. So it's good that I didn't go too hard there. But you know how it is? We just go a little bit slower and we deduct a couple of minutes at the border, and then we hammer in Sweden at night. So you see, you know, when I overtook that guy who got pulled over, I was right on the limit where I wouldn't get pricks. But that was in the 110 zone. And then, no, we don't know the headlights yet. We have to wait until Sweden. But then, just like I said, you know, when the speed went from 110 to 100, I slowed down. Within the prick limit, he kept the speed. What happens then? He gets pulled over. Always listen to Uncle Björn. I've been hit too many times before. Yeah. Okay, some wet roads which is not ideal for consumption, but still. 108, okay, status update. 100 and pull over during live. Yeah, I did, yeah. Well, you live as you learn, or you learn as you live, right? 181 watt hour per kilometer. 104 kilometers done, and we are still at 78%. Wow. I mean, as long as the consumption stays below 200, then we can make it to Varberg. Plus that we have to drive through Göteborg, where the consumption will be lower. So yeah, now the car says 29% at Göteborg. You see? No, sorry, at Varberg. So it's gonna keep dropping and dropping. So, but that's fine. If we reach Varberg with 5% or 1%, then that's perfect. Because then it's guaranteed. We go for the 350 kilowatt liquid cooled cables, and we get flat 350 kilowatt for as long as the car wants. Net capacity is supposed to be 85 kilowatt hour, and then gross is 90. So fortunately, it doesn't have that humongous buffer like some of the earlier Mercedes has. I don't remember, like 15 kilowatt hour buffer. I don't know what the heck, man. Holy shit balls, it's windy over here. Well, so now I know that, at least in this time, I'm not sure if they are consistent, but seems like if you go around 13 to 15 kilometers per hour over the speed limit in Norway, they don't pull you over. Even, yeah. But maybe on the B roads, then they can pull you over. But then over there, I'm not sure. Maybe then the tolerance is around 10% or like 8 or 8 kilometers per hour over. So that's what when I with a Nimbird with Optimus Prime, I would cruise at 88 on the GPS, and I would be lasered so many times, and they just let me pass along with the trucks and all the other. But there was one time when I left the supercharger in Nyborg, is called supercharger north of Bergen. It's kind of weird. It's a 60 zone with 2 lanes in each direction, and it's like it's the beginning of a motorway stretch. And many people, they tend to hammer there, but I cruise at around 75 on that stretch, a 60 stretch, and then they pulled me over for alcohol test. But they also lasered me, but they didn't care about the speed. So I was like, oh shit! I was like, oh, okay. Okay, 182 watt hour per kilometer still. Wow. I mean, thirsty cars, they would just shoot up past 200 and even 250 by now. And we are still lower than 200. That is simply amazing. Yeah. I see. We have crosswind. We have wind from the west nowadays. BMW with spoiler and tint and stuff. That guy. Oh, illegal tint in the side windows. Oh, buddy. Police would not approve that, you know. But that is not Polizei. That is raggere. Not sure how many charging stops we need, but I look at my data, and the optimal state of charge is around 60 to 75%. You can sacrifice a little bit so you can reach the next charger, but well, as long as we can reach the chargers at 60%, yeah, that could also work. Or maybe if we can stretch it to 75% and then get away with, let's say, 2 charging stops versus 3, then that would also be worth it. Yeah, exactly. Who needs tint in Norway, right? Oh, it's freaking side windows are dark. Barely see the guy inside there. Efficiency so far. Well, I mentioned it many times. 180 watt hour per kilometer right now. It's similar to Model S or Model 3, actually. Really impressive. It's 17.5 degrees still, but quite windy outside. But that doesn't matter. This car slices through the air like cheese through butter, right? Double check the GPS speed again here. Always be checking GPS speed. It was a good thing. Don't want to go a couple of kilometers per hour extra there, because then they pull you over. Okay, and I think based on the GPS speed, I think they usually also deduct 1 or 2. They usually deduct 2 for measurement error. And the auto steer is kind of drunken, man. Not sure what's up with that. Could be because of the strong side wind, and it's compensating for it. Look at the drunken guy in front here. Shit, what the heck is going on there? He speeded up a bit. I was gaining on him, and then he speeded up. Typical Mitsubishi Outlander behavior, right? Being annoying on the road. Okay, you know, guys like that, that's the kind of guys that the Polizei wants to pull over. Yeah. But there's probably no other police checkpoints here. It's quite rare. I was surprised to see a checkpoint there at night. No, actually, I've seen people getting pulled over around here at Sarpsborg, so he better be careful around here. Actually, that exit towards Inspiria, I've seen many people get pulled over there. At least 2 or maybe 3 times. So I'm not sure what they do around here, how they check it, with laser or helicopter. No, that was more like 150 kilometers per hour burst. Then it slowed down a bit. Wait, is this I5? Wait, I4. There is a new i5 coming out already. Updated i5 Touring. Tourer, whatever. Tourer, I think it's called. Wait, oh, is it Touring? Oh, they call it i5, right? 1000. Well, according to my calculation, it's supposed to do it in 920. But that's based on going to 10% and so on, and yeah. So the actual time might be 10 minutes faster if I go deep. Yeah, I don't know. And plus, the estimation is not always 100% correct, especially for fast charging EVs. Efficient EVs might be better result than that. But I mean, still wonder why the heck the Model S was so fast. Maybe it handshakes quickly and ramps up really quickly. And it's efficient. But even the Model S average around 220 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, but it has 90 something kilowatt hour. 17. Oh, IA. Well, that was just a quick run there. Uh, 182 watt-hour per kilometer. We're in the 100 zone right now. Soon we'll reach the 110 zone that connects all the way to Sweden. But then there's a slight slowdown at the bridge. I will check the time once we're there. See how much we need to correct for. Probably just 1 or 2 minutes. Well, it's supposed to be a windy night tonight. Oh, smart. Just tipped $5.8. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. So yeah, by the way, back to the Croatia trip. We're gonna fly to Zagreb, and then I will visit Metron. But there's one that Metron factory near the border, near the Croatian border. That one is still operational. They added more stuff, more solar, and more cool stuff over there. The other new headquarters is closer to Bled, but Bled is a little bit too far away for me to go there, especially because we're not going to Bled. It's quite cold in Bled in the end of October. So we'll probably just go to that, the other Metron place. And then meet Andre, of course, from Metron. They're awesome. And then also check out the EV Clinic workshop. And also plan maybe a whole day or half a day at least with Rimac and meet Mate. He's a legend. I haven't paid too much attention to what he's doing. Just know that he's like a freaking guru, man, over there. Well, from what I've seen, many cars, they tend to be slow on handshake versus Tesla. And also, it seems like the 800 volt cars, the handshake takes longer. Probably because they have to do some extra high voltage isolation test, whatever, before they can start charging. So you need to see it to experience it. Tesla supercharger is incredibly fast. When you plug it in, I think it starts charging after just 2 seconds, and it ramps up really quickly, and then ramps down quickly if it's LG battery. Okay, 186 watt-hour per kilometer, 131 kilometers done, and 72% now. And now it claims 28% at Varberg. So I just have to hold my pee until Varberg at least. I could go deeper. What options do we have? We have some 400. We have truck charger at Himle, 400 kilowatt. We have truck charger and 400 kilowatt Alpitronic at Falkenberg. It's recharge. And we have Halmstad, 400 kilowatt. Wait, was it 400 kilowatt on that side though? Where it failed. We need 350 or 400. I have to check again once I get closer. I don't remember the Model 3, but I think Model 3 was slightly more efficient. And also according to EV database, Model 3 is more efficient, especially Highland. But the CLA has bigger battery, around 10 kilowatt hour more capacity. So that's more than 10% higher energy than available, around 12% or 12%. But then the Tesla might be only 5% more efficient. So that means that the CLA has better range than the Model 3. Wow, the auto steer is a little bit unstable. I have to babysit the auto steer here so it crash. Well, I'm driving at around that speed-ish, yeah. There's 110 limit here. And the guy who was pulled over, he probably did around 120. It was pulled over at Storebaug, and it was 100 zone at Storebaug where they lasered earlier, and I bet he was cruising at around 120. Yeah, roughly 120 GPS speed. And they probably deducted 2, and then he was caught going around 17, 18 over the speed limit. Similar to what I did, I experienced. They caught me going 17 over at Brumunddal, Hamar in the 110 zone. Yeah, that was 127 measured in the 110 zone. So then I figured out, okay, I just have to go slightly slower so I don't get pricks on me. And it seems like as long as you don't, yeah, exactly, 17 over. That's only 10 miles per hour over, yeah. Welcome to Norway. But it seems like as long as you don't get pricks, then they don't pull you over. So like 14, 15, it doesn't trigger pricks. You have to go, no, actually 15 or higher than 15, so 16 or above trigger pricks, and then you get how much was it again? Was it 6 or 7,000 NOK tax to Norge AS, 600 something euro tax, which is quite high, yeah. Okay, we need to check for distance error also. But then the Mercedes doesn't show decimal, so we have to swipe down to the other meter that has decimal. Well, I have to say, it's not the quietest car. There is some wind noise and some road noise. And I can hear the difference when you move over here. It becomes dead silent. It's like Netherlands, UK, Netherlands, Belgium. No, but no joke, when you get over to when you go from Netherlands and go over the border to Belgium, it's like, what the heck happened to the suspension? No, it's just Belgian roads. And down to 68%. Oh, sorry, 69%. Nice round number. Consumption is 187 now. Acoustic foam, ich weiß nicht. Someone need to check on the video and find out what the name on the tire was. Oh, Hallesgarten donated $5. Dankeschön. There was a fox in it also. What the heck? You can also choose a thing. Cool. You come to the UK, you should. So I had to pay a little bit of attention there, and still some traffic and some stuff going on. Okay, let me see. Distance seems to be correct. Let me go to the. There. Okay. Wait, it's supposed to be 146.5 roughly. It's now 144.7. Wait, is that what it's saying? Looks like a. No, it's not. I think the strong side wind knocks the auto steer a bit out of position. 145.3. Oh, it seems to be very accurate. Okay, we're gonna check under the bridge. We'll hug the left lane because many of these guys, they will exit. Okay, that guy. Okay. Now here comes the rain around Sweden, Swedish border. 145.9. Oh, this is almost dead correct. 146.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Yeah. German precision, huh? Yeah. Despite that we have two different tire brands on us. The front and the rear, they're different. There's a Bridgestone in the back and Michelin in the front. What the heck, man? And staggered also, yeah. 255 rear and 225, I think it was, front. Noise in the i4. I don't remember the i4, how it was exactly. Okay, Sweden, here we come. Uh, 1 hour and 20 minutes. It's usually, I mean, it's supposed to be 1:19. So we are just 1 minute slower. I mean, I can just go a little bit faster on the Swedish side. So we don't have to deduct here. Range on this car is weiß nicht. That's what we're gonna find out on this trip. Okay, probably 121 now. So 2 minutes slower because of some left lane huggers here and there, and some, yeah. Well, there we go faster on the Swedish side. That will also be more correct because then we will have more correct consumption. Okay, maybe I should shoot a little video here. For the content. We are now in Sweden, and oh, what the heck is that shit, dude? What? Anyway, we are now in Sweden, and yeah, it took 1 hour and 22 minutes. It was a slight delay, maybe 2 minutes. I'm not gonna correct. I mean, I'm not gonna deduct for it. We just go a little bit faster on the Swedish side instead. But look at the consumption, 188 watt-hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? This car is incredibly efficient. It sits somewhere between Model S and the Model 3. It's not as efficient as Model 3, especially not Highland, but this is insanely good because it has a bigger battery than the Model 3, you know? So right now the car estimates 26% at Varberg. Yeah, initially it claimed around 31 or something. But okay, all good. We might stop there, we might go further. Because remember, this is a German car. And with German cars, you can go deep. Oh, it looks like a spaceship in here. I like it. I like it. Hey, Håkon, can you stop shouting? Gee, man. What's wrong with you, boy? Okay, now the consumption is gonna go up because we will have the rainy parts here, and also tends to get quite windy around Tanum. Yeah. But does anyone know if the CLA works with car scanner? It doesn't seem to work. I tried. But maybe some stuff with the OBD adapter. Oh yeah. Let me see. For your double penetration hot dog. Wow, 25 RON. I'm not sure how much that is. But thank you very much to Tiberu Nicole. I have to watch out for moose now. So safety first. Oh yeah, let's test the sound system. Oh, 26% at arrival now. Status update, 190 watt-hour per kilometer. 158 kilometers done, and we're down to 65%. Maybe someone can calculate the net capacity based on that. I can try to do it myself now. Let's see. 191 times 159. Okay, divided by 0.35. Estimated. Oh, okay, it's not linear. 86.8 kilowatt hour now. Oh, here's the wet part. Okay, there'll be a slight wet part, but that's the best we can go for now. Otherwise, tomorrow is going to be really wet all over the place. Romanian currency. Oh. Hey, what kind of sound system is it? Is this Burmester? Wait, for Sunfair, if we go to Germany again, oh, thank you very much. 2 euros, yeah. Yeah, they have good, clean toilets. Well, I may start it again. Yeah, what kind of sound system is this? Hey, it sounds actually okay. Sounds quite crisp, similar to Bang Olufsen or something high end. Oh, the bass! Oh, nice and punchy. Oh. I like the bass. It's also boomy. I wonder if the subwoofer is placed more forward, not so much backward. I'm not sure, but it sounds quite firm. But do you guys know if CLA comes with Burmester? 191 watt-hour per kilometer now. Yeah, things just happen when we cross the border. But it doesn't say Burmester on the speakers, I think. Uh, 63%. And it claims 26% at Valberg now. at this consumption is up now, 192 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah. I think it will end, maybe the end consumption will be around 210, which is right between the Model S and the Model 3. Well, we are hammering it on the steering now, so the consumption goes the sound system. Well, I mean, that's a dilemma, because I could get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus. I love the camera there. The only problem is that it doesn't have a microphone input output. It doesn't have the 3.5 millimeter anymore. What I could do is I could purchase the DJI mics, right? The wireless mics, and I connect it via Bluetooth to the phone, and then it should work fine. And I think we have maybe around 5 to 7 hour battery time. I don't remember. And if one mic dies during the challenge, I just swap to the other mic because it comes in pair. So that should work, and then I can always charge the first mic when the other mic is in use, right? So yeah, maybe I'll consider that. But I mean, the thing is that lately live stream has been quite inactive. Usually get only 100 people simultaneously, and then at night it becomes really dead, and there's maybe just 50 people AFKing and nobody's talking. And I think the chat is bugged, but it's actually just inactive. But I mean, this phone is great. It works fine. And actually, the low light capability, even in the S9 Plus, is not that much worse than the S24 Plus. I could do a side-by-side comparison to check, but yeah. It's not going to be night and day in live stream quality anyway. I want to listen to this song. But how do you go next previous here? Wow, 525 viewers now. Consumption is higher now. We are in the highlands, 196 watt hour per kilometer. We've done 175 kilometers and we're still at 61%. Well, I think what matters is that the car estimates 24% at Varberg. So there's a pretty high chance we can make it to Varberg. There was a car I tested recently, I don't remember which it was, that made it to Varberg. Try to remember, was it the Polestar 3? Yeah, not many cars can make it all the way to Varberg. It's almost 400 kilometers there. And we ain't driving like old men. Well, the car probably didn't know my driving habits. I'm not sure how it estimated things. I'm not sure if it took into account the weather and all that. But we'll see by the time we get close to Varberg. But I have to be slightly careful over here because this is danger zone. There is a chance of hitting moose over here, so I have to be careful. Maybe listen to the music and pay attention there. This is a nice stereo, I like it. Okay, I just checked now. There is nothing written on the speakers, on the tweeter, in the A pillar. I bet if this was Burmeister, they would write Burmeister all over the car. So which leads me to believe that we don't have Burmeister, but it still sounds pretty good. Okay, if it's not Burmeister, what the heck is it then? Okay, I will listen to some of the songs I know. Mazda is also doing a good job. We haven't been flashed at yet. Man, the bass here is quite impressive. Listen to this. I think you can hear it in the live stream, right? It picks up the deep bass. Yeah, what is the drag coefficient of the CLA compared to Tesla? Tesla is 0.219, okay. What about this car? Oh, so it's better then. Okay, then it depends on other things like heat management and efficiency in motor and drivetrain, the inverter. Oh, I don't know. Somehow, from what I've read and what I've seen now, my impression is that the CLA here cannot match Highland in efficiency, but it's really close. Oh, outside temperature is still 17.5. That's good. Not too cold yet. Oh, phantom brake. That was typical phantom brake situation. Left curve, car in the right lane, and then it didn't only brake for that passenger car. It didn't brake for these trucks, at least. That's good. Yeah, it seems that we don't have much rain anymore. We actually dodged the rain because we started kind of late-ish. Sounds nice. Okay, status update. 199 watt-hour per kilometer. We've done 200 kilometers so far, and we have 54% left. But we are in the highland now. I don't remember the elevation here. It's probably around 200-300 meters over sea level, and then most of the trip is around sea level. So the consumption should drop closer to Spekerød. Spekerød, I mean, Stenungsund. But remember that Model S had 220 watt-hour per kilometer, and then Model 3, I think Model 3 was actually below 200. Don't remember exactly. I have to check Highland spring summer run. I don't remember the result there. You see, if Tesla could just get some faster charging batteries out there, that would be great. Yeah, but you guys know, right? They talk about this 5G battery, something. LG Chem, the Model Y Performance has a new battery that charges faster than before. I'm like, ooh, bring it on. Let me see. So 6 to 8 October, I can test the Juniper Performance. I will prioritize a range test and a charging test, and I might not have time for 1,000 kilometer challenge yet. But actually, maybe I should push it because people want to watch that shit. But I only have the car for 48 hours. well, just chuck down the battery and Red Bull and go for it, right? How do I pause it? Yeah, of course. When you mute it, you also pause the music. That makes perfect sense. No. Isabel is at home. Don't want to be here hammering it. Too much noise and not that comfortable in the long run. But yeah, guys, if you guys are interested, do you want to see me go to Berlin to visit EV Clinic, Deutschland? I feel like I need to go on a good roll and get more views and get more subscribers also. Like, I feel like I've been in prison for many years because of the family. But now Isabella is bigger and she can travel with me, and that'd be great. Okay, I can ask EV Clinic. It's probably pocket money for them to pay for the ticket and one night hotel. I could even go on a day trip when I think about it. Just travel a little bit early in the morning, fly over to Berlin. There's a direct flight from Oslo to Berlin, and then shoot video there a couple of hours and then fly back. Maybe have some currywurst on the airport. Well, chat. What do you think of the new I don't know too much about them. That i5, IM5, IM6. Still waiting for actual hands-on test. Okay, maybe you need to turn on the notification. Yeah, not only subscribing, but also bell icon, whatever. That's what all the YouTubers say. You know, don't forget to subscribe and turn on the bell notification, whatever they say. You haven't heard from me, but you probably heard it from all the other YouTubers. Let me see. We are starting to descend now, getting close to. What is this? Getting close to Hobby. Okay, I see it's been raining here earlier. The road is wet. But it seems like here the road is slightly wider and the auto steer works better here. It gets kicked back and forth because of the side wind. Yeah, I mean the CLA is a pretty good candidate for the Tesla Bjorn car of the year. 2025, along with the Seeker 7X, and what other newcomers this year? Yeah, actually, the Xpeng G6 was remarkably good. Comfy. The old G6 felt a bit hollow and not so premium, unlike the C-Line 7. But then with the new G6, they fixed it. Plus, they made it charge way faster, and it looks quite nice, the interior with the ambient light there. But yeah, at least two two of the high ranked cars in my book, they are Chinese, you know, Seeker and Xpeng. And then we might have one German car here. And then where's Tesla? With Tesla, wait, I thought I muted it. Oh, okay, no, I didn't mute it. I didn't pause it. My bad. Not sure how he's supposed to mute it, but okay, whatever. And the views our side winds impacting efficiency. Oh, I don't know about that, but I know in general that side winds, crosswinds, they usually make the consumption worse. So, but eventually we're going to do some consumption test. The Mürsen route in daytime with sunny weather might hit almost 20 degrees, at least 18 degrees sunny weather. So then the consumption should be nicer. I actually haven't booked any iX3 yet, and I'm more or less fully booked for this year before we go to Thailand. So I just have to grab whatever I can now, interesting cars. And I will test Xlantics in China. The ES, I think they're gonna provide it for me for some. We're gonna have some factory visits, test drive the Xlantics, and then also do some family vlog. So they're interested in getting some value for money video for the money they invest in the flight ticket and hotel and so on. But I mean, this is good because it means that if Xlantics / Cherry Group cover the flight ticket, I can go to BYD or NEO or some of the other guys and say, hey, I already arranged. You guys don't have to worry about paying ticket for me. You only have to pay for the hotel, and then it's up to you what you want to show me. I want to check out the ET9 and of course the new ES8. And also Onvo L9. There's a lot of cool stuff. And let's actually check out how crazy the swap station in China is. And then the mega charger, flash charge. And also check out the Densa, the insane Densa sedan, whatever it's called again, the Z9 or whatever. The thing that can rotate the wheels to parallel park and ruin your tires. Freaking crazy Chinese people, man. And what else? Yeah, there's supposedly some Seeker. They want. They might have some stuff they need to. They want to show. Yeah, the XC90 turned out to not be that thirsty. I thought it was going to be the thirstiest beast of them all, but it wasn't. C-Line 7, on the other hand, man, it is a thirsty beast. Seems like BYD, they haven't mastered efficiency yet. They just, okay, whatever. They just, fuck that shit. We're gonna go for mega charger. We can't make the cars efficient, but we can double penetrate the tongue L. Well, I wonder if they're gonna implement that in Europe. Be like, okay, you guys kind of suck in Europe. You don't have that fast charger, but you can double penetrate your car. Just take up 2 stalls, and then I don't know how the heck they do it. The BMS need to coordinate the 2 plugs and charge the pack. Yeah. Okay, consumption is 200 watt-hour per kilometer. We have done 223 kilometers and we are down to 49%. Here's that slight Baustelle. Yeah. Yeah, maybe some places in the Eastern Europe you can double penetrate 250 kilowatt chargers and you get 100 kilowatt. Woo! Okay, now I'm getting hungry. I brought some food with me. Because on the charging stops, you might not have that much time for eating. So I need to eat while I'm driving. Well, that's good. I brought some toast with me. Oh, let me focus on this. Baustelle. Okay, it should be dry soon. Of course, it's not ideal for consumption for the wet road here, but also on the way back it should also be drier. Feels quite quick, man. I like it. It has that German car feel on the throttle and the ride and the stuff. Like, yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it. And also the infotainment. Okay, I mean, it's German. It's okay, you know, the Mercedes infotainment, the dials, the head-up system, and the instrument cluster. I would say it's not the best infotainment I've seen. It's a little bit clumsy to dig into the menu to find stuff. But you can customize the side swipe. No, wait, the top swipe, I think. No, wait, what was it? The side swipe menu. I haven't done that yet. Here's hobby. Wait. How was the side swipe menu? Struggle to okay, whatever. Let's focus on driving for now. I think we are past the highest danger zone for moose right now. Getting close to this is Hobby. We're getting close to Hogstorp and then to Valla. Seeker. Oh yeah, 000. Oh yeah, lots of stuff in China actually. Hyperscreen or the I'm not sure. I like the hyperscreen. Okay, just gonna grab some drinks. I mean, some food now. Let's eat while we are driving. The CLA infotainment is okay. It's just not so well organized. You have to dig in some menus to find stuff. And wait, where's the hotbar? Is there no? There's no down swipe. It just has a notification. That's nice. It's not utilizing the space that well. Down swipe up. Bolsa, I don't remember where that is. Now the cost is 19% at the buyback. So it keeps dropping and dropping. Initially it claimed 34%. So it seems like it's being a bit optimistic, or maybe it expects me to drive at the speed limit, which I of course don't do. But it might also not learn from my driving habits, unlike Tesla will. But once I have time available, I want to do a Neo ET5 1000 km challenge with a standard battery, the standard range battery. I believe it will be really fast, because of battery swap. You don't lose much on the travel time. But it's kind of crazy because from what I heard, most buyers, they go for the big battery. Well, why don't they just go for the smaller battery? Now you can just swap instead, right? Or yeah, then you don't have to pay more than necessary each month. But when it comes to the upgrade, Neo, they're gonna check it out. I haven't heard about them from them yet. So apparently it's not just the easy, oh, you just, no problem, you just upgrade it via the app or something. No. Seems to be more complicated. Probably no standard mechanics, no standard procedure for upgrading from 75 to 100 pack. Okay, R2R. What is the point of the live stream if you do not react to the questions? Let me tell you what's going on. R2R. There are 450 people hammering down the questions now. I am driving. I'm not sitting in a damn studio. There could be moose or other dangerous things ahead. We're driving at night. The vision is not ideal. Right? You know what I'm saying? And in my live stream thingy here, you guys might be watching this on a big screen. In my phone, which is mounted to the windscreen, I can only see 3 chats at a time. The rest is just, if I want to see the rest, I need to scroll up. And do I want to do that at night when it's wet outside and we have not optimal visibility? Do I need to explain more? I think you don't know what happened here a couple of years ago. I almost hit a moose not too far from here. Yeah. Fortunately, I was paying attention to the road. I didn't entertain the chat. Yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now. So, whether I see your question and reply to it or not is more about random. If you're lucky, I can catch it in time, and if the question in the chat is not too spammy and too long, then I can read it. Okay. Safety first. Remember that, guys. We can have more chat when we are charging. I'm eating now, so I can pay attention to the charging session once we are there. But I might need to pee and ABC a bit. And then, yeah, I didn't get the answer, by the way. It doesn't seem like Cars kind of works on CLA. It has some experimental EQC profile, and then it has the EQB, EQA that works. I think I remember seeing that in the car scanner. But yeah, guys, if you guys remember, if you heard me talk earlier about the missing OBD link adapter, I purchased a new one. I received a new OBD link. It's green just like before. But we found the old adapter. It was in the Audi A6. The sexy A6 e-tron Sportback, the white one that I used at the hospital, and then I forgot the adapter in there. Yeah. So Mölle Bil, they found it, and they just sent it to me on snail mail. So I'll probably get it next week. I could poke over there today, but it was Friday afternoon. I was like, no, okay, I'm not gonna be stuck in Stau. So, man, it was crazy today. This morning, I pick up Pawel. He had his Mazda. What's it called again? Is it called MX-5 or X5 or something? It's like a roadster thing, a small fossil car. Yeah, he's on the 40-year crisis now. He buys a fossil car. He thought about buying a motorcycle, but he went for this fossil thing instead. He's in his midlife crisis. And then he went to Poland, and then he come back, and I pick him up this morning. What's the cruise control auto lane changing like? Huh? It's smooth. It's fairly smooth. Yeah, I was eating. I was just eating and paying attention. And then I was like, you can hear that, like there's some kind of paper rattling thing. And then I just quickly brake, and then I did the evasive maneuvering, and we didn't hit the moose. That was close, man. But I was gonna say, guys, this is a nickname for it, right? But I went with Pawel around 11:30 something to Bartlosten and pick up the CLA, and then went back home with it, and instantly went on the road again with the Hongxi EHS7 over to Motorforum Österakevej. Return it, pick up the e-Golf, and then went over to Alna Center, and then I met the guy there. There is this interesting car I want to test. It's an MC car. It's called Swip, but it's actually manufactured in China. It's like a micro car, 2-seater with a relatively big trunk, and it costs around 150k NOK, or let's say 12,000 euros for the cheapest version, with only around 16 kilowatt hour battery. But it's tiny and it's efficient, and it goes at maximum 90 kilometers per hour, but it's classified as MC. So you don't have to pay toll road. You get free toll road, you get free ferry, and you also get free parking, but only if you park at the MC parking, but not in the regular car parking downtown. And this is the tricky part. It's MC, so MC can drive in the bus lane, but because this has 4 wheels, not 3 or 2 wheels, then technically you cannot drive in the on the bus lane with this MC electric thingy. However, when they draw it, they draw past police control many times, and the police, I guess even they don't know the rules. The police doesn't know, and the police don't pull over these MC cars. But technically, if they caught you, they could fine you for driving illegally on the bus lane. But also the interesting part is that the front license plate is not required on the MC car. You only need the rear license plate. So you can just put whatever in there, like sheet or something, teslabjorn.com in the front, right? Or you could hammer past a speed camera. It will flash, but there won't be any usable info there unless they can read your face, maybe. Yeah. So it's interesting. It has Type 2 charging, and initially it was only 10 amp charging, but they upped it to 16 amp. So I mean, it can take 3.2 kilowatts, right? I was like, okay. No DC fast charging. So if I would do 500 kilometer challenge, I can semi-slow poke at 90 or 80 or 70 kilometers per hour, and then after 200 kilometers, I need to charge for 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. And then so even the 500 kilometer challenge might take 15-20 hours. But yeah, so that is the MC car. I want to check it out. Just have to find a couple of days available, and then I'll try to borrow it. And also they have a car rental thingy with it. You can just rent out your car and make money on it when you're not using it. Oh, in here, I feel like the Model 3 is better. It has better space. I mean, this is the way it is, right? With German cars, poor space utilization. We can find out eventually with the banana box test, but I bet it won't take 19 boxes like a Model 3. Maybe only 16, 17 boxes. Bjorn, the new upcoming nice specs and interior thoughts. Well, I mean, it looks stunning. It looks so much more luxurious. It looks more like an EQS, you know, the diamond stitched leather and the big ass screen in the top there. Like, oh wow! And also the 600 kilowatt charging. You know, it's game over. And the big front is a perfect recipe. And it's the recipe for the perfect EV. Can't wait to test it. Okay, status update. 201 watt-hour per kilometer. 260 kilometers done and 40% left. GOM claims another 225 kilometers. And we are 134 kilometers away from Varberg. It claims 17% at Varberg. I could try to lower this, see what happens. Let's see if I do this. Probably be way too close. Oh shit! It fell off the rail. Okay, that's not gonna work. Unless I put the shaft somewhere else. Okay, wait, I need to reposition here. Wait, slight rain. I think this is not. Was not in the forecast. The shooting brake can. Oh, okay. But it might not be that efficient, right? The CLA is just super slick. Well, I'm impressed. The matrix light seems to be doing a good job. It doesn't annoy oncoming traffic. Dude, wait until I check out the ES8. I tried the EQS, but it's just so expensive. And I feel like the ES8 is just way better in terms of comfort and spec in general, space and so on. You have a front even, no? You don't have a front in the what am I calling it? In the EQS. Okay, I booked the hashtag 5. Okay, it's like I have this car until next Friday, and then I pick up the Geländewagen, and I have the Geländewagen for 1 week until the other Friday again. But then there's a gap from that Friday until that Monday, the following Monday. And then we are in October. And then I get hashtag 5, smart. So then I want to try to fill that gap with something that weekend from Battle of Sten, so I don't have to travel back and forth. But they haven't responded. I emailed Kia, like, hey, can I borrow EV6 GT at least, or something? And then I also emailed Mercedes, like, hey, can we stretch this car or that car or something else to fill the gap? Both of them didn't respond. Like, I don't know what's the hassle, man. Just. And then I was trying to. I had an opening actually now, roughly this time, you know. I had an opening in September because I initially booked Atlantics, but they pulled out just in time because they were not confident about the software, which is probably a good idea for them, because I would probably slaughter the software. And then suddenly I got the CLA earlier, and also the Geländewagen. Next charging will happen in around 1 hour and 10-20 minutes at Wildbike, or maybe beyond that, most possibly beyond, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, so at least I managed to book the interesting cars early. And then right in between there, actually, while I have the smart hashtag 5, I also get 48 hours with Model Y performance. So I don't have to prioritize performance on those days and then go back to the hashtag 5. But I think I don't need 1 week, because the Smart has the same battery as the Seeker, so I don't have to redo the I don't have to measure the battery capacity or do a charging test. That has already been done. Well, however, I heard about this 500 kilowatt charger at Vinterbro Center. It's an Eviny charger, but I have no idea what it is. I emailed Kempower guy Justin, and he didn't know what it is. What the heck is that thing? 500 kilowatts. It's not Kempower, obviously. Maybe some ABB, but I don't think Alpitronic has 500 kilowatt variant. But it also boils down to if that has a liquid cooled cable or not, and then we can supply 500 or not. Because until now it seems like the Neo version 3 charger is the best. I think that charger has liquid cooled cable and 480 or 500 kilowatt, but it's shared, so I have to do it at night when no one is charging there. Yeah, we're getting close to Spectre now. Damn. Now 35% left. 17% at the Wildbike now, it expects. Well, if you can get EQS luxury soundproofing ride quality in the ES8, which I believe you can, and you get it at a lower price, and you get even faster charging and more trunk space front, it's a no-brainer. Why would you buy the EQS, you know? Twice as expensive. And the EQS, the OS is like, okay, but if Neo can nail down the infotainment, which I think they will, with good utilization of the space and so on, then it's no-brainer. You have really good infotainment and the car is performing awesome. It's as fast as some AMG EQS. That is no-brainer. And actually, after using the ET5 a bit, I mean, it's nice. It has a nice ride, but I can feel that it is smaller. And also, I'm missing the head-up display. I'm testing so many cars nowadays with head-up display, and I got used to the head-up display. But the ET5 doesn't have it. Okay, finish the sandwich, or rather the toast. I brought some snacks with me and drinks, because you might end up in no man's land without anything open. And I didn't get the most sleep last night, because last night I woke up at 3 at night and I went on the acceleration noise test and headlight test with the Hongxi. Oh shit, I forgot auto parking test with the Hongxi. Okay, whatever. But I don't expect massive views on the Hongxi. It might only get, I don't know, 10, 20K on each video. Unlike the Tesla. I don't know what's up with the Tesla, man. Freaking Tesla video gets lots of views. Even if I could just film it with my phone, my mobile phone. But yeah, I should test that new Model 3 rear-wheel drive with a bigger battery, bigger LFP battery. But I asked Tesla last time and they didn't know what. But you have to look at the range. It's supposed to be 513 kilometers of LTV range. That would be the upgraded battery. Uh-oh. Achtung. But see, it's working fine. The ADAS systems are working fine in the rain. Because maybe they have rain in Germany. So of course they have designed the car to work in the rain, unlike some Chinese cars. But reduce visibility. We can't use, the light is blocked. Hilfe. Can't use cruise control, can't use auto steer, everything is disabled. Here it's like, don't worry, we got this. Tempomat is on. Everything is working fine. Just a little bit of rain. $204 watt-hour per kilometer. 287 kilometers gone. We're down to 33%. Speculate. Many cars they bail out here. We're gonna go past it. 16% at Varberg now, it claims, or estimates. So actually, by the time we get over to Varberg or Kungsbacka, it might be down to 10% or 5%. Then yeah. So that's why I don't know yet. I don't try to figure out yet where we wanna charge. But usually past Göteborg, I will get an idea of where we should charge. But we should go deep, right? As deep as possible, which means we should skip Varberg if we can and go for Himle at the truck chargers. But what we could risk is that there will be a slight throttling in actually in current. Like the charger is capable of 400 kilowatt, but the cable will limit it. So what do you guys think? Ionity or Alpitronic? Well, I mean, Ionity user. Dry or wet cables? Or just dry or wet, you know what I mean, right? The cables. Oh shit, I need to be careful about drinking too much. I just don't want to pee yet. I need to hold it. At least for 1 more hour. Consumption is hard to tell, but I think it didn't go up that much. We were hovering around 190 something in Norway side, and then now it popped over to 200. But that's also because I went a little bit faster in the Swedish side. Plus that on the Norway side, there was a bit of 100 and 110 zones back and forth. But in the Swedish side, it was only 110 all the way. But it's still at 17.5 degrees. Always go in wet? Okay. Never, but I go in dry. I go deep and I go dry. Is that a good idea? Well, according to what I Google, maximum speed is actually 353 kilowatt. It's higher than the 320 claim. Okay, we try a dry cable. If we find that the thing throttles, then we just go for wet cables from there. Ideally, I should just stick to the Ionity 350 kilowatt because they are safe. Liquid cooled cables, 500 amp all night long. But the problem is that there are not that many to find. It's basically only Ionity that uses them things. And of course, we're not going to jump only 100 kilometers between, on the way back, it's not going to be Varberg and then 107 kilometers to Spekeröd, and then, so at least if I stop at Varberg on the way back or something, I should jump 250 kilometers over to Strömstad, and then Strömstad will probably be the last stop, charge you around 60% only, then finish it. No, you don't need liquid cooled cables. The Seeker 7X charge on dry cable, the Alpitronic, just fine. It hits 600 amp even. I know, you know what? This make me believe that, you guys remember the Xpeng G6, G9 in München? That was on a dry cable. It was on the 400 kilowatt Alpitronic hypercharger. And I believe that dip was not because of the car. It was most likely the cable that overheated. I mean, eventually, when you watch the Hongxi video in a couple of days, you will understand more. You will see that it's just a super flat charging curve on the Hongxi, but then on the dry cable, it becomes rocky mountains, just up and down, up and down, up and down. And basically, it drops because the charger senses that the cable is too hot, so it drops the current. But then with a lower current, the cable can then cool down, and then it says, okay, we can take more current now, and then the car says, okay, and then it pushes more current, and then the cable heats up again and overheats. So it's like replicating several times. Okay, now it says 15% at arrival at Varberg. Okay, let me do some ninja calculation here then. Right, 205 watt hour per kilometer times 300 kilometers. We have spent 61.5 kilowatt hour, and then we are at 30%. So estimated net capacity is now 87.9. Really? Wow. 87.9. We've been hammering it. That is very good. Okay, but anyway, it means that I have 26.1 kilowatt hour left, and then divided by the remaining distance, 93 kilometers. I have a budget of 280 watt hour per kilometer via Göteborg. Okay, we will most likely not stop at Varberg. We can make it to Varberg 100% now, I estimated, which means, where do we go? Himle is also too early. Possibly Falkenberg or Halmstad. Okay, can someone check Halmstad South at the Circle K, where we charge the Sea Line 7? Is that 400 kilowatt? Or is it less? Those are kind of old. I wonder if those are only 300 and something kilowatt. Whereas the other side, the Circle K with the supercharger V3, that is 400 kilowatt. That's a new site. But then it's a long-ish detour to get there. So I'd rather not go there. So it's likely that I stop at Halmstad, that I stop at Falkenberg at the recharge truck charger. Hopefully the truck charger has liquid cooled cables, but it's like there's nothing there, just a freaking truck charger, nothing there. Everything is closed, so I just have to pee in the bush and then eat the food I brought and wait the 15 minutes or whatever it takes to charge it. Well, I don't know how it is with payment though, but I don't get that much from YouTube revenue on live stream. Mostly get from donations on live stream. And then the end product, which is the edited video, of course, on the main channel. Okay, now we have to slow down. We have reached Kungalv, and we are 87 kilometers away from Varberg. So yeah, we need to utilize the advantage of this car, which is to go as far as possible, and then also go deep, so we can ride on the 350 kilowatt wave for as long as possible. 14% at arrival now. I think the estimation might change a bit. Or, yeah. Times. Oh, okay. I estimate that we will arrive with 9% at Varberg. Okay. Yeah, with 9%, I should be able to go to Falkenberg, right? But once we hit Varberg, we hit the 120 zone. Then we go Schnell. Okay, so we have the bailout point at Himle. Once we arrive at Himle, I can decide whether we can make it to Falkenberg or not. And of course, by the time we get close to Varberg, we can recalculate again. But I need to trust my own calculation better than the car, because the car seems to be a bit optimistic about things. But I think this might be the first car that goes the longest distance before it charges. All the other cars, they could only go to Varberg. Yeah, the CLA could really make it in the top, like top 5 best cars. The only minus here is that everything costs money. Like I was missing head-up display and maybe some Burmester. I was like, oh, okay, the extra cash. Oh shit, man. Whereas at least the Seeker, you get everything inclusive, all the goodies, of course, all the goodies, all the power, everything is inclusive. And the same with the Xpeng also. Xpeng G6, like, okay, you get all the goodies, all the power, everything. Okay, 203 watt-hour per kilometer, 313 kilometers done, 27% left, and 14% at arrival. Bye-bye. We've been driving now for 2 hours and 38 minutes. So, you know, actually, to get the best 1,000 kilometer challenge, I believe that getting a car with long range is more important than a car that charges fast. Because usually the fast charging cars, freaking fat SUVs, they can't go that far, you know. Might have to bail out at where is it again? The Seeker bail out. Yeah, the Seeker should have bailed out at Møldalen already. That's even before Kungsbacka. Well, I went to Kungsbacka, yeah, because it was a small mistake there. How can one get over a speed bump without, huh? How high do you think the amps will be when charging? Well, not as high as Snoop Dogg, but I think around 500. I think this car needs about 500 amps, and it operates at 750, 700 something volts. No, maybe 700 volts and 500 amps, yeah. But I haven't done any tests because I just picked up the car today, so I don't know too much about it yet. So it would actually be an advantage for me to pick up the press cars on Mondays instead. So I have so then I know the most. I know the cars really well by the time I do the challenge. Usually on Friday or Saturday nights. Oh, of the sport variant. Oh, what is a sport variant? Tested parking assistant, the CLA. Okay, no, I just picked up the car today. I haven't tested much yet, but at least I have the whole next week of range. The range test and charging test doesn't take too long. I can actually try to push through some charging tests during the weekend now, but no, I don't want to film the screen outside when it's raining too heavily. We'll see. But then I have plenty of time next week to test stuff, and I want to give this car high priority because it seems to be quite high interest for it, which means high view count. So I'll push everything else aside for this car. Oh, sport is a rear-wheel drive. Okay. Well, I need to ask here. Out of the 413 people in here, how many of you guys are Germans? Yeah, Sunday drive. Okay, what I can do is, if the car can retain the capacity without too much bumper drain, I can split the Sunday drive over 2 days. So, because it's supposed to be nice weather next week, but it's just cold in the morning and cold in the evening, night, right? So as long as I drive in the daytime, can you just get past it? So if I do 2 times 7 hours roughly, right? Then it should be good. 14 hours of Sunday drive should be plenty for the total distance. Or I could do a 7-hour run and I could just extrapolate the distance based on that. What do you guys think? After 7 or even 6-hour run, I can estimate, I mean, I know what the consumption is, and we know that if we keep driving until the car is empty, we can go, let's say, 700 kilometers. Yeah, so then I only need 1 day, and I can spend the other day on something else. Okay, finally getting dry now. Yeah, it's supposed to be fairly dry for the rest of the challenge. And also on the way back, it should have dried out, most of it. I like it dry, you know. No, it doesn't work. I cannot put the camera on the dashboard. I tried it. It doesn't fit there. Well, actually, there's one thing I could do. But I'm not sure if you guys are interested to see it. I could put a shaft on the. I could put a shaft there, but then it might be in the way for me. It's all about safety also. On the panorama roof. Wait. What am I talking about? Another video, what? Ja, das ist ein Geländewagen. Yo, what's up? A fossil Geländewagen. Well, I kind of need to pee soon. I'll have to hold it for another 45 minutes. Status update, 202 watt-hour per kilometer, 325 kilometers done and 25% left. And we will arrive at, well, the car claims 14%, I claim 9%. Did a calculation now based on what we've seen so far. But then I haven't calculated whether we can make it to Falkenberg or not, because actually from Varberg to Falkenberg, it has some distance. I don't remember. I think it was around 40 kilometers. And that might be too far for just 9%. But let me see if... yeah, I think that's too much. Because once we hit the 120 zone, we need to hammer it. What are you disappointed of, YouTube chat? What happened charging in Båstad? Where is Båstad? Can someone tell me where Båstad is versus Varberg and Himle, so I know roughly what we're talking about here? Oh, I see. It's 30 kilometers from Varberg to Falkenberg. Oh, okay. Yeah, but we have only around 7 kilowatt hour remaining. And then if we average around 220 watt hour per kilometer, then well, that could work. Huh. It's just that I don't know exactly how much we would spend there. Because in the 120 zone, stuff tends to get a bit intense with the consumption, with some crosswinds and shit. So close to Varberg before I recalculate again. Yeah, now the car says 13% at Varberg, so it keeps dropping and dropping now. But it seems like it doesn't recalculate immediately, so it's not that smart, you know, like a Tesla. Because Tesla, once you pull a trailer, it was like, oh, okay, the consumption is this much. Okay, then it's quite easy to figure out that, okay, you will have that much at arrival, right? But here it's like, oh, you spend a little bit more. Okay, we're gonna adjust it. Oh, you spend more than I expected. Okay, we're gonna adjust it. So it keeps adjusting it. It's like a Polestar 2, basically. It just, the state of charge keeps dropping and dropping and dropping as you get closer and closer. But they should have told me immediately, already before we arrive in Oslo, that you will arrive in 9% based on your hammer speed now. No, but I think if we have liquid cooled cables at Ionity, we should use that instead. It's more stable and more guaranteed to get 350 kilowatt no matter what. Whereas the dry cables might throttle down to 300 kilowatt or 320, depending on the current that is allowed. But the problem is that if we stop at Varberg at the Ionity, we might have too high state of charge. 9% is too high. We want to go deeper. The deeper, the better. That's what she said. What, do we have police in front of us? Because normally the Swedes, they hammer it. And if they drive slow suddenly, it could mean that there's a police at the very front. I'm not sure. But I mean, all the Swedes around Göteborg, they hammer it. They go in faster than me. Okay, no, there's no police here. Just some slow taxis. Yeah, here is that bailout point. CLA Møldal, or whatever it's called. I need to learn eventually where it is. So some cars that can make it past Spectre, they could charge here at 400 kilowatt Alpitronic. The noise in the cabin is actually okay. I mean, it's not the best out there, but it's pretty good. I wonder if it's around top, somewhere in the top 10 to 20, or like, yeah, position 10 to 20 in the noise list. And I have around 100 cars there now. Actually, no, I have more. I'm almost 200 cars on the summer test. Huh? Wait. No. Are you sure about that? Falkenberg has truck chargers. You have to check again. Falkenberg recharge a little bit north of the supercharger. There is this truck area with truck chargers. I've seen it before. 400 kilowatts supposedly. I bet that's the 400 kilowatt Alpitronic. And I believe they can deliver 600 amp, even though the info plate claims 500 amp, because I did get 600 amp on the Seeker 7X when I tested at Tangen, and the info plate there it claims 500 amp. When I look at the 620 amp, that was the input on the AC side. So it seems like they use the same configuration all over the place. Also the same as Circle K uses. The G9, I had available time now in September, and I requested the G6, G9, but Xpeng didn't, they couldn't pull out anything yet. Recommend this or Model 3 for long distance driving? I think it depends. Both of them are quite good. Tesla has better infotainment, and I feel like it's easier to use the car, whereas this has that haptic shit on the cruise control. Well, of course, with Tesla, you kind of need to get all the goodies from sexy buttons. Get the stock, get some buttons here and there, and then it becomes way better. But I also feel like you might get better features with Tesla, like electric adjustable steering wheel. Well, you don't get the instrument cluster, unless you could go for some aftermarket instrument cluster also. Yeah. Well, man, the headlights are very good here. So overall, it's a nice car, but I think it's a bit expensive once you want all the goodies, like Burmester and head-up display and what else? Well, because Norwegians are smart. They know what is good and they buy Tesla. Or maybe it means that there are lots of Nazis in Norway. Oh, shit, man. Okay, the consumption for the whole challenge dropped to 200 watt-hour per kilometer. We're about to hit the 100 zone soon. And the car claims 13% at arrival. So I can list all the stats again. 200 watt-hour per kilometer, 340 kilometers done, 22% left, and 13% at Varberg. I like it. It's quite aggressive on the cruise control here. Wow, GOM still claims 116 kilometers of range. Wow, holy macaroni. We have driven past 2 cities now. So it means that we could possibly go 450 kilometers. But I mean, wow, it's nice and warm tonight. 17.5 degrees. We were lucky with the weather. That's for sure. Oh, wait. Huh? We get wind from the west. This is nice and warm wind. I think normally in September, like second half of September, it should be maybe below 10 degrees at night. In Home nowadays, it's around 10 degrees at night. Yeah, winter's coming. Brace yourself. So yeah, lucky with the weather. 17.5 degrees. That's like a nordnorsk sommer. Oh, I didn't check in the better roof planner. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So now, yeah. So here's the catch. Then we should skip Varberg. So we just have to go for the dry cables and hope that it doesn't overheat too much. There's a 400 kilowatt recharge KM gas station, huh? Wait, no, there, yeah, but that's at the gas station, but there's another, you have to look a little bit northeast of the gas station. There's another site, a truck, if you look on Google Map, you will see that that's a truck charging spot. And that's where the two extra or something chargers are, the truck chargers. And they're also 400 kilowatt. I seen it before. I remember I checked it out before. You kind of need to zoom in far to see it. Wait, oh, that's the one. I see it now. One out of two. Okay. Okay, so one is being used right now. Oh, maybe it's just the one double charger, which means that you might be sharing it. Wait. In Falkenberg at Circle K. Wait. There's a Circle K at Falkenberg? What? Wait, where is that? How to check here? We'll check the Circle K app. Oh, it's outside of. No, it's a too slow detour to go for that. So then we have to gamble for. Dude, you can turn off now. We have to gamble for Falkenberg or save it at Himle. But I don't even know if I can make it to Falkenberg yet. Let me check on Google here. On my phone. 75 kilometers away. Yeah, no, okay, no problem making it to Falkenberg, but we don't want to get a shared stall or some shit. So I don't know how the layout is, but there's a possibility that one truck charger is 400 kilowatt with two plugs. And if someone is charging there now and they're still charging there we have to check once we pass right before Falkenberg, right before Varberg, or even right before Himle. But Himle is safe because Himle there's a bunch of truck chargers and nobody is charging there at night. It's the NEMA Energy thingy. 400 kilowatt Alpetronics or hypercharger. Okay, 72 kilometers left. Let me check. We are down to 19%. I can average 230 watt hour per kilometer until Falkenberg. Oh, I'm not sure if that's enough. Okay, but whatever. I mean, the first stop is kind of tricky. We just have to find one. I mean, even Varberg would be okay. Arrived with 9%, and then we charge up for around 15 minutes, and then we actually drive quite far. Not sure how far. Maybe back to Varberg. Okay, there's a possibility we stop at Varberg, charge up there, go back to Varberg, charge up, and then jump all the way to Strömstad and charge up there, and that'll be the last stop. Oncoming traffic, I'm not sure. I haven't paid too much attention, but it doesn't seem like they flash at me. Yeah, well, Falkenberg, there's someone charging there right now, but by the time we get there, they might leave. So if we can arrive at Falkenberg and it's not occupied, that would be the best. Or in the future, once Tesla opens up the V4 for 615 kilowatts, then it's game over. I think Tesla, they are preparing for it now. They are upgrading a bunch of sites to V4. So one day in the future, maybe not too many years, they flick a switch or I don't know, install some hardware, and then suddenly, boom, many of the V4, there will be 615 kilowatt and quite future proof. And the CLA charges faster at 60% than at 10%, huh? Oh, okay. Well, we should go deep then. Okay, we are just 33 kilometers away from Varberg now, and the car estimates 12%. I think that was a flash. I didn't pay attention. We just passed Kungsbacka now, and we're getting close to Varberg. But you see now the car estimates 12%. It's not that smart because the percentage has been dropping and dropping. Initially it was 34% and then 31, 30, 29, you know. Instead of identifying quite quickly or early that, oh, okay, you will arrive with 9%, right? So it's acting more like a Polestar, but I know Tesla is really accurate. If you hook on a trailer, for example, on Tesla, after just a couple of kilometers, it will figure out that, okay, you have this high consumption, you will arrive with this much, very accurately. Okay, we will probably not charge at Varberg. We need to go deep. So we'll see. Somewhere past Varberg then. Well, the charging curve is not super flat. It gets 350 kilowatt until I think it was 25%, 350, and then it drops to around 300, and then yeah. I feel like the charging curve on the Seeker 7X was flatter. So we just need some sedan version, some efficient sedan version of the Seeker. That'll be great, yeah. Or of course, okay, which car could possibly beat the heck out of this CLA? Well, a Chinese car, Xpeng P7 or P7 Plus, 550 kilowatt charging and super efficient, slick body also. And I believe that the Xpeng, they actually make efficient cars. Maybe not as efficient as Tesla, but yeah. Lucid, yeah, okay. But I still haven't seen that many Lucids yet. I wonder what the heck they're doing in Norway. I've been waiting for them for the longest time to bring me a press car, but it's just talk and no walk. Okay, down to 16%. 201 watt-hour per kilometer. It goes up now when we hammer it. P7 Plus, I don't know, but I think they talk about that the P7 will come to Europe. Okay, I need to focus a bit more on the arrival here. Let me see. 12% at Varberg. Okay, that's too high, man. But Himle is just 10, 12 kilometers away. So that means we spend only 2% extra to go to Himle. No, but Circle K Falkenberg is a detour from the main road. Too slow detour. We want to stick with the E6. But so far the consumption is better than, okay, that was a flash, better than Model S, but then we haven't hit the 120 zone yet. Yeah, so once we pass the 120 zone, the consumption will go higher. Okay, I'm getting flashed at now. At the long straights. And it's going to be even worse on Falkenberg, Varberg. Okay, down to 15%. 201 watt-hour per kilometer, 372 kilometers done. And I think this will be the first cars, guys, to go past Varberg. Even just going to Himle will break the record here. I don't remember, but I think that the Model S didn't go that far. It has a bigger battery, but it was slightly less efficient, and the Model 3, well, was more efficient, but it doesn't have that big battery. So we need 100 kilowatt hour Model 3. Then it's gonna be game over. But do we need it though? Because the Model 3 and the Model S, they already have really good range. They can go 400 kilometers, right? Okay, this car might go 450, but I bet most users, they don't go that deep, but they charge before. Tesla probably sitting on lots of data, and they know that the owners, they don't need that much more range. That's why they didn't bother making bigger battery. They just keep the cost low. Okay, I have 19-inch, so they're kind of big, right? Well, so CLA can come with 17-inch trailer wheels, or classic Ionic wheels. Yeah, I was surprised. Like, I saw 19-inch, but 35 profile. Like, huh? On 19-inch? I would expect 19-inch to come with around 45, 50 profile. No, not on this car. Oh shit. Yeah, there needs to be some tabs of space in the cut and paste there. It's kind of cryptic, everything there. Okay, 11% at the arrival now, huh? What did I tell you? I claim that we will arrive with 9% at Varberg. We are 18 kilometers away. I bet it's gonna keep dropping and dropping, so that when we pass Varberg, it will be 9%. Okay, Gob keeps dropping now. 71 kilometers of range left. Okay, we need to keep an eye on Falkenberg, if it gets available or not. We need that 400 kilowatt without sharing with anyone. If it's not available, then we need to bail out at Himmler. But we should arrive at Himmler with 7%, which is good enough. Or do we stop at Ionity, go safe and stop there 9% and get the liquid cooled cables? Spam now. Varberg or Himmler or Falkenberg. Himmler, okay. Yeah, actually, I could just pee in the bush, and I don't need to clean the windscreen. And I believe that the truck charger should provide good enough power. And even if it throttle, it might not be that much time lost, maybe 30 seconds. Himmler is 4 out of 4, okay. Yeah, truck chargers. But actually, I don't know if they have dry cable or not. I mean, do they exist? 400 kilowatt Alpitronic or hypercharger with liquid cooled cables. Halmstad, are you crazy, man? No way we can make it there. Okay, 13%. Okay, let me try to estimate stuff again here. Let me see. 201 times 382 divided by 0.87. Okay, still 88.3 kilowatt hour. So we have around 88 kilowatt hour net capacity here. That is impressive. Plus that I did spend maybe half kilowatt hour today when I was idling the car. And I don't think it topped the backup. So I believe that we didn't start with 100%. It might have been 99.5%. But the car just refused to top up the remaining. So eventually I'm gonna find out in the range test how many kilowatt hour we get out. 41 kilometers to Falkenberg from here. I have a budget of 258 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh, guys, there is a small chance we can make it to Falkenberg. Oh, well, there was a donation here. Kenny donated $5. Thank you very much. You killed Kenny. Okay. But we need to check out if that charger is available. Not shared, I mean. It's still one of the two, man. It could be a freaking truck charging on it. Yeah. This thing has been charging there for a long time now. So at Himle, we could bail out at Himle, or if it suddenly gets available right before we exit at Himle, we could just proceed to Falkenberg. But if we risk of going to Falkenberg and then we need to share the charger, I think it's a shared charger, possibly just one 400 kilowatt that has two plugs. Guys, okay, can you guys check for me quickly? Go to Google Maps Street View and look at Falkenberg, that truck charger site. You can see the charger. Is it one or two? It would be weird if they have two separate, like 2 times 400 kilowatts. Or maybe there's a slight chance they have it because it's a truck charger. I don't remember. I looked at the Google map before and I could see the charger, but I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 chargers there. But we have to check quickly because we are 5 kilometers away from Varberg. We're down to 11%. Now the car claims 10% at Varberg. And I hope it preheated prior to arrival. Because I didn't find any preheat option or anything, but I navigated to the fast charger. So I hope that it will do whatever it needs to do to get full speed. Huh? It's not occupied, but unacceptable. Oh, what do you mean? I cannot charge on it? No, 300 kilowatts does not cut it. We either go for 350 or 400. The 300 is an option. So, So 1 out of 2 inaccessible. What do you mean? Oh, you mean one is kaput? Oh, one plug is kaput. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I need to calculate towards Falkenberg now. That's the exit to Varberg. No, I mean Halmstad. Oh, I mean what was it again? Himle. Okay, it doesn't know about the new chargers, the truck chargers. Okay, I need to check Himle first. Here comes the 120 zone. Need to go snäll. We're down to 10%. Roughly 8.8 kilowatt hour left. distance to Falkenberg is 30 kilometers. We have a budget of 293 watt-hour per kilometer. There is a 99% probability we can make it to Falkenberg. There's no way we're going to spend that much, even in the 120 zone, because this car slices through the air like Swiss cheese through butter. Okay, so what is the worst thing that can happen? It's free, but one out of two, but free. How do you mean? Wait, so there is no one else charging there, right? I mean, it's unlikely that anyone will be charging there anyway at night. One at night. So hopefully it's just one plug is kaput and the other is available, and then we get 400 kilowatt there. That's my best guess now. Yeah, it's unavailable. It's not occupied. Oh, yeah. I bet that plug is kaput. One plug is kaput. Well, the car estimates 4% at arrival at Falkenberg. Wow. We just hit the 400 kilometer mark now on the trip meter. And we go for Falkenberg then. So it'll be 425 kilometers total by the time we get there. That is amazing, man. No other car has gone that far. GOM claims 46 kilometers of range left, and we are 24 kilometers away. Yeah, cars is 4% of the arrival. Perfect. We go over there. We skip Himmler. We go for Falkenberg. Oh shit. We need to YOLO it. Let's hope we get 350 kilowatt over there. If not, then we'll see. Then I screwed up. We are now at the 120 zone past Varberg, and man, this is the high speed stretch. There are some side winds here, also crosswinds. We are hammering it, but it's okay. We can make it to Falkenberg. It's amazing. We can go 425 kilometers before we charge, and we will even arrive at 4%. We could even go further if we wanted to. What the heck? This car is amazing. We will actually set a new record, which is the longest distance on the first leg before we need to charge. Wow. And also on this high-speed stretch, well, it is somewhat intense, right? But it doesn't matter. This car is slick. It just slices through the air like Swiss cheese through butter. Okay. Oh, the A6? I think the A6 made it all the way to Varberg. Yeah. But then it was at 4% or something. But here we passed Varberg with 9 or 10%. Yeah, I think it was 10%. I estimated 9%. It was actually better than expected. Here's Himmler. Exit at Himmler, 7%. Do we bail out? This is safe. Do we bail out or do we YOLO? Where was this? Warning triangle. Achtung. Okay, 38 kilometers of GOM range, 19 kilometers to Falkenberg. Wait, if you pass Falkenberg, what do we have then? No, then it's too far to go to Halmstad. Dude, I haven't even planned where the heck I'm gonna go after Falkenberg. I need to charge up, maybe to 70%, 75%. I have to look at my own notes, and then just see how far we can go, right? Possibly go to the turnaround point and then go back, but not to Varberg. I believe we can stop at Spekkerød. Dude, then what? Then we charge at Spekkerød and then we finish the challenge? But Spekkerød to home is 300 kilometers. That sounds impossible. Wait. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe we only need 2 charging stops. we just we charge up and then we just Or we can go for some of the truck chargers, so we are not locked to Ionity sites. Because then we can go to Håby or even some of the other 400 kilowatt sites. Well, we could save it, go for around 60% and then stop at Varberg. Yeah, I think I might want to do that. Roughly 60%, hammer it. That actually yields slightly better time. It's like 1 minute faster total, 1,000 kilometer time. 60 something percent go to Varberg, top up there, and then go straight to Strömstad, and that would be the last stop. But then I think we need to charge to around 60-65% only, instead of going 75%. But the car charges the fastest at the bottom, and it's not that flat curve. But it goes in some steps, not smooth Tesla or MEB platform curve. Down to 5% now. Now the car claims 3% on arrival. Yeah, okay. We need to stop at Falkenberg. Yeah, I forgot, it was also being a bit optimistic. 12 kilometers left to Falkenberg. Always go deep, and we go dry this time. Deep and dry. Let's see. Let's hope it works. Bailout point, if for some reason it goes slow, then we have to bail out and go for the 300 kilowatt charger, top up quickly, and then get over to the 400 kilowatt. I'm not sure where the heck it is though. Halmstad. But then that kind of messes up the challenge a bit. But we need to gamble. Okay, we're down to 4%. Still hammering it. $451 people watching now for the first charging stop. Holy macaroni! I mean, it's crazy because when we go there to charge, we will have only 575 kilometers left. If you split that in 2, it becomes, well, almost 300 kilometers then on each leg. So we want to split it in 3 then. Oh, tap here to, what? Attention, take a break. No, I don't need a break. Don't tell me that I need a break. I'm so excited right now. How do I click it away? There, okay. Wait, is that Baustelle? Oh, there's a 3 kilometer Baustelle. That one we need to deduct. Yeah. There is a Baustelle before Falkenberg. Oh! We are now on the concrete surface before Falkenberg, but Yeah, there will be Baustelle ahead, so we need to deduct time. But let me show you guys. The left lane is quieter, so how is the soundproofing here? Well, we have 19-inch wheels, and they're kind of low profile, 35, 40 profile. So I think if you have 17-inch, it would be a lot better. So I get the feeling that this car, there is some road noise, yeah, with the 19-inch. So go for 18 or 17 if you want the quieter ride. And also I feel like there is even some slight wind noise here. Wait, huh? What are you doing? Okay. Well, I have to check now and then deduct for this. Okay, let me see. There, 27 when we enter. Well, let me check. I didn't check exactly. Could be 28 soon. We just check the time, and I know roughly that we drive at half the speed of the regular. Yeah, unfortunately these guys are going quite snel. Yeah, it was 27 when he entered. 127. Okay, it's down to 3%. Oh, always go deep. Yeah, now it says 2% at arrival. Well, nobody follows that. It's supposed to be 50 zone here. Nobody goes at 50 here at night. Dude, these guys, they're going at 90 kilometers per hour. Okay, just follow the traffic flow. Oh, I see we have wind from the west. Okay, crosswinds. There, 1 minute in the slow loop. Okay, we might need to deduct only 1 minute here. Okay, get the mic ready. In 3.6 kilometers we'll be at Falkenberg. Just have to go to the right spot here. Flags marking where. Yeah, I know roughly where it is, the charger. I've seen it on Google. Try to learn about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's 2 minutes in the slow loop, so we have 1 minute deduction here. Now we YOLO it, hammer it. Exit in, yeah, there, coming up soon. Is it 500 meters or is it 1 kilometer? Okay, it's 1 kilometer. Okay, then I can go past these guys. Actually, they seem to be going quite fast. Well, these guys are hammering it. Okay, I just have to hammer right in front of them. %. Always go deep. Hammer hard. Heat up the battery. Okay, full regen. Test the car's handling. Huh? German autos. They're built for this. Okay, watch out for bunnies. There could be bunnies around here at night. Don't want to run over the bunny. Oh, that was a bit of tire squeal. Okay, microphone off. Focus. The charger. I can use the RFID should work. There we have the truck area on that side. We go past here. Cypher, whatever. There's the charger. It's actually lit. I thought it was being pitch dark, but there's something there. Okay. Okay, and then the charge port is on the right side, which is the left, or is it the wrong side? Should be the left side. Oh, it's quite far in here. Okay, I see. Yeah, one plug is kaput. Okay, perfect. We don't need to charge on it, to share anything, and this should give us full speed. Well, I think we went the wrong way. Okay, let's align it correctly at least, right? No, my bad. You can't. I forgot the charge port is on the wrong side. Yeah, okay, so we can't actually be on the right direction because of this. Oh, I think it was add a bit extra distance here. Okay, this should be good enough. They align it versus the cable there. Okay, 425 kilometers done. 2% left. Falkenberg, I need to check the actual distance before we stop. 425.1. Okay, what the heck is this? And what the heck was from start? 454 kilometers. No, but it's 425. Look at the shaft. I hope it will handshake correctly. It should, right? And also, I'm not sure about this, but let me turn off HVAC. There. Oh yeah! Party time! Sorry. Oh, sorry, Doc. It's throttling. It's not supposed to throttle at. Hey, do we see percentage here? This is really weird. We don't see percentage. Battery information, what is this? Oh, cool. I didn't know this. Uh-oh, look at that. Uh-oh, this is not good. But you can see here, battery information. It's at 43 degrees Celsius, so the battery should be in optimal temperature. But it could be that actually the charger throttles now. Ah, shit. Don't panic. Okay, don't panic. We might lose a little bit of time, but we can get back in the game. We need to get over to Ionity. We need to get the liquid cooled cables. If I knew this, I would have stopped at Ionity, but I would arrive with 10%. But maybe that would be a better deal, actually. $425.2 kilometers. But I don't remember what the car is supposed to take now, but we are 24% already. I need to find out the distance from home to here. 424 kilometers, okay. So this car over-reports by 0.3%. So we have to count to 1003 then. Peak power was at 350. Okay, I need to pee and then plan my next stop here. Valberg is the next stop. Let's turn off again. Okay. Do we see percentage here? We are at 34%. Okay, I need to quickly calculate here, guys. Let me see. 425.1 times 202 divided by 0.98. Huh? We have 87.6 kilowatt hour, possibly more, maybe 88 kilowatt hour net capacity. Okay, and then my guess is that we consume 230 on the high-speed stretch, but it might be higher. Yeah, it is possibly higher. It was 200 now on the whole stretch here. Okay, so 230 times distance, 176. Okay, divided by, let's say 87 kilowatt hour. We need to spend 46% of the battery. which means that we could go 50%, and that's it, and we can make it to wild bike. But I might want to go for 55 just to be sure. Yeah, what do you guys think? 55%, go to the turnaround point, and then go to wild bike and charge there, and then it should be safe. Liquid cooled cables, we stop at wild bike, charge to around 55% again, go to Strömstad, liquid cooled cables, charge there, and then we finish the challenge. Let me see, Falkenberg, okay, there was 1 minute deduction there at Falkenberg. But oh, what the heck, we're already down to 156 kilowatt. This is going slower than the Hongxi even. The Hongxi managed to go flat 200 kilowatt until, okay, now it's not cable related. I'm pretty sure it's not cable now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At 41%, we are already down to 147 kilowatt only. What? Huh? 52 degrees Celsius in the battery. HVAC is off. I'm not trying to mess with the battery or anything. 52 degrees, that is hot. Huh? I didn't expect it to be that slow at 42%. You know, even the Hongxi I tested recently was flat at 200 kilowatt all the way until 60%. But that, okay, that's 111 kilowatt hour battery. But still, this is German tech. It's charging a bit slower than expected, but I'm pretty sure it's not the cable. The cable should be fine now. We can check outside. Um, 48%. Oh, okay. Charging a team, huh? What? No, we can charge at Ionity. At Ionity. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're at 48%. 140 kilowatt. Okay. I need to get ready now. We're gonna leave soon. 49%. It seems a bit slower than I thought, but maybe it was like this, or huh? I thought it would be flatter curve. Huh. But I don't remember exactly how it was. Let me quickly show this before I leave. Or maybe we shouldn't go too deep. Okay. From preset. From start. From charging, okay. Well, it seems to have okay turning circle, but it doesn't have any rear wheel steering, right? That was 15-minute charging stops, guys, from 2 to 55%. But okay, so I was wondering, it was flat at 140 kilowatt past 50%, from 45 to 55% roughly. I hope there's nothing wrong with the charger, right? No, I mean, we got 350 kilowatt in the beginning. I have documented it in the video, at least. You can see in the charging curve. But just to be sure now, we're gonna check, we're gonna use Ionity from now on. Oh, the car is snell. Okay, towards Malmö. Okay, let's see. With only 55% battery, how quick is it? Oh, well, I mean, it's kind of snell. Oh, I could feel the gear shift there. Yeah, it changed the second gear. Ooh. Okay, all good. Yeah, at 115 kilometers per hour on the speedo, it kicked in second gear. So now it's running on second gear to save some juice, right? So now we go all the way to the turnaround point, turn back, and then go to Varberg. But I am a little bit disappointed at the charging curve. I would expect 200 kilowatt until 50%. So I mean, okay, 256 kilowatt was quite schnell still, but I feel like some of the other cars are charging faster. So okay, I mean, but okay, we are charging faster than a typical Tesla, at least. So, all right, but now I'm gonna hug the left lane because it's quieter. There. Yeah, ideally we need 18 or 17-inch wheels with some aerodynamic rims maybe for even better efficiency. But now the consumption is 324. Wait. Oh, okay, check on the battery status. Battery information. Oh, 51 degrees Celsius. I didn't know about it. Okay, I'm gonna check it out later. So you can see battery temperature there. Well, it's 18 degrees Celsius outside. What the heck, man? What the heck is going on tonight? It's 20. It's September 20, and it's 18 degrees outside. Global warming, anyone? According to Fastnet, 50 should be. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was supposed to be higher. So, but the Fastnet session, did it start 10%? Because we started at 2%, plus we hammered it. So there is actually a possibility that the car rapid gated. Yes, a freaking Mercedes rapid gated, because I saw it. 52 degrees Celsius is typically the rapid gate point for many cars. Now it's down to 50 degrees. Okay, now we're hammering it. I'm hugging the left lane because it's quieter here, so I can talk to the guys in the live stream. But I notice now that the battery temperature is dropping. It was 52 degrees Celsius, now it's 49. So yeah, sorry if I appear to be a bit noobish about this car, because I picked up the car this morning, yeah, or this afternoon. No, actually this morning, right? So I haven't had much time with it yet, but I'm learning as I go. So I'll pay attention to this during the challenge and see what temperature we arrive with. But I suspect that maybe the car actually rapid gated. Yes, 52 degrees Celsius is usually the rapid gate temperature. And also when we hammer at these high speed and go low, like 2%, then typically the battery will be a little bit too hot. So I've seen rapid gate even in the other German cars, like the MEB platform, you know, the 91 kilowatt hour ID7 battery, for example. Yeah, no, actually rapid gate is my best suspect right now. That's what happened. So in that case, yeah, the problem is that when we hammer it, now on the way back, we will hammer it in the 120 zone. And if you go deep in that combination, it will rapid gate again. So it's good that we have enough margin now so that we will arrive with 7% or whatever. But when we go to, we don't stop at Spekkerød. We go straight to Strømstad. But at Strømstad, it will be not that intense. Usually in the 120 zone, it tends to be intense. In the 110 zone, well, it's still semi-hard. But Spekkerød will be way better, because then you have passed through Göteborg, and the battery will be kind of cold-ish by the time you arrive there. But yeah, so actually right now, based on what I know from other cars, there is a high chance that we rapid gated at the previous stop. And I had no idea that this Mercedes could rapid gate, but yeah, well, you guys saw it. 52 degrees Celsius in the battery. What else could have happened? The charger could have throttled, because we don't know. The car doesn't tell me. A Neo would have told me that the charger was limiting it, or if we use a chem power, the chem power will tell us if it's the car or the charger that limits it, right? So we are a little bit in the dark, literally. But it seems like, or I mean, it's quite clear that we were not charging at optimal speed on the previous stop. And actually 15 minutes to from 2 to 55% is kind of slow. It should have been maybe 12 minutes. So you can say we lost 3 minutes there for some reason. Huh? Incompetent Björn. What did I do now? Well, yeah, God, dude, like, you know, okay, why did the Tesla do it so well? Well, because Tesla, we could go deep. Actually, Tesla is even better. The deeper you go, the better. We arrive with 0% or 1% with a Tesla, and we get full speed, bam, and it ramps up quickly, and it handshakes really fast. But so I just drove this like a Tesla, right? And then it seems to replicate. I don't know. I did all we could, and we didn't purposely try to replicate it. We could have stopped at Valberg. If I knew this, I would have stopped at Valberg. And it would probably be better, because we would charge, let's see, we need to charge 8% extra, yeah. So at Valberg, we probably have to charge around 65% to go the round trip. Yeah. Wait, do we need to ban anyone? Just say the name I need to ban, and then I'll do it. I just haven't paid attention to what's going on. If enough people say the same name, then I just ban him. Permaban. But yeah, okay, seems like we need to treat this car like a Chinese car. Don't go too deep. No, we're going for Valberg. Right now we are hovering at 258 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, we might spend more than expected, but I have a margin in case we go more. I expect to arrive with around 7%. Which is actually that's actually 15% higher consumption than expected. So I expected 230, which means that we have around 270 watt-hour per kilometer budget. We are hovering at 257 right now, and also there's a slow stretch around Halmstad. So it seems like we might end up with 230, like I guess 230, 240 maybe, back at Valberg. Okay, so we will try to eliminate some possible slow, like, was it the cable? Well, you guys didn't see, but when we got 140 kilowatts, the cable was pulling only 170 amp. That's nothing. That's peanuts for the cable. The cable is rated for 375 amp continuous load when it's overheated, which means that it can still output 375 amp when the cable is 70 degrees Celsius, right? It's been laying in the sun and it's been charging. So cable, highly unlikely it was the cable throttling. Charger power limit in the charger or grid limit. Well, it is weird that the limit suddenly appeared right when the car was charging higher and right when the battery hit 52 degrees Celsius, right? So the main suspect now is the battery overheating Oh, we're down to 42 degrees Celsius already. What the heck? That was schnell. We've been driving for 13 minutes only. I suspect that it's using the compressor to cool it down. Okay, I will see what kind of temperature it cools down to. Man, if I knew about this setting, I better check before we arrive. Yeah, this is the problem when I get press cars on Friday and I do the frigging challenge on a Friday and I don't have time for preparation to know the car. It would have been great to know the battery temperature right before we plug in at Falkenberg. I'm guessing it was at 35 degrees, and then it heated up to 50 quite quickly. And that's because it's 2%, you know. But Björn, it's 800 volt architecture. When you double the voltage, you halve the current and you halve the heat loss. Well, I don't know, but you guys just witnessed the 800 volt battery overheat. The 800 volt hype is real. And I didn't do this on purpose. Trust me, I didn't do this on purpose. I was trying to get the best time possible. And I saw the charging curve from 0% on EVKX. I'm not sure where he got the info from, but it needed 2% to ramp up to full power. So it ramped up pretty quickly to 352 kilowatt something, and it stayed there for a little bit until around 20%, I think, until it throttled down to 200 and something, 50 something kilowatts. And the longer distance you drive, the better it is for the first leg, because then it means less distance for the remaining legs. So I think what we did was, well, it was in like a 1,000 kilometer challenge timing. It was optimal to stop at Falkenberg, but it's just that the car rapid gates seems like. So then if I knew this, I would have stopped at Varberg with 10%. Okay, 40 degrees now. Oh, consumption dropped to 255. And yeah, I tried car scanner, but it didn't work. Oh, the comfort is great. Nice seats. Stereo is great also. Yeah, I haven't put I navigated to the turnaround point right now, Hollandsåsen. But once I reach Hollandsåsen, actually a little bit before Hollandsåsen, I will navigate towards Ionity Varberg. The car will have plenty of time to prepare for Varberg. There's 103 kilometers distance from the turnaround point to Varberg. Yeah, 39 degrees Celsius. It's cool down now. Well, so is this car using CATL battery? The NMC variant of the CATL, right? But it's not like cell to pack or anything like that. Well, it's not LFP, but it's I guess the LFP would be cell to pack to get high enough energy density. But I think the problem with the BYD Blade battery, the previous gen at least, is that it didn't offer sufficient cooling, and there's a massive gap between min and max temp, so it had its flaws.
And yeah, by the way, I turned off HVAC during the charging session so that it wouldn't steal any cooling there. So I already did the best I could to get maximum speed. And we did hit 350 kilowatt until around 10% or whatever. But that was just massive. It was too much for the system to handle, and then it overheated. That's what we guess now. Yeah, we don't know for sure yet. Oh, okay, it's not CATL, okay. Huh? Wait, are you saying that 500 amp is too much for this battery? What? Really? Dude. The Hongxi EHS guy, go look at the charging curve. It's in the public folder. Charging curve. I put the Hongxi there. Just look at that curve. It is insanely flat. 200 kilowatts, around 490, 480 amps flat until 60 or 57%. Then it throttles slightly. It is just insanely flat. There's a 111 kilowatt hour battery, and it pulled close to 500 amp for about 10 minutes, something, until it hit 57%. So the Hongxi, okay, the software sucks balls. Oats there is rigging crazy bad, but the charging, I like it. I love it. And even at 90% or 95%, it could pull around 80 kilowatts. It was just insanely fast and insanely flat. On a spoiler alert, it actually went to 90% faster than Q6 e-tron. That's 800 volt. And the Hongxi battery is only 400 volt. But actually, at high state of charge, it's at 477. So it's borderline close to the Kia EV9 voltage, which is classified as 800 volts, but is only operating at 500. Man, I feel like these German cars, they are designed for high-speed hammering. It just goes so smooth, so quiet, even in the 120 zone plus VIT with some side wind. Okay, consumption is 239 now. Yeah, my guess was 230, the budget. And I think I have pretty accurate net capacity estimation, around 87 to 88 kilowatt hour net capacity. And actually, the first run was not just pure hardcore hammering. We did pass through Oslo and Göteborg. And especially the Oslo route, I feel like is quite long with some long 90 zones and 80 zones and so on. So it's then kind of light on the consumption. No, I mean, the freaking C-Line 7 was hovering at over 300 watt-hour per kilometer on this stretch. But of course, okay, it's a taller car. But I believe that even the BYD Seal was quite thirsty. Was it Seal? Yeah. I think I did Seal, right? 1,000 kilometer challenge. Well, I mean, that's BYD, okay. BYD does not equal to efficiency. BYD is all about building your dreams. Oh, wow, we're down to 35 degrees Celsius after 23 minutes of driving. Okay, maybe it's running only fans now on the battery. $1,000 challenge with it. Yes, of course. Well, not in Germany. That doesn't classify as 1,000 km challenge. Limits fast. And the reason why I made this test is because it's realistic through many countries in Europe, where you can usually average around 120 km per hour with some traffic and some cities or ring roads or whatever you have to, choke points you have to drive through. And then even this route is considered to be fast compared to driving through Germany in the daytime, right? And I believe that even this route here is faster than the Denmark in the daytime. But maybe a French autoroute, then you could probably cruise at 140 km per hour on the GPS without getting a ticket or stuff. I think they have some slack there. But I think if you cruise at 145 or 50, then they might pull you over. Well, it's 120 zone here, 120 limit. Yeah, well, that's Hungary. Okay, but I know many European countries, they have 120 and 130 limits. So that's why cruising at around 120, 130 is relevant for many countries, except for Germany, of course. But Germany, we have Baustelle and traffic in general. Everyone just want to gangbang Germany. I've been there lately, driving there. Man, it goes slow, man. With the ES8 and the EL8, and when I did the G6, G9 run also, I was like, Even Germans have poor lane discipline once the traffic gets too high. Okay, so the time was, well, we didn't have that much deduction. We started at 21:55. We had 1 minute deduction only at Falkenberg, so 2 hours and 4 minutes before midnight then. What's the time now? Wait, there is no clock there. What the heck, man? There's a clock. 4 hours and 19 minutes now. Oh, no. Melbystrand? Okay. That means that we should be around 5-10 minutes away from the turnaround point. Well, I can check the navigation. We are 8 minutes away from the turnaround point, 13 kilometers. No. Okay, that's, yeah, okay. That's possibly just 7 minutes away. Which means that we should reach a turnaround point at 4.5 hour mark. Yeah, that is schnell. I mean, okay, if the car rapid gates, if it's true, it rapid gates going to 2% and it was 17 degrees Celsius outside. It's not that hot even. And then we were only hammering in the 120 zone. Okay. What if you hammer at 180? Well, let's say 150 to 180 kilometers per hour and it's 25 or 30 degrees outside. and you go to 5% or 2%. What's gonna happen then? Ich weiß nicht. Will be great to find out one day. Man, maybe I need to, once I become a rich bastard, I need to, I don't know, have a house in Frankfurt. And then, yeah, I can stay there with the family during summer or spring even, yeah. April, May or something. That'd be great, yeah. And I can hammer on the Autobahn. Isabel likes currywurst anyway. I think because the sauce is a bit sweet, yeah. Okay, maybe not Frankfurt. I don't know, Berlin or... No, actually, I heard that Berlin is kind of shabby now. München? Or maybe there are other nice cities. Hanover. No, actually, what I like about Frankfurt is that it's also usually a connecting hub for airplanes. So if you want to go somewhere, you usually have to land in Frankfurt anyway. But also München is usually a hub. München, Frankfurt, and Berlin. Yeah, but especially Frankfurt is probably the most common hub. And then München also quite common for Lufthansa to use, yeah, at least. Well, okay, well, that's fine. I can live a bit outside of Frankfurt as long as I have a good Autobahn connection into the city or somewhere, right? Just like Jessheim, you know? Jessheim, okay, it's a bit outside of Oslo, but I live right next to the Autobahn. So 2 minutes, and then hammer it. The only problem with Jessheim is that there are too many damn left lane huggers. Okay, anyway, I need to focus now. Okay, Sot, and then where to? Ionity Varberg. There. Ding! The car claims that we will arrive at Varberg with 20%. Okay, we haven't turned around yet. There's another hill and stuff, so we might arrive then with 7% like I predicted. Consumption right now is 233 watt-hour per kilometer, just as I predicted. And the car over-reports by 0.3%, or actually 0.25, yeah. Frankfurt looks like a nice place. If I could stay there, let's say 1 or 2 months to do some work and some chill time and whatever. If you want to run away from Norway, yeah, like for example, September. Okay, September is still nice in Norway. Stop. But October, then it starts getting cold. Then I could go to Frankfurt. But now I booked lots of cars. I'm busy all the way until November anyway. Oh, touch my knees. Tipped $9. Dankeschön. Okay, maybe I should move over here. Just that this lane is a bit narrower. I'm not sure if the auto steer will... Okay, it's fine. It's German. It's fine. Probably, said it's probably better to charge CLA on 300 kilowatt. Oh, because it doesn't rapid gate. No, wait. What? Dude, I had no idea that a Deutsche Elektroauto that should have been designed for the Autobahn would rapid gate. Man, need to treat this car like a Chinese car. Shit. Oh, yeah, the balcony. Wait. I was there with a e-tron GT. Was that Frankfurt? Don't remember if it was Frankfurt or... Yeah, I think that was Frankfurt. Okay, but guys, we don't know yet if it was rapid gate or not. What we know is that it was charging slower than it should be. And that we don't know the cost yet. But I mean, dude, like Tesla or even a Porsche, freaking Porsche, they're laughing. Audi, like, you know, they're laughing like, freaking Mercedes, man, they're trying to beat Porsche. But you can go deep with a Porsche or a Tesla, and it will still charge consistent. I think even the MEB platform, the 82 kilowatt hour MEB, same there, flawless. You can arrive with 1% and it will not rapid gate. They fixed that. In the beginning, yes, it rapid gated, but they fixed that shit. But okay, the 81 kilowatt hour rapid gates for some reason. Okay, one small step at a time, I guess. The old expert. Hey, stop trolling now. The Chinese cars, they are annoying with the pling plong. And they send data to China. Yeah, I navigated to Ionity Varberg, and the car claims 18% at Varberg. All right, 235 watt hour per kilometer. $233. We are dropping now down to the lowland again. $231 consumption on this leg. Okay, we turn around, and yeah, we turn around at actually before the before the 4.5 hour mark. Wow. Two to 55% in 50 minutes. Optimal for the charging is 7%. To start at 6, that is quite slow for, Yeah, I mean, I think the voltage was 750 when we plug in. Darken the interior. Oh yeah, you can turn off the interior, the ambient light to 0, and then it becomes pitch dark, and then only the screens are on. But you cannot turn off the screens because of safety. Dude, turn off the lights! Shit, man, freaking noobs! For helvete. Sub. Yeah, they have the dark mode. Yeah, that's freaking ninja mode, man. I'm surprised that Tesla hasn't copied sub yet. They could call it ninja mode. Okay. But the first charging stop, all right. Not perfect, but I think we only lost 2-3 minutes, right? Maybe someone can look up how long it should take to go from 5% to 55%. Okay, but what about barely legal mode? Oh shit. Have you been yeah, I've been using auto steer since Yes Home. It works great. At least over here it works a lot more stable. Earlier when it was raining and on traffic and the road was narrower and it was more twisty and I had more crosswind and it was going a bit ping pong. And I had to actually babysit the auto steer, otherwise it might slide off the, I don't know, slide off the lane. But now it's just rock solid over here. Should have taken 12 minutes. Okay, so we lost 3 minutes, all right? But we also did gain some advantage by driving it deep, you know? Because if you go only to Varberg, yeah, I'm not sure how to explain this, but the longer distance you drive, the better it is in general before you take your first stop. Okay, we will arrive at Varberg with 18%. Really? Sure about that? The consumption is 229 now, dude. And we have Halmstad again. But okay, well, that's fine. We will stop at Varberg no matter what, even if it's 10% there. And then top up quickly and then go for Strömstad. Skip Spekkerød. But it seems like taking it in 2 charging stops would be bad, because then it requires you to go deep and then charge it 70% when it replicates. That is gonna be slow, man. Then instead of losing 3 minutes like we did, yeah, I know also from many other cars from experience that once it replicates and overheats, then it is a bad idea to try to go high state of charge, like 70-75%. It will be like the longer you wait and the higher you charge, the worse it gets. So I mean, one way to kind of counter this would be to charge to only around 40%, maybe 35-40%, and then quickly hammer it. But then we might end up yeah, for example, back at Falkenberg again, right? But then we need to space it out a bit, Falkenberg, and then maybe stop at Håby or somewhere, and then space it out somehow so that we don't overheat and we don't go too high. Well, actually, as long as we arrive at 10%, then usually we don't gain too much heat. Yeah, the 10% is usually the magic number for not get that low state of charge heat build up. But it's funny because the 400 volt batteries, they have you can say they suffer from the same thing. Once you go below 10% is usually when the voltage drops and you have higher internal resistance and some stuff, and more heat loss when you discharge it and also when you charge it. The same exact thing applies to 400 volt batteries at like 800 volt batteries. But those 800 volt evangelists, they blindly claim that 800 volt is so wonderful and they can charge faster and they won't overheat and they have lower current because the voltage is higher and blah blah. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm not against 800 volt. I just know that you don't magically make the cells better by just rearranging it for 800 volt. But of course, if you want to hit 350 kilowatts, then it's going to be pretty hard to do that with 400 volt system. I mean, it is possible if you push it like actually like the Hongxi. It's operating at 90%. It's operating 477 volts, and even at low state of charge, it's at around 420 volts. But then you kind of need 600 or 700 amps that a V3, V4 supercharger can supply. But then those chargers are capped at 250 kilowatt anyway. So, yeah. But guys, you need to watch the Hongxi. Like, I've never seen any car charge so flat at 200 kilowatt for so long before. And even past 70%, I don't remember, I think at 70% it was still pumping in 150, 160 kilowatts. It was just amazing how flat it was. So, you know, it's 400 volt, but it charges really fast. The only problem is that the Hongxi EHS7 is a bit thirsty. But there is a Hongxi HS. No wait. There is a sedan version also with the same 111 kilowatt hour battery that is more efficient and has the same charging curve. Yeah. Maybe I should test that car also when I have time. And the crazy part is that Hongxi EHS7 it cost only 600k NOK, but it performs better than the Polestar 3, and it could take 31 banana boxes. It has plenty of space, actually plenty of leg room, and it has 619 horsepower and 770 newton meter torque, and it's very quiet and comfortable. You know, it is like the perfect car, except for that they fucked up the software. It is so bad, and then the screen is also tiny, and the haptic steering wheel buttons are really bad and not responsive. You have to punch on the on the buttons to make it react, and even the touch screen is not that responsive. So you have to kind of punch on the screen to make it react. So I'm like, oh man, what a waste of a great car for a low price. So would you still buy the car? Yeah, the first starting stop was Halmstad after 425 kilometers. Most cars, they go 300 kilometers nowadays, and then some long range cars, they stretch it to 400 or 395 wild bike. But this is the first car that I've gone past it. But I mean, that was it, the limit. 2%. Oh, that was a bunny. Oh. 2% at Halmstad. Yeah. And it was 18 degrees Celsius outside. So it can't be any better than that. Well, I mean, we can go with 25 degrees Celsius, but then usually it will be daytime and with more traffic. All right, 17% at arrival. Consumption is 225 now. Yeah, the CLA is doing pretty well, but it seems the rapid gate. We lost around 3 minutes, supposedly, because of slow charging. I mean, it's not a big deal in the whole challenge, but yeah, hopefully we won't lose more time on the 2 last sessions now. We need 3 charging stops total. But I mean, dude, guys, what if we hammer at 160, 180 kilometers per hour in Germany and it's 25 degrees or 30 degrees outside? What the heck is gonna happen then? But maybe the car has been programmed to go more aggressive on cooling. Maybe there's a glitch here in the matrix. It's like, it's 17 degrees Celsius, it's fine. We don't have to cool that hard. No, you have to cool hard. Get tired of doing long runs. No, it's fine. It's perfect. It's like meditation for me to just drive at night with low traffic. And especially in the, okay, there's some night run, yes, but eventually it will be bright outside and you just enjoy the nice ride. And actually, I really enjoy the Arctic Circle runs, because normally most of the trip there is out in the bush with no traffic and just nice nature, just low speed limits though. So hopefully one day I can go back to the Arctic Circle runs and maybe do at least a couple of those per year. It'll be like a special run I do, not for every car. So maybe during summer season or spring, summer, fall, I might do one per month. So that means maybe 4 Arctic Circle trips per year. Just pick some, like this car would have been perfect candidate, CLA to Arctic Circle and back. And maybe the Model Y Performance. Just pick some high view count cars and go there. Yeah, there are plenty of chargers in the north now. It's just a piece of cake to go there. Alright, we turn around, now we're hammering back north, and the car estimates 16% at arrival. I think it might be 7 to 10% at arrival, but that's fine. Then it shouldn't rapid gate, right? And we can check the battery temperature now. I should have checked it before we arrive at the first stop, but okay. Battery status 29 degrees Celsius. Alright, let's see how it goes now. But if you are enjoying this challenge, stay tuned for the end part, because at the end, after the challenge is over, I'm going to test it at 400 volt charger to see does it work all, and what kind of speed do we get there. 50 kilowatt or 100? We'll see. And there's more and more chargers available now from different CPOs, and we have supercharger, we have Morsjö and Mo i Rana has plenty of chargers now. Not only Tesla, but also Kempower and some other stuff there. Brackvoss, I don't remember all the locations. There's plenty of high power chargers there now. It's a piece of cake now versus just 3-4 years ago when I first did it with a Polestar 2. Then it was just a 50 kilowatt land there. But that's what we're going to find out if it works or not, because I heard rumors that they have they have included 400 volt support for the Norwegian cars at least. Now it will fall, it will drop, trust me, because the car over reports it's being too optimistic. I can already estimate now, let me see. 225 watt hour per kilometer. Okay, let me estimate here. For the remaining 63 kilometers, the consumption might be, oh, it says 224 now. Wow, is it dropping? Okay, if I guess 230, then we need to spend 14.5 kilowatt hour, and that means spending 17% of the battery. Yep, we will arrive at 10%. We have 27% now. So the car is being way too optimistic. I can calculate what the car is expecting me to spend here. Let's see. 26.16. The car expects me to spend 10% of the battery. Okay, that means 8.7 kilowatt hour divided by distance, 62. Dude, the car thinks that I will spend 140 watt hour per kilometer. Ain't gonna happen, buddy. What the heck, man? I just noticed something here. Okay, the car expects that we will arrive with 16%. I estimate we will arrive with 10% because I think we will spend around 230 watt-hour per kilometer. But okay, 16% of arrival, we have 26%. So the car thinks we will spend 10%. And I know that the 10% of the battery is 8.7 kilowatt-hour. And if you take the 8.7 kilowatt-hour divided by 59 kilometers, whatever, it should be around 140-ish watt-hour per kilometer. There's no way we're gonna spend 140 watt-hour per kilometer. So the car is being way too optimistic. This is what we also experienced earlier. So yeah, it's German software, you know. It seems like it is flawed. It needs to be tuned slightly so that it goes at more realistic estimations. Okay, but what is good about going to Varberg is that I can have a double sausage penetration, but I have to be quick. But 15% of arrival now. Alright, that's fine. Listen. Now pay attention to the battery temp. 29 degrees in the battery. Oh, I know what's gonna happen. It's stable at 29 degrees, but if we go deep, it will go out of control. Or the car doesn't cool enough. It should cool enough. That I think this could be fixed. If we go deep, the battery temperature probably goes to 35 degrees. But what the car should do is catch this and just cool it. E-Golf is more spacious. We're going to find out with a banana box test. I need to do a deep clean of the E-Golf before Wi-Fi can enter it. Ideally, I need help from some professional cleaners, detailers. Yeah, we were hovering at 140 kilowatt for quite some time actually. That was not good. This time I brought 2 bottles with drinks. That should be enough for the whole challenge, so I don't have to buy drinks outside. Because actually the drinks at the gas stations are quite expensive. You get the profit there, along with the buns and stuff. But I can buy food at the gas station and just bring my own drinks. 23% right now. The average charging was 800 kilowatt. Damn. Are you talking about mega charging? BYD, right? Tong L. Yeah, it's 100 kilometers per hour zone now. And it's around 6 kilometers long. But it's normally 120 zone here. So I just compensate by going a little bit faster for the rest before and after. I don't want to deduct way too much here and there. Back at the 120 zone, hammer it. Now we are 45 kilometers away from Varberg. I feel like this is a quick run, even though we started kind of late, 10. Yeah, Isabel. Isabel fell asleep at around 9:30. But it seems like she could have fallen asleep already at around 8:30 or maybe 9. Yeah. But at least around 7, she didn't seem like she was too tired. So at 8 we started preparing, and then yeah. The procedure is that I carry Axel in the carrying strap, and then he falls asleep quite quickly within 5 to 10 minutes, and then I carry him another 5-10 minutes until he goes into a deeper sleep, and then we go upstairs. And then meanwhile, when I'm carrying Axel, and wifey is usually sitting with Isabel to draw stuff or play something on the little table, kid table, and then we go up together, all of us, and then wifey goes to bed, and I release Axel, and then wifey sleeps with Axel, and then he wants to suck on the titties. That's how it goes. And then I go and sleep with Isabel, and then I read the procedures. She wants to watch some Cocomelon cartoons. We do that. She can only watch 1 or 2 episodes, and then I read some bedtime stories, books, physical paper books. Usually 3 or 4 of those, while she's listening to some lullaby musics on the phone, and then she usually falls asleep. That's the whole procedure. Rinse and repeat every day. Except for some days when I went to München, she was so tired because we actually went up quite late. I mean, we stayed up late. So then by the time I got in bed, it was around 11, and she just passed out on my lap, on my chest. But I mean, she is changing now, Isabel. It's like everything is just going by the timing when it's ready. So She's usually sleeping in the daytime, but now she stopped sleeping in the daytime at kindergarten this week. So she's ready soon to stop the sleep. Okay, I need to go on this lane. It's not so noisy. Yeah, because most kids past 3-4 years now, they don't sleep in daytime anymore. So it's just a matter of 1 or 2 weeks now. Then Isabel won't sleep in the daytime anymore. Or maybe she will do it in some weekends, but in kindergarten, most likely not. And then we don't need to have 2 strollers. Now we have 2 strollers and 2 sleeping bags. And everything is double now because of the 2 kids. And then Axel can use the Cybex stroller that Isabel used. So the stuff we need to deal with, man, with the kids. And stuff we need to buy also. Expensive, boxy sleeping bags, but they're nice and warm. Oh wait, I'm supposed to stay here. Okay, car estimates 15% at arrival. Battery temp 29 degrees. Let me check total distance. Wait, that's from start. 568 kilometers so far. Yeah, once we are in Valberg, we'll be at around 600 kilometer mark. And then time is 1 hour and, what is it again? 1 hour and 4 minutes. No, wait. No, my bad. What is it again? Two hours and 4 minutes, yeah. So we are almost at the 5-hour mark. Well, let's test the handling. Can you do the moose test? Oh, nice. German Auto. It was made for this. Well, actually, do they have moose in Germany? They don't, right? It's just Sweden, Norway. There's not even moose in Denmark, is it? Oh, Finland has a lot of moose, yeah. What do they have in Deutschland then? Deer? Okay, there's 1 more minute the deduction here. Same distance as the previous run, yeah. So I got flashed at. Is that the... Oh, okay. Right. No, okay. Nobody's going to cruise at 50 kilometers per hour here, right? Well, I mean, I believe that with the right cells, with the right battery tech, you can charge quite fast with 400 volt cars. We have prime examples, Neo Gen 2 batteries, and also of course the car needs to be able to deal with the battery. I mean the like EL8, amazing charging speed, and also now it's seen in the Hongxi EHS9, and also the C line was charging amazingly fast until it replicated. Okay, 15% at arrival. Wow, the consumption is 216 watt-hour per kilometer, so it's actually lower than I expected. I was guessing 230. But I forgot about I didn't count the Baustelle stretch. But it wasn't that long though, distance, just around 4 or 5 kilometers, right? No, actually, it's not that long. It's only around 3 kilometers maybe. It takes around 2 minutes to pass it. And there we're back on asphalt again. And there we just passed the 5-hour mark. Okay. Wow, oh, impressive. The car detected the truck. Some of the other systems will be like, oh, there's something there, and then blah, full beam at the oncoming truck. Like some of the Chinese cars tend to blind oncoming traffic. But maybe that's what they do in China. You know what's gonna be funny? I go to China, and then I find out that, dude, they don't have dark roads in China. I'm like, dude, they don't have rain in China. Whoa. Okay, time and distance. Time 6 hours and 5 minutes. Total distance 611. Wait, no, 582 kilometers. 580 kilometers. Yeah, the from start is actually counting where. Okay. Wow, 216 watt-hour per kilometer in a high-speed stretch. Okay. Oh, I forgot we have tailwind now, right? I haven't checked the wind. I'm a noob. Always check windy. I think we had headwind on the way south. Yeah, we have slight tailwind. Oh, we actually have a lot. Oh, I see. Yep, we have tailwind. Oh, that is even more impressive that it managed to go all the way to Falkenberg with headwind. Most other cars that make it to Varberg, they get tailwind. So I have to expect lower consumption on the way back, which means that we don't have to charge that high. So I charged too much. I forgot to check the wind, but I did check the wind earlier, and I saw that we had crosswinds. But I didn't check on the map that was actually, parts of it was crosswind, but parts of it was mostly headwind on the way south, and now tailwind on the way north. But there should be zero chance of replicate now. We will ride with possibly 14 or 12%. the car claims 14% now, 16 kilometers away. So I can expect something like 200 watt-hour per kilometer. No, possibly less. Around 190. Nah, okay, I'm not sure, but maybe around 190 watt-hour per kilometer from Varberg to Strømstad. Actually, we will have somewhat strong tailwind. But on the other hand, the wind does not affect this car that much versus boxy cars. Then it's freaking night and day when you have headwind versus tailwind. But you see here on the headwind stretch we got 200 something, and then on the way back we get 220. Yeah, two. Well, what can I do? If I go lower, I could possibly make it to the Circle K charger in what is it called again? Mölndal. My average speed, it's 120 plus VAT. Okay, so we might arrive with 12%, which is also not ideal. But at least we should get a nice and flat curve. And the battery temperature is at, let me see, battery information, 30 degrees Celsius. It starts heating up slightly now. But, well, from here to Kungsbacka, the problem is that if I try to go from Mölndal, I will have too low state of charge, or I will go deep. But on the other hand, in Mölndal we have low speed limits, only 80 zone there, so the battery might be cooler, but I'm not sure how cool it would be, and it might replicate again at Mölndal. So I think the best deal is just to stop at Varberg. Ideally, we need something. We need 800 volt something fast at Kungsbacka, but Kungsbacka has only 300 kilowatt Alpitronic. It's the previous gen, so that's not going to cut it. Okay, I'm down to 14% now. Still 8 kilometers left. Yeah, now the car says 13% of arrival. So it will be 12% then, most likely. Wow, but the car is just too efficient. I didn't expect it to be that good. I forgot about the wind. 215 watt-hour per kilometer this leg. That was from Falkenberg down to the turnaround point and then up again. So it was actually more on the tailwind part than the headwind part. Well, I just explained it. If we go to the next charging point, that is Kungsbacka. Kungsbacka has what? Oh, but you have to go slightly further down the road, right? There is this Hedin dealership, whatever. But I mean, it's fine because we just charge here to around 55% again or something, and then we go 215 kilometers to Strømstad and charge there. And since we start a little bit high, then we should get, well, we shouldn't overheat at least, so we get 200 kilowatt and 100 and 350 in the low end. Another alternative is to go for Kongsbakka, the Circle K charger, and then just flat at 300 whatever until it throttles to 250 and then 200. In a way, you kind of need to blame the car, because the car is being way too optimistic, so you can't trust the percent estimation. And then once you learn that it's being too optimistic, then you need to do your own calculation, and it's not always perfect, like this case here. If it was giving me accurate estimation like Tesla, then it would be better to easier to nail down to 2 to 5%. 30 degrees Celsius now. How long can they, at what state of charge does it drop? I mean, well, how long can we get the 350 kilowatt anyway? Until how many percent is it? Because I'm at 13% now. I might be at 12% by the time we get to the charger. So it's kind of high-ish, but the problem is this car requires high power. And then Kongsbakka just doesn't have it unless I go to the head-in thingy, but I don't know what I need to charge there. Can I pay with card there or what? Okay, at least I should not get 140 kilowatt like I did previously. That was not ideal. Okay, let me see. Let me use that charger. Which means I need to go this to they're preparing something here. There's digging going on over here. Okay, use one of these Ionity chargers. Good old tritium, yeah. Okay, I might put you guys on this. Wait, why is that look a bit weird? Oh, let me take this just to be. No, okay, that's fine. I think it's fine. 20% on the sheet. Okay, I have 13% now. We stop the heater again just to be sure. Reset. Oh, this is from reset. Yeah, there. Okay. Wi-Fi. Yeah, we are 602 kilometers now. Okay. 17.5 degrees. Okay, I have somewhat limited time here, so I have to be quick. I'm gonna put you guys on the shaft. Pop the shaft, pop the shaft, pop the shaft. Come on. There, I think it stays now. I can't control the exposure here that easily. We are now at Varberg, charging up. We arrive at 30 degrees Celsius, but 13%. Not ideal at all. Oh, huh? What? Strange. I thought we were supposed to get 350 kilowatt. Apparently not. But okay, at least we should get flat curve, because I heard from the live stream, they told me that if the car was not rapid gating, it should take 12 minutes instead of 15 minutes to 55%. So now we should at least get flat curve and get 200 plus kilowatt past 50%. So that means I don't have that much time. And it's cool. It's doing this crazy animation now inside the car. Oh yeah. So I can show you guys that the plan now. Okay, I need to also kind of blame the car a bit here, because if you look here, I was expecting the car to spend 230 watt hour per kilometer, but the car was being too efficient. There. My guess was 230. We spent 212 only, but I forgot to check windy. We have we had headwind on the way south, and now we have tailwind. But the car is being way too optimistic also throughout the challenge, which means that I cannot trust what the car claims. I needed to estimate myself, and I was off this time, and that's why we arrived at 13% instead of 7% or 5%. Can we get some exposure thingy here? Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Yes. Okay, let me see. I need to now go to Ionity Strömstad. And I have to hurry and get some sausage penetration. There, Ionity Strömstad. Yeah, start. That is 223 kilometers away. 223 times 190 consumption. We need to spend 49% of the battery. 55 should be plenty. It should be okay then. Okay, I'll be back. Whoa, this is a lot better. Holy buckle. Whoa, I went to the restroom, came back, okay. I guess that I cannot have time for a double sausage penetration. I wait for a single sausage. Came back to this, it's charging way faster and flatter now. Previously, when it replicated, I guess it was replicating, we would get only 140 kilowatt. Now we are actually almost good to go. I estimate we need 55% of it. What's it again? Let me check. Very important. What is the battery temperature? It's not 52 degrees Celsius, right? Whoa, look at that. At 48 degrees, it's fine. At 52 degrees, not fine. They could fine tune this software because I believe that when I went deep on the previous run, it could pre-cool the battery to 30 degrees or 29 degrees before we plug in. And I didn't know what the battery was, battery temperature. That's a really shame, but I could guess maybe it was at 35 degrees. Okay, anyway, I cannot eat this yet, but we need to get ready to leave. Look at that. Even at 50%, we're taking 200 kilowatt. This is the way it should be. I need to, guys. Okay, sorry. I need to check quickly. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Let's see. Okay, there. Check my calculation. Yeah, okay. I need 55% just to be sure. I estimate I need to spend 50% of the battery. And we want to have a little margin, and we don't want to go too deep over there, right? So I mean, it charges so fast now anyway, 200 kilowatt, 194 kilowatt. Yeah, guys, I don't have time for double sausage penetration. I just have a single sausage penetration now. And we are good to go at 54%. I need to get ready now to leave. But on the other hand, it seems like it's okay to charge like this. We just get a nice flat curve. 191 kilowatt. Oh, okay. There. Oh, let me take down the shaft. It's already at 55%. I have to make sure that the sausage doesn't. Battery is at 50 degrees now. It's about to rapid gate. -12-minute charging stop, guys. We went from 14 to 58% in 12 minutes. Well, I have to watch out for the thing here. Okay. Menu on. -12-minute charging. That was schnell. I didn't have time to eat even. I have to film that I'm eating the sausage when we are hammering it. Okay, let's just get over there. Så schnell. Oh yeah. Oh. Shout. The sausage is getting into the cable here. Okay, so first time it was 15 minutes, right? Then we gain 53%. This time we didn't gain 53%, we gain 14 to 57, we gain only 43%, but it took only 12 versus 15 minutes. I mean, I think both of these sessions were quite fast, but we did ride on 350 kilowatt on the first session for several percent before it throttled. Here we didn't see 350. We saw 258, whatever. Man, first world problem. We're charging so fast. That was 12-minute charging stop, and yeah, well, okay, I was filming. Most people, they don't film, but they could maybe check Facebook or answer some email. And I just went for the hot dog, and now we have to eat the hot dog while driving. But no problem, because the auto steer is nice and smooth. Hot dog, 1,000 kilometer challenge. The trip is complete. Okay, good night. Hopefully I can stay awake through the night now. Morning. Well, so on the first session, it took 15 minutes to go from 2 to 55%. (53% gain). And that means 106, 212% per hour. On the second session, 14 to 57%, that's 43%. But then multiplied by 5, it becomes 43, 200 plus 3 times 15, 415%. It's minor difference. 412 versus 415% per hour. Yeah, so the first session, it did replicate, but we did ride on the 350 kilowatt for a little while, which helped. So I wonder if around 7% is the optimal if you're going for only around 50%. Because when I unplugged, I have 50 degrees, which means that if I kept going, I could have hit 51 or 52. But by the time I hit 52, it might throttle anyway, you know? I mean, it was going at only 180 kilowatt. And that means that it might not heat up that much versus if it goes at 350 or even 200 plus. So yeah, we had 15-minute stop, 12-minute stop, and the last stop will also be, actually the last stop might be even shorter, maybe just 10 minutes. I need to calculate once we're there, but the last stretch is only around 175 kilometers and via Norway and Oslo. So on that stretch, I might estimate around 180 watt-hour per kilometer only. And I think then we need to spend only around 40% of the battery, which means I can pump it up to around 45% and then hammer it. So maybe like a 7 or 8 or 9 minute stop only, and then we go for it. So I mean, it's not perfectly balanced, but on the other hand, where else should we stop, right? Yeah, we kind of need to stop at Strömstad, otherwise it will be Håby, maybe. Good, and then now we have to drive a little bit over 2 hours for the next stop. So, yeah. I should mention that charge for 12 minutes and drive for 2 hours. Is that acceptable? And I just realized something. From Varberg, and I just realized something. To go from Varberg to Strömstad that we are aiming for, that's around 2 hours and 15 minutes. So you charge for 12 minutes and you drive over 2 hours before you charge. Oh, actually, at the last stop, we need to charge only around 9 or 8 minutes. But yeah, roughly 10-minute stop and then drive 2 hours. I think that's acceptable. Yeah, okay. So, based on what I know now, the first session wasn't actually as bad as we thought, because we managed to ride on the 350 kilowatt wave. And think about this, yeah, towards the end we got only 140 kilowatt, but we did get 350 for some time, or many percent at 350 kilowatt. Right? And that actually counts. Even if you get 350 kilowatt for only 2 minutes, it equals to 175 kilowatt for 4 minutes. Oh wait, you think that the charger limited it? Really? No, but we did see the battery temperature. You guys didn't see the battery temperature. I saw it. When we were at 50%, we had only 48 degrees. But at Falkenberg, we had 52%, 52 degrees already at 40 something percent. So the battery was hotter at Falkenberg, and I also know this from experience, that when you hammer it, the same thing, exact same thing happened with the CLA 7. When you hammer it and you go deep, then the battery tends to heat up. But they could easily fix this. Just pre-cool the battery. You know, they should be able to detect this situation and pre-cool the battery to around 30 degrees. Just cool it down a couple of degrees Celsius. No, I navigated to a charger. Trust me, I always navigate to a charger. Even though it didn't see the 400 kilowatt, I navigated to a 300 kilowatt charger. I don't remember exactly. So I did tell the car that I was going to go for some high power charging. So you have to ABC always blame car. Because I believe that I believe that Mercedes, they haven't fine-tuned it for these. I'm not sure if I should call it corner case, because I do this all the time with Tesla, and Tesla handles it just fine. And I also did this with the Q6 e-tron and the MBB cars, you know, Volkswagen or Skoda or whatever, right? That had the Ford Explorer. And those 82 kilowatt hour packs, they are wonderful. They charge consistent every time. Bam, bam, bam. 185 kilowatt, no replicate. Super consistent charging curve, no matter what happens. If you plug it in at Falkenberg or after hammering in the 120 zone, no problem. So it is possible. But I feel like BYD and also Mercedes, they just haven't, they have overlooked this scenario. Snackies. Just some I don't know what the heck is it. Some snack from some store. I don't know what it's called even. Some Mediterranean store. And plus that now on the way back, it seems like we will have drier road plus tailwind. So the consumption is going to be amazingly low now on the way back. It's hovering at 226 right now, but it's cooling down the battery. I will also pay attention to the battery temp now as we go. Let me see, battery information. Yeah, we're down to 40 degrees already. It seems like it tries to prioritize cooling it down quickly. Seems to be cooling down faster than Tesla. Does it have a manual preheating? Well, it has this automatic bat temp optimization, whatever it's called. HV bat temp optimization is called. So I think that it will automatically take care of whatever is needed for optimized speed. Oh, that was policing. But yeah, according to my own list, charging to around 50-55% yields the best 1,000 kilometer time. Is that 1 minute faster total? So yeah, it seems like 3 charging stop is optimal. I'm not sure if 2 would be better. No, actually 2. Wait. If we managed 400 on the first leg, okay, if we want to go 2, we might have to charge around 75%. Okay, and then the problem is that I replicated at at Falkenberg. So if we want to go 2, I should have stopped at Varberg right before the 120 zone. Yeah, charged from 10 to 70% something. But then what? Then go back to Varberg, because that's a 200 kilometer loop, 206 actually to be exact. No, wait. No, if you want to go, oh, that was a bunny. Oh, careful. If you want to go 2 stops, 400 something on the first stop, that means around 300 kilometers on the 2 remaining stops. Oh no, that's not going to work, buddy. That's way too long, too far. Where actually is it? Let me calculate. Around 300 kilometers with around 210 watt-hour per kilometer, that becomes around 60 something kilowatt-hour. I think that's possible, but we have to go to around 70%, 70-75%. Yeah, you can't go too deep, otherwise you replicate. So maybe around 70-75%, then you can do it in 2 stops. The stops will be maybe around 18 minutes long. But it's also safe to go 50-55 like we do and just do 3 stops instead. Time-wise, it's more or less the same. Of course, if you want to show off and say that you can do it in 2 stops, but yeah. Maybe that was the point of the CLA, to do it in a few stops. 2 would have been actually, in a way, good. The advantage is that you will have less overhead. But the problem is that we need to time it so that we can find chargers that perfectly fits. So Varberg, okay. First stop at Varberg, that's around 400 kilometers. That means 300 more. Okay. If first stop was Varberg, and then we have to go to the turnaround point and back again, that's quite intense 120 zone. And then we probably have to stop at Kungälv or maybe Spekeröd. But that's going to be over 300 kilometers. Yeah, I'm not sure. Munkedal. But that's not 300. That's 270, I think. Yeah, so it becomes kind of hard. And I mean, it would probably be easier to pull off in Norway, where we have way more chargers available and way more 400 kilowatt. So here, I think 3 stops like we chose is the best deal, given the charging network we have available here. But it also seems like going for 300 kilowatt chargers would be sufficient, because I didn't expect it. But yeah, at Varberg now we didn't see 350. Well, we're down to 36 degrees Celsius. Okay, I need to check it once we are getting close to Strömstad. But I'm guessing it will keep it at the 29 degrees again. And then it goes up to 30 before we plug in. Charging curve is super low. How do you mean? Well, what do we do? The charging curve is super low, huh? Okay, so it seems like they optimize it for 10 to 80%, which means that if you go deep like I did to 2%, you go out of the comfort, the optimal zone, and it rapid gates. Well, that's a bummer, because a good EV should be able to go to 2% or even 0%, and they get full speed and no penalty by going deep. Okay, they didn't optimize it. Okay. Okay, I don't know what the heck happened, but I saw what happened. It replicated. It hit 52 degrees Celsius. Here you say the charging speed drops after 12 minutes. Oh, okay. What? Leave after 15 minutes. Well, you know what? Since Strömstad is the last stop, ideally we need to arrive with 2% or 1% again. There we need to charge only around 7-8 minutes to roughly 40-45%. So by the time it rapid gates, then we are done anyway. And that would yield the best charging time, and we might shave off 1 minute there. So of course now it's not going to be ideal, because we might arrive with 7 or 8%, but I'm not sure, because it's a long stretch and the car doesn't give me good estimation. It claims 19% at arrival, but it might be 10%, it might be 5%, who knows. So it would be great if the car could help me a bit here, because I don't have full overview of what's going on, and also I didn't use about the route planner. Maybe that is a mistake. I'm not sure if we can trust it though, because I bet the route planner might not always be that accurate with new cars. So we'll see. I aim for around 7 to 10%, but I'm not sure. But I've seen it. I experienced it so many times that I tend to underestimate how hard what happens now is that it's 3-4 at night, and this is the coldest time of the day. So the temperature might suddenly drop more than expected, and the consumption goes higher than expected. So that's why I have a little buffer, just in case. So I don't want to slow down. You will see that in the early days, I would tend to slow down to reach the next charge or something. Wait, is that Polizei or is it taxi? No, it's taxi, I think. Yeah, taxi. Okay, no worries. Yeah, many times I would maybe go for 5 or 10% margin, and but then at close to Strömstad, I would have to slow down just to make it there. Or sometimes I might have to slow down just to make it to Varberg, from Specular to Varberg or something, right? Or Strömstad to Varberg, or I don't know. But I mean, it is a bit bummer that the 7% is ideal, because it should be like Tesla or Porsche or Audi or Volkswagen, which is 0% is technical. 0% is ideal. Yeah, because then you get to ride on the highest charging speed for as long as possible. But the problem with 0% is that if you miscalculate, then you will have to go slower, drive slower, and that will actually usually hurt you more. You might lose several minutes because you have to slow poke just to make it to the charger. So in order to go down to 0%, one way to make it easier is to take more stops. Like instead of going like now, right? Skip Spekeröd and go straight to Varberg. I could go via Spekeröd and then not Spekeröd and Strömstad. I mean, on the way back, I could jump via Spekeröd first and then Strömstad. But the problem is that this car has so good range that you should skip Spekeröd anyway. And also another problem is that since we are passing through Göteborg, then it becomes a little bit harder to guess what the consumption might be. So, well, hopefully we'll see then. I was guessing on 190 consumption from Varberg to Strömstad. We'll see what we end up with, if the Ninja is right. Oh yeah, this bottle is still nice and cool because I haven't opened it yet. Charging to 50 minutes would have been enough at the first stop and then would have arrived with 8. Yeah, but that's the thing, I miscalculated. And it's not easy to calculate, especially when you have various speed limits and you have the wind you need to deal with. And I was guessing on, because I look, okay, how did I guess it? I look at that we spend a little bit over 200 watt-hour per kilometer from Jessheim. But I know that the high-speed stretch is more demanding. So that's why I just guessed 230 versus 200 we had in the past. But I forgot to take into account the tailwind on the way back. Because I saw crosswinds and I thought that we had mostly crosswind, but then it turns out that headwind. So then I was like, oh, if I knew that, I would probably guess 220 instead of 230. And then I would have arrived with maybe 10% or 9% instead of 14 or 13 I had. But whatever, I mean, yeah. I think it doesn't matter too much in time. Like, we might lose only 1 minute versus a more optimal charging session. We are still talking about only 12 to 15 minute charging sessions here. Yeah. Yeah, now we are currently on this leg, we are at 199 watt-hour per kilometer. And then we are 5, 6, 4. We are close to the 6 hour mark. In a couple of minutes now, we'll be at the 6 hour mark. And then distance is, let me check here, total distance is now 660 kilometers. But we are moving, so the average speed will go up now as we go to the next stop. But you know what, ideally, you know what should have happened? We will arrive with 2% and then just get the full power or the optimal charging curve regardless of arriving with 2% or 7%. And then that will actually yield a 2-3 minute advantage, because we get 350 kilowatt, bam, until 20% something, and then still get 250 and then 200 kilowatt until 50%, right? And I believe this could be fixed with software update. Just the car would detect that, okay, we go deep, all right, start pre-cooling, you know, even just the few 3-4 minutes before we arrive, or 5 minutes before we arrive, could help big time. So it's easier to catch the thing. But it might mean that the cooling was going at maximum, or I don't know, and like the car should have been able to prevent rapid gate. Maybe the cooling system is not dimensioned to be able to deal with this, and it was already running at the maximum possible speed, and it couldn't cool it down fast enough. Wait, but it's 800 volt architecture. It has lower current, less losses, right? It shouldn't overheat. What do you mean it didn't rapid gate? You guys saw it quite clearly. At 50%, we had 140 kilowatts. It should have been 200 kilowatts. I don't know what kind of definition you go by, but in my book, when we look at Tesla, Audi, Porsche, Volkswagen, MEB, they don't work like this. They have a charging curve, and you can plug it in at 2% or 10%, and you get the consistent charging curve regardless. Well, I don't know why it is so hard to understand that I just explained to you that other cars, a bunch of other cars, not only Tesla, but Audi, Q6, e-tron, A6, e-tron, ID7, Ford Explorer, Tesla Model 3, Model Y, Model S, all of them, you can arrive with 10% or 2% and you get consistent charging curve. Okay, well, I forgot to mention one other thing. Yes, some cars, if you plug in at low state of charge, you will get a different curve than if you charge at higher. So it's kind of like it flattens how is it again? You get like this boost, or what they will call it. So you, it's like usually plugging in at higher state of charge yields a lower average speed. But some batteries will boost you at the high, so you still get close to the optimal average speed anyway. And that's what I calculated now, is that seems like the car was it was utilizing all the power as possible. Whatever, it's like a quota, right? We were pumping in 350 kilowatts, which is great, but then we needed to throttle at 50%. 200 kilowatt there would be too fast. So then 140, yeah. Which actually means that 2% or 7% of even 14%, it doesn't matter. All of them are optimal. Or actually, in another way, it doesn't make any difference, you still get the same average speed on that session, which is a bit bummer, because other cars, the deeper you go, the better it is, or the faster it is. But let me ask you then, when Mercedes did that 24-hour run, how many percent did they arrive with? And then how many percent did they charge to? And what was the ambient temperature? And what was the battery temperature at arrival? And what was the battery temperature when they had around 45, 50 degrees? I bet the Mercedes did not provide those details. 5%, okay. But I mean, it's kind of funny because when the same thing happened with BYD, you guys know exactly what happened, right? I didn't get full speed because it was rapid gating. Well, I didn't see the battery temperature there, but I could guess what happened because we were hammering in the 120 zone, and then the blade battery, even if this is the Gen 3 platform, whatever, it seems to still be prone to rapid gate because we were charging slower suddenly for some reason, and I know exactly why, because of that stretch. I know that stretch. Well, in a way, you can say that the BYD was simply designed like that also to rapid gate. How else do they explain that the battery hit 52 degrees Celsius? Is it optimal? Because the second run now when we hit 50%, we had 48 degrees. And it seems like 48 degrees, then you can go 200 kilowatt at 50%. But 52 degrees, then you need to throttle to only 140 kilowatt. 40 stops 7 to 50%. 29 in day and 30 in the night. Okay, nitro ring. November, wow. Then the Northern is quite far south, right? Was it faster? But I calculated that the first session I averaged 212% per hour, and on the second session I averaged 215% per hour, and I actually stayed on 140 kilowatt from 45 to 55%. Well, that was several minutes at 140 kilowatt. Well, it would have been disastrous if I kept going to 70%. So you see, that's the problem, because if you go deep, then you won't get good speed to 70 or even 80, especially if you want to go for 80% for some reason, right? And then we're not talking about 21 minutes plus the extra time from 2 to 8 to 10%. Like 2 to 10% should take a minute. So it's not going to be 22 minutes. 2 to 80%. It might be 25 or 28 minutes. And what the heck happened there? Cruise control suddenly stopped working. But dude, I have no cruise control. What the heck happened there? Come on, can you? Is this a Chinese car? What? Shit. I cannot use cruise control. Suddenly got a bunch of errors. No, now it's back. Right, I think. Where is it? Okay, there's a bunch of errors now. Emergency stop error. Huh? What? Distance. What the heck is going on now? I cannot use cruise control. For helvete. German quality, right? Okay, I need to film this, man. What the heck is this? I was expecting shit like this on a Chinese car, but not on a Mercedes. What the heck, man? I was just cruising along, and then suddenly I got a bunch of errors, and now I cannot use cruise control. Distance as huh? What? I can okay, dismiss that. I cannot use cruise control anymore. Dude, I was expecting stuff like this to happen with a Chinese car, but not with a Mercedes. Okay, I guess we have no cruise control now. Huh? What? There is no rain. There is no snow. It's 17.5 degrees outside. What the heck is wrong now? Is the car kaput? Huh? Okay. Oh, that was something else. Attention, yes. Okay, fine. What? Can I use cruise control now? No. Or can I use some dumb cruise control at least? Limiter. Okay, let me see. Set limiter. Okay, I can set limiter. Okay. And just floor it. Oh, no, I can't floor it. If I floor it, I will override it. If I floor it, what happens then? I hit the limiter, and then it kind of just hovers there. Okay, that works. Around 350 horsepower. I mean, it's not super quick, but I mean, it's okay. Dude, am I gonna sit with a limiter all the way to Strömstad? Seriously? That's 1.5 more hours. Oh, there's some police over there. Or ambulance. Nope. Fire truck and police. Something's going on. When all three of them are there, police, ambulance, and fire truck, then there's something serious going on. Slow poking. What the heck, man? I need to use the limiter now? Oh, what happened to the nice cruise control and auto steer suddenly? Okay, we're at 186 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, I hope it fixes itself at the last stop. Okay, I just have to put around 20 to 50% throttle now, and just put it on the limiter. Okay. Then, I have an idea, right? Since we have the whole chat about rapid gates. After the challenge, okay, the problem is that I don't have time, but okay. I can test this myself and then document it, but it's probably not interesting for the video viewers to watch it. It's only for live stream. The problem is that by the time I get home, it's going to be around 7 in the morning. Well, I could, okay. You know what I could do? Most likely, after V999, the battery might be not that hot, right? Because we passed through Oslo and all that. So if we go deep to 2% again, around Jesholm, Dal, we can try this time and keep the battery at around 25 degrees, for example. And then we plug it in and see if we get 350 kilowatt and see if we replicate at 50% or not. And if we don't replicate at 50%, it means that we actually get a better charging curve than we had during the challenge, right? So that test will actually determine whether the car's BMS has been pre-programmed to go for that curve that we got, or if a lower starting temp will actually not replicate and then we get a wonderful curve. So we can test that just for the sake of the live stream, if you guys are up for it. I just have to spend around half an hour extra maybe after the challenge. But I also need to spend some time testing at 400 volt charger. I think I'm gonna do that first, and then but I have to make sure to not charge too much on 400 volt. Otherwise it will make it harder to go deep, 2% again. But I also can't hammer too hard to go deep, so I have to kind of slowly discharge it so the battery temp doesn't go too high. But I mean, that's no problem anyway. There's no 120 zone in Norway. But what I also could do is I could charge to 50% and then okay, I'll see what I do. Okay, yeah, I can actually include it in the video. That there's like some dude, he claimed that he didn't replicate. He had a whole long explanation that this was pre-programmed by Mercedes. But actually, do you know for sure that Mercedes did this? Did you get a statement directly from them, or are you just guessing or assuming? Because if you actually got this from some kind of inside info from Mercedes, then I actually believe you more. But if it's just speculation, then why would I believe you? Because it has the very typical signature of a rapid gate, and it did happen at the 120 zone. Yeah, okay, we're gonna test it. I'm not ranting anything, I'm just saying, you know, like if you heard me for the last 5 minutes, I just say that we will try this and then see what happens. I don't know, do you actually, do you guys interpret my comments now for the past 5 minutes as rant? I mean, rant for me would be something like, man, this damn car, it rapid gates. Like, dude, like freaking German tech sucks. Yeah, shit, don't buy this car. Like, I think that would be more rant. But I was just saying, we try this, we go and we try to keep the battery temp low, and then we see what happens. And then if it rapid gates, or then I want to see what happens with the battery temp at 50%. Will it be 45, 48? My guess is that it could possibly be at around 45, 46 degrees, and then not at 52 degrees. I think we hit 52 degrees at 45% already. I can try to check on the video again. Yeah. I think I showed the battery temp and the state of charge on the same clip there. So we have a little point of reference. But guys, I don't know if you know this, but okay, Ben, can you please tell me the claims you have? Did you hear this from Mercedes, inside info, directly from them, or are you just speculating? Are you guessing? And that should be quite clear answer, right? Yes or no? Where did you get this information from? Are you working for Mercedes, or do you know anyone there, or do you have a reliable source? Because anything is possible, and actually what you are explaining is actually plausible. And I don't blindly believe that it replicates. I don't take that as 100% claim. Huh? This on purpose? Huh? What, really? So they claim that it's gonna. I mean, huh? Okay. Let me see if I can use cruise control again. Nope, distance assist. Huh? Distance assist is kaput. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm quite chill about this. We're just discussing possible outcome and causes here, and I just want to know about the source of information, and then I base my claims on experience with other cars that behaves very similar. But since I don't have any car scanner info, for example, let's say, oh yeah, there, I forgot one thing. The car in the battery thingy, it will tell you max charging power. Yeah. Now it says 221 kilowatt max charging power. But the thing that thing is not visible when we are charging. Then it disappears. So it's only visible when we discharge. The cruise control might need company of other cars. What? Dude, I've been driving on empty roads for hours before this thing suddenly occurred. Well, yeah, it depends how you define rapid gate. For me, rapid gate is that it hits too high temperature on that session. Could be on several sessions, but on that session it hits so high temperature that it needs to throttle and charge slower than optimal. And you know, I have a prime example. The 91 kilowatt hour pack. You guys remember it, right? Or did you see that? If not, I need to explain what it's all about. The 91 kilowatt hour ID7 Pro battery. It's supposed to go 200 kilowatts and blah blah. I don't remember all that, but during 1,000 kilometer challenge, the battery temperature was high-ish because we were hammering it, and even though I stopped with 10%, and the car preheated to 25 or whatever, I don't remember if you let the car preheat to whatever and you start with 10%, it will rapid gate. You can see a quite distinct dip, right? But if you let the car cool down, you purposely let it cold gate when you plug it in, even at 10%, it will not rapid gate. You should watch my video. So that is quite clear that the car overheated, and it was not, I claim that it has not been optimized. It had a too high starting temp, or they didn't cool it good enough, because there is potential there to go faster. And you can say, well, it's worked by design. Huh? What design? It works by that if you start with 28 degrees instead of 21 degrees, then it's going to charge slower. So like I said, we're going to go now, finish the challenge, and then we try to go deep, and we check the battery temp, and then we plug it in at Ionity Dal, and we see what happens. And we need to observe battery temp versus state of charge. Okay, now the car says 17% at arrival. On this leg we average 193 watt-hour per kilometer. I guess 190. So it seems that by the time we reach Strömstad in 104 kilometers, it might be 200. Yeah, so this is why we need the margin, because the car doesn't give me good enough estimation. It's being way too optimistic, and I just have to guess based on the past. Plus I have to guess based on the weather and so on. But actually what I didn't take in account was that the road over here is wet still after the rain earlier. Yeah, the road was fairly dry south of Göteborg. But I mean, I wonder if you want to have that wireless charging. I mean, it sounds very convenient, but it's yet another standard, and you need to install something in your garage, and it only works there. Of course, if you only charge at home, then no problem. Then it's super convenient. You just park there and then it starts charging. But it's some kind of charging plate, and you already need charge port, which is standard or required or whatever. So that means that you add extra hardware that costs money and weight. Yeah. But on the other hand, phones, they have wireless charging capability as standard. You cannot opt it out. But phones are very convenient that you can just slap it down on a charging plate in the car, especially in a car. At home, I don't bother using wireless charging. Then I just plug it in. But in a car, yeah, you're focusing on driving, then it's very convenient to just slap it down there. But then I would say some cars are clumsier than others. The Audi is quite clumsy. They're going to slide it into this holder with a clip in it. Tesla is super convenient, and also Neo. You slap it down there and you can see the phone and you can check if it's charged and so on. Whereas this is slightly hidden in the CLA. I think the whole wireless charging for cars is kind of gimmick. I mean, you know, even the taxis had it, right? You guys remember we did the whole taxi thing, and well, it turns out it was more efficient than cable. But the only problem with the wireless charging thing is that it's too expensive, and it adds extra hardware on the car and on the ground, and the charging station becomes more expensive. The cars become way more expensive. And I think by the end of the day, it was good enough to just plug it in anyway. Maybe wireless charging would be useful on buses, where you can wirelessly charge at the bus stop for 1 minute at a time, or a couple of minutes when you're sitting there, right? Or maybe at a red light. But even then, the technology is kind of expensive. And the thing is that there is not something that drives it forward versus CCS, that is very standardized. So it's like the wireless charging is kind of similar to hydrogen and also battery swap. Is that battery swap is quite proprietary. You need to have that exact battery technology, bolts, everything needs to be perfect. You mentioned when you were in Germany that your car had. No, it was a fossil Aito, which is under Xiaomi or something, but it's fossil. It's range extender. 2K for the. What? Okay. Well, if you buy a Porsche, then that's pocket money, right? I mean, it only works for the cars with wireless charging pad. If you put another car there, then it won't work, right? Well, that's the beauty with CCS. Even a 11-year-old e-Golf will work just fine. e-golf is doing great. Just need to clean it a little bit internally now, and then I can use it for practice driving. I have to find the magnet, the L thingy for the trunk. I think the trunk is metal and steel. I mean, maybe better if manufacturer work on lightweight solar panel. Huh? No, it was, again, a solar panel is just a gimmick. Do you know why cruise control doesn't work anymore? It's like Tesla, huh? What? Not penalty? No, it has nothing to do with that. I held the steering wheel. I did not pay. I mean, I paid attention. It was just that suddenly the thing bugged something. And even if I was on the penalty, I would still be able to use cruise control. It's just that the auto steer would like penalize me. But Mercedes doesn't do that shit like Tesla. So it was some error now that caused me to not be able to use it. Let me just try again now and see if it works. Distance assist currently unavailable. See owner's manual. Yeah. So without distance assist, it cannot use cruise control. It sounds to me like the radar is kaput. Oh, they're coming on the videos. Wifey going to probably not, because there probably some haters out there. But like, why didn't you take this before or something? You know, like, yeah. I don't feel like banning a bunch of people. So yeah. In the car in front of you to reset the error. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what they meant. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see then. You just need to detect something. Okay. All right, let me get. Let me turn off the limiter. I see a car. I'm approaching a car now. And then what do I do then? Just try to cruise control, right? And they will see that, oh, the radar is working again. Get over here. Come on. It's hammering too hard. Okay, 15% of the arrival. Okay, there's something there. Okay. What do I do? What do I do? Try to activate it? Okay, let me see. Resume. Distance assist. Okay. Oh, can you just work already? How far do I need to? How close do I need to go? Press and hold maybe. Just try a bunch of different well-known cancel distance. Nope, it's kaput. It's not working. Okay. Back to limiter. It didn't work. Next guess. That's usually how it goes in the live stream. People tell me, do this, do that, and then, okay, it didn't work. And they were like, okay, well, I was just guessing. Okay. Just gonna try random shit now while I'm driving. It might work or it might not work. But yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but there was this project in Oslo for wireless charging. Was dead, yeah. But and it was probably very expensive. Got lots of government support for that project. Taxi, they needed to dig some charging plate underground, and it needs to be aligned properly and shit like that. And it was limited to 75 kilowatt only per plate. And then the retrofit equipment in the car was also really expensive because it was low volume and new technology. And I guess by the end of the day, 75 kilowatt on today's technology, when you get 150 or 250 or whatever, then even 75 kilowatt is not going to cut it. You're going to, of course, double it, but then you need 2 plates, more money, more plates, more weight, and then you get 150 kilowatt. And I think that's why they eventually ditched that project. And I think on that same location now, they just have regular cable instead. Yeah, with 4 plates, you can then get 300 kilowatt. But I mean, you can already get that with one CCS plug, and it's already standard. So, I mean, what are we trying to solve here? Taxi drivers, they're too lazy to go out and plug it in. And when I interview taxi drivers, that was the Nero driver, but also the Neo driver, they say that full charge is good enough. Like they don't drive more than around 200, 300 kilometers per day anyway. I mean, cars today, they don't hammer too hard, but you can at least go 400 kilometers with a modern car with big battery. So they technically don't need to recharge, but of course they just want to be prepared. But then you can just plug it in and pump in 200 kilowatt, right? So the whole wireless charging thing there, it seems like they were trying to solve a problem that was not there. Freaking attention assist. Let me see. Shit, man. Let me see how is this going. You can. Oh, there. Turn off the attention assist. It was too annoying. Yeah, but it sounds to me like people who don't want to plug in, they are fossil drivers who think that you need 1,000 kilometer range on EVs. But you can't apply the same practical thing on EV, because fossil cars, it's very convenient to have long range because you must refuel at a gas station. But EVs, you can just plug in at home or plug in many other places. But last time I checked, there is no gas pump at the shopping mall where you just plug in the pump and then it slowly fills up. So there's only one way to fill up that thing, which is at the gas station. It would probably be possible to make a EQS. EQS has 120 kilowatt hour. No, I think the latest and greatest EQS has 125 kilowatt hour. 125, kilowatt hour, and I wonder it was over 115, almost 120 kilowatt hour net capacity. So I mean, that beast probably give you 800 kilometers of real world range. But the people need it? Probably not. I bet Tesla is sitting on lots of data, and they know that in a 100 kilowatt hour pack, people, they don't use the whole pack anyway. Because if they know that people need more range, they'll probably try to optimize for some more range EV. Sunday drive. G-Wagon. Yeah, I should do that. I should definitely do that just for fun. Okay, 14% on the arrival. We're 69 kilometers away. Nice round number. It's getting very empty now, but eventually it's going to be a bit busier because it's Saturday morning. Let's hope that the cruise control works after the next charging stop now. So I don't have to manually drive, or not manually, I just use the limiter. But at least on the Norway side, there will be a bit different speed limits up and down. Here it's just constant 110 all the way. Man, I can't just put the brake on the throttle either. Charge 8:10 in a minute. Huh? No. I'm gonna. Okay. First, I need to check my own clip. Unless you guys can check for me, but I need to check my own clip and see when I saw 52 degrees and verify that that was at around 45%. And then we check once we are done with the challenge. We wait for the battery to cool down somehow. I guess I just have to drive a little bit slower, then the battery should cool down. And then we try to arrive with 2% and 25 degrees, not 29 or 30. Oh, actually, I have no idea how high the battery temp was when you plug in at Falkenberg though. But we can just try 20 something, you know, and then see what happens. But based on what I've seen, it was at 29 degrees for the longest time, and then even at 15%, it started going up towards the end. I've seen this many times in lots of other cars. It usually happens, or the temperature starts going up around 10%, or even before, around there. So I would guess that we might have 32 to 35 degrees when we plug in at Falkenberg the first time. Yeah, and usually the battery temperature goes up more and more the deeper we go. But I don't have to rush this. I could just leave the car home with 10%, and then that means that by the time I drive it next day or later that day, the battery should have cooled down to around 20 degrees. Okay, anyway, let me focus more on the challenge. We are getting close to 7-hour mark. The way we count is that we take current time plus 2 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah, so when we hit 4:56, that is a 7-hour mark. And then distance so far, no, the other way. is 760 kilometers now. Wow. It will be close to 800 kilometers at the 7-hour mark. Wow. Very impressive. We are hammering it for the last charging stop now. I say that this is very acceptable. It's like we drive. The first run was around 4 hours. You drive 4 hours, and then you feel like, oh, you need to take a long stop. No, that's only a 15-minute stop. And then you drive another. Well, that wasn't 2 hours. It was like 1 hour and 40 minutes, maybe. Yeah. And then you stop for 12 minutes, and then you drive over 2 hours. Now we are at 1 hour and 23 minutes, and we are still. Oh, okay, we are around half an hour away. Okay, so it wasn't 2 hours then, almost 2 hours on this run. But actually, well, you guys know how it is. When we arrive at Strömstad, I know already what the 1,000 kilometer time will be, because I know roughly how long it's going to take to charge. No more than 10 minutes, possibly 7 to 9 minutes. And then we are 54 kilometers away, and that will take around. It's not going to take 33 minutes. No. 20, maybe 25 minutes. 25 to 26 minutes, maybe. That means 5 hours and 5 hours, 5:10, 5:15. Well, I'm kind of zoning out here. And then we charge 5:15, 5:20, right? And then we go. Well, yeah, now it's getting quite tough. This is usually the hardest part during the night, to stay awake. I didn't get that much sleep yesterday. I just have to get over to Strömstad, and then usually it gets better there. It gets brighter, and I can stretch my legs and shoot some video. Just have to survive now, and then yeah. I think ideally I just have to get back home and try to sleep for half an hour to 1 hour. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty hard to go through the day, man. This car is good enough. Yes, this car is good enough. Feeling unsafe, huh? It's totally fine, huh? Take a break. Break, you mean? No, I'm not dead tired yet, so it's fine for now. I just have to hold on now for the next 25 minutes until we are at Strömstad. Yeah, I know my limits. If I can't make it there, then I'll stop and sleep like I've done in the past. And it's no big deal. You just check the time and the state of charge and stuff, and then yeah, maybe it's a good thing, because then the battery will be cooler, so it won't rapid gate. Oh wait, this car doesn't rapid gate. Okay, let me recalculate again here. We're gonna be okay. We are 45 kilometers away. In 22 minutes, we'll be there. So it'll be 53 plus 22, 517. And then we charge to 525-ish. And then we hammer to the border, so that is 535. Let's say worst case 540 then. 540, oh yeah, there you go. And then it takes 1 hour and 20 minutes. Right, so then we will be passing by Yesholm around 7. And it takes 7 plus 2 hours and 5 minutes, 4 minutes roughly, so it becomes 9 hours and 5 minutes. So that's actually pretty good. I estimated 9:20, yeah, 9:20. So we are 50 minutes faster than the estimation, if everything is correct. And that's usually how it goes for fast starting cars. $52 degrees at 41. Wow, 41 degrees already. 41% already. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I do remember that, and we can check at 41% after the challenge. I could even take a power nap for 15 minutes, and then let the battery cool down a bit before we plug in. Oh, I'm gonna get flashed at. Oh, just in time now. Yeah, 145 kilowatt, yeah. That's what I remember. It should have been 200 kilowatt. Why would the CLA be slower than the Model 3? Good question. I think it is, what was the consumption of the Model 3? I think maybe the Model 3 was more efficient. It should be more efficient. And it seems like the CLA, well, it needs almost a minute for handshake. I can document it next time. By the time you plug it in and sit and wait, if it takes about a minute, well, it's 1 minute slower. Oh yeah, and also wonder, Model 3, since it has so fast handshake, you can get away with 4 or 5 charging stops instead of here we go 3, right? And since the Model 3 only charged around 50%, then it should have fairly high average speed on the charging session. Well, Highland. What was the time for the Highland then? Long range Highland. I don't remember. It was not 5:59, 9:55. That was more or less. No, not a river drive. Okay, 9 hours and 10 minutes. And this might be 9 hours and 5 minutes. Is it 9:05 or 9:10? I think. I went fine calculated everything. Yeah, why is the CLA slower than Model S? The Model S has 92 kilowatt hour net capacity. CLA has 88, I think. And well, just like I explained, the Model S at least goes flat 250 kilowatt from 0%, and the handshake is lightning fast. Like, we're talking about just 2 seconds and it starts charging, whereas the CLA might need a minute. And I'm not sure, but I bet that the 10 to 80% time doesn't count. It doesn't include handshake time. It starts when you start charging, not when you plug it in. But Model S could maintain 250 kilowatt until 30%, even past 30%. It was still at over 200. It just slowly dropped. So I suspect that the average charging speed to around 50% might be the same, or maybe slightly better even in the Model S. Yeah, but EQS is 120 kilowatt hour. It's a big battery. I charge at 200 kilowatt. But we're not gonna ask why Seeker was faster than this CLA. Seeker did it in 8:55. No, there's a mistake. Well, I can smell that Ben is some CLA fanboy here. Well, I mean, trust me, I test these cars exactly the same, but for some reason, just like I mentioned, by going deep, we should be able to utilize the fast charging more. But well, you claim that these have been designed for, like, okay, too bad. Means that they can't go deep and get that advantage. But okay, one thing is that you can probably not hear it, but and I don't have time to show you, but I can try to catch it on camera next time. I'll plug it in at Ionity, and I will check and I will record, and we will see how long the handshake takes. But let me see, so far, the total consumption now from reset for... yeah, we are hovering at 203 watt-hour per kilometer. I think that's better than Model S. Model S had 220, right? Well, actually, this is over-reporting slightly, so it might be 204, but it's close enough. So the consumption so far is better than Model S. But there's the fact that Model S has a bigger battery also helps, also counts. It's 100 versus 90 kilowatt hour, or 92 versus 87 or 88 kilowatt hour net capacity. Well, it charges faster. Well, but like I said, count from when you plug in, not when they start charging, and then until it stops charging, and then you look at how many kilowatt hour went into the battery, right? That's what matters. But then also you have to look at the efficiency. How many kilometers can you drive? Well, the reason why Model S did it so well was that from what I remember, I kept arriving with 1 or 2 or 3, or like, I kept arriving with less than 5%, and then every time it was just boom. Another thing is that a Tesla ramps up quite quickly, so it just jumps up to 250 kilowatt almost instantly and stays there flat until 30%. So I mean, yeah, that's just how it is. Sorry, Mac. Tesla, I mean, there's no doubt about it. It handshakes really quickly. And you guys know it, right? Or maybe you don't know. But an MEB car, like ID7, when you plug it in at Ionity, the handshake is slower versus when you plug it in at a supercharger. I noticed a difference. I should document it one day. The supercharger it responds way faster than the Ionity chargers, and when you have Tesla that responds lightning fast also, then it's like 2 seconds, start charging. You need to experience it to know what I'm talking about, because normally it goes so fast that I don't have time to show you, but I've shown you in a few videos, like here, I plug it in and then it just turns the charge port goes green almost instantly on the Tesla. Okay, now we will arrive at 11% car claims. Well, I mean, it might be an interesting video. I can explain stuff and show what actually happens in a Tesla. I could just borrow Tesla from Bilkomponenter. He's close, Cleavage. And I can show you. You plug it in, and then within 2 seconds, it just starts charging. It's just insanely fast. And you will also see that it ramps up quite quickly. And I've seen this before. Xpeng and some of the other cars, they actually use quite some time to ramp up. Maybe 30 seconds to a minute before it has full charging speed. Well, down to 14%. Okay, we might arrive with 7-8% then. But remember that Model S was also able to go to Varberg, but that was from, wait, I don't remember it was from Yes Home to Varberg or Oslo to Varberg. Yeah. And then it stopped at Helsingborg. The advantage with Tesla, you guys know what that is? It has superchargers all over the place. And as long as you connect Tesla with supercharger, then it handshakes really quickly. Well, I know that those Ionity chargers, especially the tritium, the old tritium, they are quite slow to respond. It takes freaking forever, man. Like there was one guy, this was no joke. Some Taycan owner claims that his Taycan needs 2 minutes to handshake. And this was just a comment in one of the videos. He probably timed it on his Taycan. And in case you guys don't know, Pawel, ChargeEye, they are sitting on lots of data. Fat e-tron is the slowest to handshake. It just responds quite slow. So most of the time the charger is waiting for the fat e-tron to respond. So that would be an interesting video. Just have to time it. Maybe do several handshake and just take an average of 3 or 5 or 10 handshake or something, and then do it with Tesla. And but I had to get an MEB car from someone, and I can show you that the MEB car how fast it charges on something else versus Tesla, and also native Tesla on Tesla, especially the V3, V4. I'm not sure about the V2. Yeah. How they are, but I think I remember. Wait, I have some clips from the old days with Millennium Falcon. I think even in the Millennium Falcon times, you plug it in and within seconds it starts charging. So they're always quite quick. Already 10 years ago. So of course my estimation and whatever, or the 10 to 80% is based on once the car starts charging, after the handshake time has passed, or it's not included. So if you have 3 charging stops, that could mean 3 minutes extra or slower than it's supposed to be. Who is to blame for handshake? S-Charge similar to the CLA. Oh, there you go. Who is to blame for handshake gate? Well, okay. I know something about this. It actually depends a bit on car manufacturer, because this car, plug it in. I don't have to hold the plug. It depends on the hardware design on stuff. How sensitive the pins are for the communication, but also I can tune this on software. This is what I heard from, I don't remember, it was some CPO or Pawel or car manufacturer. And I think it was maybe Volkswagen, I don't remember. But the car manufacturer could even tune this so that they lower the threshold for whatever, right? And then the communication will work. But if it's too strict or something, or too bad connection, it will fail the handshake. And then most cars, you just, okay, if you have problem with handshake, you have to hold the plug. It's like cars are just notorious for that, like Fat e-tron and someone else's cars, and even the CLA 7. But once it starts charging, then you can release the thing, right? But then you have the freaking Stellantis cars that will stop when you let off the plug, and then it stops charging. Yeah. He drove slower. What do you mean? No. Dude, trust me. I did not slow down in the rain. Just hammered it. And if I have to drive slower in some section, I compensate by going a little bit faster once it's clear. And like if we are in the bush, no man's land, then there's no chance, or very low chance of any polizei luring in by the side of the road. But then I just go like 1 kilometers per hour over, but then over a while, some time, not just a couple of minutes. Well, I guess it's very important for some people that the CLA will do it well. And that it should beat Tesla. I don't know, man. I mean, I claim I'm super consistent in my tests. And I don't know, if you actually look at the data, you see that it's like, it is very consistent. It's like bam, bam, bam. When I drive and plug in and so on and correct for whatever, that it takes longer than usual. So it ain't over yet. This is the last charging stop. Okay, charge port is on that side. We're gonna plug it in on that side. Okay. Okay, let me see. Turn off HVAC. Yeah, okay. Blind spot assist plus is good. Yeah, that's fine. Let me load the data. Come on. Let me see. 195 was the consumption from reset. Okay, 820 kilometers now. Strömstad. Okay, let me see. Why? Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't matter as long as we just flatten out the curve or whatever is going on. Huh? Wait, what the heck happened here? Do I have to press this? Huh? Go. Home. No.
Hello, Mercedes-Benz Norge.
No, what the heck? It just What the heck is going on? I loaded the wrong thing. Okay, I'm not sure what kind of user I loaded there. But where's the battery thing? Quickly go to battery here. There. What is the battery temperature? 30 degrees Celsius. It seems to be optimal. Yeah, and it's been automatic now. It's not, it doesn't turn it off like a Chinese car, you know. So everything seems to be optimal, and we're getting only 268 kilowatts. Okay, anyway, I need to hurry. Restroom break and whatever, and by the time I'm back, then we're good to go. Wait, how did I change user? Somehow I accidentally changed user. get back to the user I had previously. No, no, no. How do I switch user? Good. Profile. Okay, what are Okay, I don't know what the heck happened there, but well, okay, I don't know. There's something weird going on with the freaking profiles here, man. Okay, I think we are good. At least it didn't mess up with the trip meters. Trip meter seems to be okay. 18 degrees. What the heck happened here? Shit, man. Menu. Sync. Suddenly it switched over to some of the other profile. But it's good now. We had 8-minute stop there. And I checked with a weather planner. A weather planner claims that we will spend 187 watt-hour per kilometer. I guess 190. And that we will spend less than 40%, 38 something. So I charge you 45. So we should have plenty now. Oh, we can finally use cruise control again. Let's see, set. Oh yeah. This is it, the last run. So now we're gonna drive back to Yes home, and if we look at the distance here, okay, this car overports by 0.3%. So I need to count to 1,003. So that's another 180 kilometers to go. And then we actually need to drive a little bit past Yesheim because we had so few charging stops. And then when it comes to time, we take the current time plus 2 hours and 2 hours and 3 minutes. That is the 1,000 kilometer time. All right, let's hammer it. Can we do it in roughly 8 hours? Well, we'll see. Go, 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 go. Wait, did I say 8 hours? I meant 9 hours. Okay, I need to have a correction there. But it seems to be loaded on my guest user now. For some reason it switched over to the admin user and switched language and shit like that. Yeah. But I believe I set it back now. I was on the guest user. But the charging stop was so quick, I quickly went to the restroom just to pee, come back, and that was it. It shot a little clip and before and after, so that was just 8 minutes. You literally don't have time for anything during 8 minutes. So the interesting part is that it's 5:30 now, and then we will be at the border at 5:40 or 38 or whatever, and that means we'll 999 right at the. Or we'll 999 at 7, right, ish, and that becomes 9 hours and 5 minutes, or roughly around 9 hours. So this is what I've been saying, that fast charging cars, they tend to be a little bit faster than my estimation, because my estimation is not spot on. Like, it depends a little bit on some. I'm just basing it on the 120 test data. What do you mean? You're not going to do it in 9 hours? Why are you opening and closing doors? Because, okay, Kim, when you open, and I had to close the door, lock it, unlock it, because then you can choose, you can switch user. It was stuck on the Mercedes admin user, but I was sitting on the guest user, and I didn't find out where to switch user. But one way to switch it is when you lock the car, and then when you enter again, you can switch. I think I accidentally switched over to the other user, because when I entered it earlier, the car was kind of non-responsive. I didn't film this, but it was like, why didn't the screen fire up and everything? And then suddenly things kind of lagged, and then I think I, by accident, clicked on the wrong user when you log in. It's weird, because normally most other cars on the top, oh yeah, there's this thing here, yeah, I didn't notice. Switch, and that's a guest. Now you can change profile there, okay, but I'm not sure if you can do this while driving or not, or if you have to be stationary. So at least I changed switch profile on accident, mainly because the car was not that responsive, you know. It's weird, because on the other times during the challenge, when I just went in and out of the car, even after going to gas station at Varberg, no problem. I could, you know. So it was weird why the heck it was doing some hiccup this time. Model S also had 3 stops. Ah, okay. So same number of stops. Yeah, Model S also has pretty good range. It has more net capacity. So if this car needs to charge to 50-55%, Model S also needs roughly the same. But I noticed that it wasn't ramping up super fast. But it's just a matter of maybe 5 seconds difference. Oh, I have 4 stops, okay. Well, with 4 stops, it could possibly have a higher average speed on each stop. I mean, average charging speed, you know. And I believe that the Model S managed to go quite deep on some of the stops. So it will actually ride on 250 kilowatt for almost 30% on many of those. Well, but if I input the Model S data, I also get around 915, 920, but the actual test is faster, like I mentioned over and over again. And also my test, my simulation is based on arriving with 10%. Remember that? But when you do the actual test, if you arrive with 0% or 1%, it will be better than that estimation. But of course, with cars like this, if you arrive with 2%, you get a penalty, not an advantage, unlike a bunch of other cars that I mentioned. Yeah, driver assistance is back. Why do I feel like it's dark at this time versus last time I did it? It's 35 kilowatt hour in 10 minutes. So you can take 35 multiplied by 6. 35, 210 kilowatt hours. Same for the CLA. Okay. Yeah. Well, there could be the small things that it ramps up faster, and it because you're counting actual charging time, right? You're not counting the handshake and ramp up time. Or the ramp up time is in the handshake in the time it starts charging. I actually don't know. There is of course another thing I forgot to mention. With supercharger, you just plug in. No need to show any RFID or pick charge or anything. But with the Ionity, there's a little bit of initiation before you plug it in. So you know, yeah, those extra seconds might count on every stop. Juniper, well, oh, rear-wheel drive? I haven't booked the car this year, so it might come next year. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah. It was bright the last time. I think I started later, plus the sea lion was not that fast. I remember it was bright when we hammered it with the sea lion last week. No, we started at 11. Yeah, I remember we started really late. Yeah, and it took longer, of course. So by the time we got over here, it was 7. No, more like 8 in the morning. 7, yeah. I came home at 9 something with a sea lion. We are back in Norway. This is the Svinesund bridge, yeah, between Sweden and Norway. And great news, ever since we started driving from Strömstad, the last journey stop, cruise control, autopilot, whatever, lane assist works again. It just seems like the car needed to restart, power down and whatever, lockdown. But okay, anyway, for the train eye, if you know the 1,000 kilometer challenge, you can already see the time 5:38, and that we add 2 hours and 3 minutes. You already know the 1,000 kilometer time. Okay, anyway, now we finish it. Yeah, what the heck? So we'll be home around 7. Whereas with the sea lion, we were home at 9:30. What? Because the sea lion was about an hour slower, and we started an hour slower. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me see. So the current time 567 7 hours and 43 minutes. Yeah, it sounds to me like we'll finish at 9. Or it could be 8:55, I'm not sure now. But possibly 9 hours. So it's like 5 minutes slower than the Model S or a Seeker or some of those. And according to my calculation, it's supposed to do it in 9:20. But that's just an estimation. Plus that also, another thing, my estimation is not 100% correct because I haven't done the charging test yet, and I haven't done the range. My estimation was based on 85 kilowatt hour net capacity, but it turns out 87 or maybe 88 even. So that's probably why it's faster now than my initial estimation. No, I will try 400 volt charger once we're home. But where's that guy again? Are you still here? What is it called again? The CLA, Ben, the CLA fanboy. I don't know if you heard me, but the CLA will possibly do it in 8:55 or 9 hours. There were some slowdowns here and there that I tried to correct for, but I'm not sure if I corrected enough. There are some fresh asphalt with some 90 zones and whatever. Like, okay, there are a few slowdowns, yes, where I didn't correct for it. Like in Sweden side, there's a few places you slow down and you might lose 10-15 seconds, right? One direction, and then another place, same there, 10-15 seconds. That becomes almost half a minute. And then there are some places that is more significant. It was a stretch south of Mölndal in the 100 zone. It becomes 90 zone because they just slapped down asphalt. And it was like that for around 3 kilometers. So of course there you also lose some time, but I mean it's not that much. It's 90 versus 100 kilometers per hour, and only over 3 kilometers. So you can calculate how much it is. It might be another 30 seconds there, right? And then, but after that, actually around Kungsbacka, instead of 100 zone, there is another 90 zone over there. But I did compensate by going 1 kilometer per hour faster for actually a quite long time, almost throughout the whole challenge. And you can calculate, if you go 1 kilometer per hour faster to compensate over several hundred kilometers, it actually becomes several minutes. So I think I already corrected for that. But we'll see how it ends up with. Well, if you hammer too hard, we might actually run out of juice, or we have to suddenly drive slower at the very end, and that will be worse time-wise. So we just have to go consistent now. Oh, there's rain here. I hope well, okay, that's the margin. Because I expected to arrive with 7%. And if there's higher consumption than expected, then we might arrive with 2%, and that's still fine. Even 1% is okay. And then we just crawl over to some charger. But there's plenty of chargers around Jessheim, so no worries there. Multiple time with the same car directly after another. How much duration? Yeah, maybe 5, but usually, I mean, I mentioned this before, deductions, they have error in them, because I don't count on seconds, I just look roughly on minutes, right? So usually one deduction can have 30-second error, right? Or maybe 30-second to 1 minute error. And if you have too many deductions, well, it depends, but as long as you try to nail it down, then like minus 30 seconds here, plus 30 seconds there, they equal each other. But if there are too many, and if you don't count too exact, then there could be several minutes error. So ideally, you don't want too many deductions or detours or whatever, slowdown or whatever. And also not too much traffic and to mess with the result. But yeah, traffic has, like, it depends, you know. But if there's traffic, usually on the Norway side on the way out, I just drive a little bit faster on the Swedish side, by going 1 kilometer per hour, 1 or 2 kilometers per hour faster for like half an hour or an hour, and that should compensate quite a lot. I went 425 kilometers with actually headwind and some wet roads. So on a good day with tailwind, I could go almost 500. Well, maybe let's say 450 at least. Maybe I could even reach Halmstad, but I'm not sure if it's optimal. Because I wonder if there's only 300 kilowatt chargers there. I don't remember if it was 400 or not. Or I have to kind of drive a little bit weird, do the round loop, go on the other side, the northbound loop, to go for 400 kilowatt chargers. But okay, you guys didn't see it, but at Strömstad with 10% arrival, I did not see 350 kilowatt. I got only 258. Which makes me believe that in order to get 350 kilowatt, you must go below 10%, like I did, 2%, then you get it. So then you get that nice boost below 10%, but then you take a penalty past 40 something percent, right? But summa summarum, that boost you got initially, as long as you charge around 50%, then it equals out and it becomes the same as arriving with 10% going to 50%. Okay, now I'll look at total from reset, okay? 863 kilometers now, and consumption is only 203, and it's gonna be even lower. But this makes sense because the consumption should be between Model S and Model 3. And I think Model 3 had lower than 200, whereas the Model S had 220, but maybe someone need to check this, what the consumption was. I think it was 220 on the Model S. and then 193 or something on the Model 3. And then we might end up at, I'm not sure, we are 203 now. We might end up with around 200. Because now we've gone 800 kilometers, so it takes a lot more to decrease the consumption. 220 and more or less, okay, thank you. What about the Model 3 Highland? But also, I don't know if, yeah. But we had wet roads today. But I mean, I hammer at full speed anyway, as long as it's not soaking wet. As long as I have good vision, then I just go with the full speed. But we have remarkably high temperature, man. 16 degrees Celsius now. 186, wow. From Highland, okay. But I think I remember that in the Model S, I managed to go deep many times because the car was very good at estimating for me. But I don't remember if I stopped at IKEA Supercharger V3 or Helsingborg. I think with the Plaid I stopped at Ionity Helsingborg, whereas yeah, I don't remember what I did. Model 3 long range, but that was winter, right? Huh? 204 consumption. But that was a lot colder. Today we had remarkable hot weather, like 16 to 18 degrees Celsius at night. 20 September night. That, yeah. Normally it's below 10 degrees this time of the year at night. Yeah, winter run. Yeah. Yeah, Model 3 Performance wasn't that efficient. Okay, 870 kilometers. We had to count to 1003. And it makes sense. We need to drive slightly past Home because we have so few charging stops. And also we only visited Varberg once. Varberg is a long-ish detour. So if you visit Varberg twice, then that becomes kind of long. We had... yeah, well, actually, Falkenberg also, we had to cross the road. And then it was Varberg, okay, cross the road again. And then the last stop was Strömstad. They also had to cross the road. 3 stops. If we are able to drive non-stop without any, then we have to drive possibly a few extra kilometers past the regular 99 point even. Yeah, and then cars that has many charging stops, they need to come 99 a couple of kilometers before Hjem exit. First stop was Falkenberg with 2% left, and we saw 253 something kilowatt there. That was amazing fast. Charged for 15 minutes, but it started replicating, or at least a throttle. Not sure if it replicated or if it was just the way it works, that you get the night boost at the low state of charge, but then you go slower past 50%, or actually past 40%, 45%, then already it was only at 140 kilowatts. Because I've seen this before. I remember the same behavior with Fat e-tron, is that with Fat e-tron, if you start with 2%, you don't get 150 kilowatt until 75 or something percent. It will throttle already at around 70%. But by the end of the day, from 10 to 80%, or from 2 to 72-ish%, right? Yields roughly the same, or yields the same average charging speed at the same time. But man, can you imagine if we have this range with slightly better efficiency, with 17-inch rims, tires, and rear-wheel drive? Then I think we could match Model 3 efficiency at 185 watt-hour per kilometer if it wasn't wet on the road, for example, right? And if we can have the Xpeng P7 charging speed, then that'll be game over. Then we could probably do it in 2 charging stops and go maybe, let's say, 450 kilometer on the first run, and then the remaining 2 runs 275 kilometers, yeah, and charge to around 75-80%, right? Which should still be quite fast. Maybe in 10 minutes or something, 10-12 minutes times 2 only. So that could possibly be 10-15 minutes faster. Then you're getting really close to the reference time of a fossil. Charging Schnell. Oh, well, yes, but now, well, the weird thing is, okay, I can explain now. The first session, we arrived with 2%, charged to 55%, took 15 minutes, and it was throttling at around at 41%. That's when I discovered it. I don't know exactly, but at 41% battery temperature, you can see it in the screen, actually, car screen shows it. Battery temperature hit 52 degrees Celsius. And then instead of getting 200 kilowatt at 40-ish%, it was throttled to 140 kilowatt only. And it kept like that until 55% when I decided to disconnect. And then people calculated that I lost 3 minutes. That it should have taken 12 minutes, but it took 15 minutes to go to 55%. So then on the next stop, I decided to go higher. But that meant I had to sacrifice some slow-ish charging speed, yeah, at the first stop. But at second stop, I actually arrived at 14%, 13%. But I was aiming for 7%, but I was caught off guard because the car was more efficient than I expected. I had tailwind. I forgot to check the tailwind and stuff, and the car kept misestimating. It would be way too optimistic. Like in the beginning, when we started from Jessheim, the car claimed I will arrive at Varberg with 34%, but when I passed Varberg, I had 10%. So the car was being way too optimistic. That's actually quite big. It claims I would need only 66%, but I did in fact spend 90%. And that's actually 36% higher consumption than the car initially estimated. Well, that's a freaking huge error, man. Wait, which means that I had around 205. The car estimated I would spend only 150, 151. Okay. Okay, but anyway, so at Varberg though, interesting, I arrived with 13%. I did not see 350 kilowatt. Was 258 something. But then they had a flat curve. The battery was at 31 degrees when I arrived. But when I passed 50%, I still had 205 or 203 kilowatts, but the battery was not at 52 degrees this time. It was at only 48 degrees. And then I charged to only 55%. And on the last stop at Strømstad, I arrived, I had 30 degrees Celsius in the battery and 10%. And boom, right up there to 258 something kilowatt again, not 350. Yeah, which means that actual result now on the Varberg and Varberg and Strømstad session, I believe they are slightly slower than the Model S session, because Model S went flat 250 until 30%, whereas here I don't remember when it throttled, but it then jumps quite quick. I mean, quite a lot from 250 to only around 200. Whereas Tesla will gradually decrease. 250, 240, 230, 200. It kind of flats it out a bit. So that's why I think the Model S, despite having higher consumption, managed to match it or maybe even beat it by a little bit. So we can see, I film it. I film the charging screens, and you can see the average power. You can just look at the time versus the kilowatt hour. Well, at least from the charger, not what goes into the battery. But we're going to see now when the charging, when the session, when it's over, I can quickly check and plug it in at Jessheim. Or actually any other location if it's closer. Check a supercharger and see what kind of speed I get and if it works or not. And then see if I can get better charging curve at Ionity Dal and then go home. So sacrifice maybe half an hour, 45 minutes for some extra test. Could be interesting for my viewers to see. I think my viewers want to see the 400 volt session anyway, or just test. Oh, okay, good. I think there is no rain anymore. Right, 893 kilometers, and time is now. Let me double check here again. My notes, yeah, We only had a little bit of deduction, no major delays. 2 hours and 3 minutes to add to current time. So we're at 8 hours and 7 minutes now. So if you can finish within 55 minutes, then that is a 9-hour run. Wait a minute. If I bring the tripod, I could record a charging session. Yeah. No, but then okay, I start from 10% then. I always start 10%, not 2%. But it seems like at 10% you can't get the 350 kilowatt charging. It seems like you need less than 10%. Not sure what's up with that. I arrived with 30% battery, 30 degrees Celsius in the battery and everything. It'll stop below, huh? What, really? Gee, man. Wait, how long do you get 350 kilowatt then? No, it's a bummer because my test starts at 10%. Man, it's so nice and quiet now, so early in the morning. If I can just get past Oslo before all the Nista wakes up, that would be great. Yeah. Up until 20% according to EV. Yeah, that's what I read. I also look at the EVKX and I was like, huh? But it seems like, wait. I'm not sure if it dropped earlier. 283 from 19, huh? Oh. Okay. But I did see 350 kilowatt at Falkenberg, but not 2%. Don't you understand Thai? I mean, no English. But 344 minus, huh? Well, 344, 8 to 10%. Okay. So it seems like you get 350 kilowatt only briefly. It's like a Tesla, kind of, you know. You get the 350 or 320 plus only for a brief. Well, I mean, even more less, you can maintain 250 kilowatt until 20%, 30%. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how the Model 3 Model Y Juniper performance charges with the new battery. People claim that it charges better. Well, maybe we'll be back at the 2019 Panasonic battery. Well, the Xpeng G9 was amazingly fast. I just wonder why it had that throttle. If it was a car or the charger. We just need that fast charging in some efficient cars, like a P7 or P7 Plus. Not the fat G9. But I mean, it should mean that eventually most EVs, depending on how much range they have, they will be in the 9 to 10 hour and 12 hours. I-Pace and EQC. Well, EQC was kind of thirsty. I-Pace charged at only 84 kilowatt. Kona also 75 kilowatt only. What else? Oh, Ampere E, but yeah. Okay, should I go home after the challenge, get some sleep? Or should I go test some, 400 volt, that's okay. But then test the charging and at Ionity and see if it overheats or not. Ideally, what I need to do is record the inside, the screen here, with the battery temp, and sync that with the outside Ionity screen. I want to know what's going on with the battery temp versus the charging power and state of charge and so on. $911 kilometers. Consumption is still 203. Well, actually, it's 200. Not sure it's 204 because it's 0.3%. Yeah, it actually runs up to 204. Okay, we can check it. Okay, 400 volt is not supposed to work. Can we check it? No, okay, we'll see. We have seen the scenario now, and we just check. We test now. If you go a little bit cooler on the battery, like we start at 25 degrees instead of 30 degrees. But I need to start at 2%, replicate the Falkenberg session, and then charge it to 50%, roughly 50-55%. Then I go home. But then I need to discharge it again before or I maybe charge it full and then do a full capacity test. But I'm not sure if it's needed because I already did a quite deep test now. But maybe, yeah, just to be 100% sure, more accurate. Then I need to charge to full and then slowly discharge. It's gonna take a while, man. The range test take a whole day. One of the days the next week. Well, at 24% right now. Yeah, well, I think it peaked at around 345 something. That's what we saw at Falkenberg. That was the first and last time we saw it. Because first I saw that and I was like, oh, okay. But the car replicates, and in order to avoid replicate, you cannot go too deep. So then we went for around 7 to 10%. We ended up with 14%. And then we never saw 345 again. It was always at 250 something, 8 or... Yeah, 350 at low. But what is low then? 10%? It's a big mystery. I arrived with 13% at Viberg, didn't get 350. And I arrived with 10% at Strömstad, didn't get 350. I don't know why. The battery was at 30 degrees Celsius. Should have been optimal for that. The car should take care of battery temp anyway. Well, but it's also kind of hard to arrive at 6 to 7% because the car is not good at estimating for me. So we got close though. Well, yeah, 13% first time, and then the second. Well, I mean, or more like third time. Second time and third time. Yeah. So it was 13% and then 10%. Phantom brake? Shit, don't do that. Man, it even phantom brakes like a Tesla. Well, total consumption is 202 right now. It's gonna drop. Yo, what's up? Oh, that BYD has a illuminated badge on the back. I'm not sure how fancy it is to show off that you drive a BYD, but okay. Have you guys heard about the new Audi in China? The Audi E5, I think it's called. But it's not the lowercase Audi. It's the uppercase Audi. Yeah, you have the Audi in Deutschland and then Audi in uppercase. I wonder if that's two different brands now. Do they use the ring still? Well, what is the CLA supposed to have in consumption then if it's 202 is not good? Oh, they drop the rings, okay. What does it have then? Yeah, you need to shout it. Yeah, like also it's kind of funny when you look in the car's infotainment there's like hotkey, ESP, and acoustic warning, and then suddenly it says, "Attention assist!" Lane keep function, window. Yeah, why the heck is attention assist in uppercase? Okay, now we're kind of nitpicking here, but it shows a silver gray CLA and this is red, so that needs to be fixed. And also weird thing here is that we have acoustic warning, you know, the speed limit warning system, lane keep function, everything is okay, nice and tidy, except for this. Why is it an uppercase? Because everything else is like system, acoustic, and then attention assist. Well, I think it was like this in the other Mercedes also. Well, maybe it's supposed to be like that. Oh, let me check the user manual. Yeah, thank you very much. But wait, are you a cross-dresser? You're not a real man if you read the manual. It must be some yeah. There's a lot of cross-dressers nowadays, man. But yeah, I mean BYD, I uppercase BYD because it's an acronym, build your dreams, just like ESP, you know, or whatever. But then I'm not sure why NIO, uppercase NIO. Is it because NIO is an acronym? And then also, what is it called again? The other car I tested. Jack. The JAC, it's like Jack E30X. So I tried to get the case right? Like it's BMW i3. It's a lowercase. Yeah, Kia is Kia uppercase. Kia! What happened to Kia? What about Hyundai? Oh, Hyundai, yeah. Hyundai, I think that's how you do it. Huh? Oh, really? I thought it was build your dreams. No, are you sure about that? Because I think on the tongue, it says in the back there, build your dreams. Oh, that's also uppercase, right? What about Toyota? Yeah, it's Toyota in uppercase, right? But then, do you notice Firefly? Firefly is in lowercase, all lowercase letters. I'm like, huh? But a name, you usually capitalize the name of something. So, no, apparently you don't, you lowercase Firefly. And also in the presentation, no, 9! I lost cruise control again. No, wait. Oh, no, it's just temporary. Okay. But LEAF, an acronym. It's leading environmentally friendly, affordable family car. Yeah, that's LEAF. Firefly. Oh, okay. Yeah. But also the names on the presentation on the Firefly, all the names there was in lowercase for some reason. I'm like, huh? Is that some kind of thing? Okay, consumption is 203 again. Went up slightly. 936. It's 6:26 now, so that means 8 hours and 30 minutes. 8:29 now is the time. Okay, we have half an hour left to finish this. Depends on traffic, right? Oh, I can go on the bus lane now. It's Saturday. Woo! Tesla? Not sure, is it? And then they're freaking Toyota BZ4X. It's B, it's uppercase B. I don't remember what it was again. BZ. I don't know how is it. I need to type it out so I can see how it was. 4X. X was, I think it was uppercase B, lowercase Z, and then 4, and then uppercase X. Oh, wait. No. And the Honda E colon NYI or some, and 1 or something. Man, why do car manufacturers make complicated names on the models? Yeah, B set for thank you. Man. An I pace, it's supposed to be uppercase I, and then dash, and then pace, and then okay, BMW is like small I, and then actually, you guys know I never bothered to write it correctly. The Volkswagen, it's actually ID.3, ID.7. I'm like, fuck that shit, man. Just gonna write ID3, ID7. Ugh. 202 consumption, 941 kilometers, and we are down to 18%, and we are supposed to arrive at 10%. Really? No, the car is being way too optimistic again. It expects that I will spend 8% driving. Let me see. 8% out of 87 kilowatt hour. That's 7 kilowatt hours to drive 48 kilometers. The car expects me to spend 145 watt hour per kilometer. Like, dude, where does it get all the estimation from, man? Is it based on CLTC or an NEDC or some shit? Well, I guess I could achieve 145 watt hour per kilometer if I drive at the speed limit and it's dry outside and 25 degrees Celsius and I have HVAC off. But in more real world cases, we will hover around 200 all the way to Yes Home. So I mean, that is a weak point of this car software. It just simply cannot estimate correctly. And if it misses a target all the time, then you don't trust it. And then what is the point of it, right? Well, I mean, okay, it's you can use it. It is accurate as long as you follow the speed limit. Yeah. But why doesn't it adapt to various driving conditions? Or okay, you can say, well, but dude, you should have followed the speed limit. Okay. What if I followed the speed limit, but I had a roof box, a ski box, or I had two bicycles on the roof? Then suddenly it will miss the target because it does not adapt to actual. It doesn't do the feedback loop where it checks the actual consumption versus what it expected, and then it should update the prediction. That's what Tesla is doing. That's what I bet the Ruplan is doing. That's why they are so accurate. But it seems like stuff like that is really hard for the German software engineers to implement. No, but actually, I think BMW has pretty good estimation and is Deutsch. And also, I believe that the Volkswagen, the ID software has been improving and is better and better at estimating percent at arrival. I believe it's even better than Polestar, because Polestar also keeps missing the target all the time. Oh, now we have traffic. No, don't go that slow, bro. Come on. No, shit. Okay. Which one of you guys, mother truckers, is driving a Kona and sabotaging the challenge now, huh? You saw that I was gonna do this in 9 hours. Be like, not today, son, not today. And just gonna hug the left lane all the way to Olavsgård. Man, it's 6:30 in the morning and the freaking Norwegian Left Lane Huggers Club is already out here. So there's a Kona just camping in the left lane. He won't let me pass. So, well, as usual, we just round down the results to the low, yeah. Okay, finally. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, he might have caused a 30-second delay, right? And then when we have many of these, then it becomes several minutes. And then suddenly, instead of 9 minutes, it becomes 9 minutes and 5. Instead of 9 hours, it becomes 9 hours and 5 minutes. So, is it fair? Marathon lørdag. Okay, there's some kind of marathon in Oslo. Okay, so avoid going to Oslo. Okay, don't worry, we'll stay in Jessholm. Probably go to Jessheim Storsenter and maybe Balubaland. Maybe have some dinner with the family. Try to do some family stuff, but I need my 2-3 hour nap so I can survive through the day. So I don't collapse. Wow, 202 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, so it sits right between the Model 3 and Model S in consumption. So I don't know why people are so obsessed about this car. Maybe because it's affordable and it's what? Yeah. What is it? Can you guys tell me what? Okay, why are people so obsessed about this CLA? And maybe the iX3 Neue Klasse, and maybe the Teslas, yeah, like Uniper and the Model Y performance. Like what? Oh shit! Look at this piece of shit car, the worst Mercedes ever. Shit, man, B250E. Oh. Because it offers a massive range, good charging speed for good price. Okay, well, but many of the Chinese cars can offer that. P7 Plus, you know. Xpeng, man. Huh? You even get proper massage over there. You don't get it here. Here, it adjusts the lumbar and some shit. Like, oh, that is a fake massage, man. It's the poor man's massage here. Shit. Okay, 650. Wow, really? Oh, but so the Xpeng is not that efficient then. Oh, it's a bummer. Good engineering. Well, it doesn't rapid gate, right? Okay, so it's all about the Germans. Europeans want to support German car industry. Great, buy local stuff. Yeah, but it's kind of funny. It's like you would never buy from China, and then it's typed on a computer or a phone that is from China, or even if that device doesn't have a made in China thing directly on it, you might have electronics in there or a battery cell there that is from China. And once I started looking, like clothes, toys, like everything is from China. Even the what do you call it again? The shower walls and the bathroom interior, at least the cheap ones from Mega Freeze, that is made in China. Yeah. German quality assurance with CLA. Well, why was the adaptive cruise control bugging all the way from Kongal to Strömstad? That's about 1 hour of no adaptive cruise control or auto steer. Okay. Well, I mean, some glitches is fine. Okay, I'm just being too strict. But the software, man, this car cannot estimate properly. The percentage is way off. It's like Tesla in 20. I think it was around 2019. They started with a percent estimation. I remember I saw that on Optimus Prime. Yeah, it was just way off. I didn't trust it at all. No, I think it was 2016 or something. That's like 9 years ago Tesla started doing this. Okay, status update, 956 kilometers. Only the first estimation was wrong. Nope, incorrect. It kept missing the target all the time. I think you haven't heard me, or yeah. Like when we were hammering on the 120 zone, the car expected me to consume only 130 watt-hour per kilometer. I was like, it's not gonna happen, buddy. And we ended up spending around 215, almost 220 watt-hour per kilometer. Huh? No, are you sure about that? Okay, I need to check but I think you're basing it on wrong numbers, because I check it once I start driving and I could see that it keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. And even now, I just mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, I think you didn't hear me. The car estimated I would spend only 145 watt-hour per kilometer. To Yesholm. I'm like, that's not gonna happen, buddy. Yeah, now it keeps dropping. Now it's 9% at arrival. It was 11 something earlier. But I expect that we will 9 with around 7%. Have a little margin to get back home or somewhere else. Yeah. Because actually I navigated just to Yesholm, but we had to go past Yesholm a little bit for the 99 points. I navigated Yesholm Storcenter. Yeah, we're gonna check that at Yesholm or somewhere, or Gardermoen. We'll see where's the most convenient place to stop. I'll check the battery temperature now. Did it drop? Oh wow, max charge, huh? The car claims 342 kilowatts. We didn't get that. Let me see, battery information, 29 degrees Celsius. What a coincidence. It seems to keep it at 29. But then if you hammer hard, you go up to 30. I wish you could select the profile, see estimate, chill, blah, blah. Okay, manage to find traffic assist in setting, huh? Traffic assist in setting, huh? What about it? You mean when it bugged? I don't know, but it worked after the charging session at Strømstad. But it is in there, yeah. You can turn it on and off, and I have it on. Okay, 962. That means 41 more kilometers. Speed limit thing. Oh, that one. There's many places you can click on that icon on the top left on the screen, or you can press and hold the mute speaker button thing on the steering wheel, or you can press the car icon, and there you have the acoust warn. It's called acoust.warn, and you have the attention assist, which is fun, man. It's in uppercase. With a coffee icon in it. All right, let me see. 965. But we are at 6, 7, 8 hours and 47 minutes. Yeah. Right, so it means that people actually want sedans. Not everyone wants a freaking SUV crossover. Because people are going crazy for this car, not the GL... What do you call it again? Was it GLE or something? What was it going again? I don't remember. No, it was G something, right? The similar interior and stuff. GLC, okay, what's GLC? Does it have the same battery? Seems to have similar interior, screen and so on. Just a bit fatter. So it's like Model 3 versus Model Y, right? But what, are people also going crazy for that car? Or is it just the CLA they want? Because it's poor man's Mercedes. Yeah, Norway. Just look on the road, man. Just SUVs, crossovers all over the place. They're just hauling around with empty cars anyway. But no problem with Tesla because Tesla is so efficient. Yeah, it's funny, man. A Model Y is more efficient than a BYD Seal, for example, or Firefly. I like sedan as long as I don't need to haul stuff with kids with me. I mean, even that is okay for city driving. But once we go on a freaking road trip, man, and wifey decides to bring way too much clothes and stuff and toys and shit, just like you guys saw on the Berlin trip, man, holy shit balls. Just like wifey is like, bring just in case. And I was like, oh, and then it becomes like a lot. And I think she used only around 20-30% of the luggage she brought with, or not she, but I had to carry up and down the stairs or in and out of the car and stuff. Perth, wow, yo, what's up? How efficient is Ravensdraw? Ich weiß nicht. Okay, 9:71 time, 8:51. Well, have you guys seen those old people in the Toyota Yaris? There is like this pizza van Yaris that has extra headroom. I think something about that once you get old, past 60 years maybe, you want to sit in a big boxy car. And you drive so slow anyway. You drive under the speed limit, so drag doesn't become a problem. Official site, GLC EV saying coming soon. Okay. How are you? I'm getting kind of tired, but we're almost done with the test now. 973, 30 more kilometers. Wait. Does that make any sense? Huh? Wait, from wait. We're at 974 now. Why do I feel like we have to drive a lot? Is it possible that my distance estimations were incorrect? Because we're gonna be in Yesholm in 14 kilometers. This is a bit weird. Because we should 909 a little bit past Yesholm, but we'll be at 990 kilometers on the trip. Okay, that's strange. When I checked earlier, you know what? I checked now. The car's distance is correct at Falkenberg. It's supposed to be 425. It was 425 for some reason. When I checked it initially, that we count to 999. Well, we not to 1003. So we're at 978 now. And even that is a bit strange because I normally need to... No, you know what? I think that makes sense because I normally count down 5 something kilometers past the Yesholm exit. Okay, down to 10% now. .981, so that means 19 more kilometers. Well, it kind of makes sense. Let me see. We go there. We go there. Wait. I mean, in my head, it should. No. I also checked. Oh shit! There's a 90 zone here. Okay. We need to round it down then. Something. There's some more delays here. At 53, or I'm not sure exactly. Let me see. 6:45. Okay. I think to have this again until this long-ish. I don't want to hammer too hard. Just stay within the prick limit. Some people, they just, like I said, they just new speed limit arrives, they just go with the same speed. No, it's, well, shit, is that the same dude? He was hugging the left lane. Okay, 984. Does this make any sense though? We are... well, okay, I checked under the bridge. It was more or less spot on. It was supposed to be 146.5, and it was more or less 146.5 under the bridge. And then... same, when after 425 kilometers, Google claimed 425 without seeing decimals. We drove 425.1. So it seems like the distance is exact. .986. What is the battery temp now? Check here. 30 degrees. Ah, it goes up now. Okay. And then the car claims 351 kilowatt. Really? We're almost done with the challenge, and just show you how that in the charging screen when we are driving and not charging, you can see this. We are down to 8%, and then it claims 351 kilowatt charging power. Nice. And then so far the battery is at 30 degrees Celsius. It was 29, but now when we go deeper, then it starts going up, just like other batteries. 989. Okay, it actually makes kind of sense because usually I 999 somewhere a little bit past here, but now since we had few charging stops, then we have to go a little bit further north. Yeah, 989 now, but we more or less hit the 9-hour mark there. Yeah, that's 9-hour mark. So it's going to be 9.5. Well, but we're supposed to round it down to 9, right? Or see. Uh-oh, 7%. Uh-oh, you're going deep. Always go deep. .991. Guess we'll just stop at Dal then. Don't wanna turn around anywhere. I need to bring up the decimal. Yeah, what the heck is this from start? That counts something else here. 845. No, that's not the one. From start is something. We're here. Okay, 992. It is kind of weird that we can't have. Yeah, normally I 999 and then we. But sometimes I 999 towards Mogreina. But it looks like we're supposed to hit 1,000 already. But I just know that with few charging stops, you drive a shorter distance. Plus that, of course, there's slight error here that it might be 998, which is the... Okay, no, another guy. could be 998 that is the actual 1000, right? I mean, I was the only car behind him, and I was approaching quite fast, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get in front. Yeah, because if he waited just 5 seconds, I would have been past him. Choop. Nope. Some people don't use common sense. Okay, 995. So it's now 9 hours and 3 minutes. Okay, so guys, we need to decide, is it 9 hours or is it 9 hours and 5 minutes? It's very close to the Model S run anyway. Nine and 6, okay. I'll probably 9 right before Dal. I'm down to 6% now. So at least I didn't charge too much. But I actually never counted how long a detour takes. But normally when I have 4 or 5 charging stops, that's extra 500 meter, maybe even more. I never counted it. Well, actually it's times 2. I forgot you have to exit and go there and then go back again. So it actually becomes maybe a kilometer more on each stop. Okay, 9 and... Oh yeah, I need to pay attention there. 9 and 8. Wow, this is a bit unusual. We are almost at Dal by the time we count down. But okay, I made a small mistake when I checked the distance area. It turns out it's more or less 0%, not over-reporting. So then we can count to 1000, and it should be fairly accurate. 9990, 9991, 9992, 9993. 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 9999, 1000 time 7. Wait, there's no time here. 7 and 2 minutes. And that means 9 hours and 5 minutes. Whoa! But there were some slowdowns, and also need to show you guys here between Cleavage and Jessheim, there is a 90 zone. Normally it's 110 there, so of course you have to drive slower there. So based on all the delays, I think we agree with the live stream also. We have decided to round it down to 9 hours. Yeah, 9 hours. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, now we are at Ayuntidal. Oh man, I'm gonna test some charging over here. And I did not charge too much because I arrived here with 5%. Oh. Well, check this. Okay, we need to document. The consumption was 202 watt-hour per kilometer. Very impressive. No, we don't do the charging test yet. Because we need to cool down the battery. It is at, let me see, battery information. It is at 30 degrees Celsius. Does it have heat scavenging? Huh? Does it have any advanced alien tech like Tesla has? So I think I want to go for a Jägerpølse. Yeah, Jägerpølse. In my mouth. Because if you heat scavenge, you can then cool down the battery. we're at 5% now. I kind of need to go to 2% to replicate the other test. I mean, yeah. Don't forget wet road. What about wet road? Yeah, I need to write down wet road 40% something. Okay, anyway. What the heck is it? Okay. Now I need to wait for the. I don't know how long it's gonna take for the battery to cool down though. Wait, let me see. Oh, it's on automatic. Maybe I need to turn it off. Because it might actually hold. It might hold the battery temperature at 30 degrees, but I will purposely cool it down to maybe 25, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it. If it has heat scavenging, I can blast on the heat and open the window, and it will actually suck the heat out of the battery like a Tesla, but we can't expect that. So, okay, let me get some food and then I'll be back. And then we can check the battery temperature. It says cool down can you just stop bugging me about the update shit? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry and I also want to check one. Okay. Jakob Terje N donated 49 NOK. Dankeschön. I want to check on Isabel also, how she's doing. Okay, sleeping. Oh, my little princess. Oh, she's been charging with the battery. And I'll be discharging my battery. Oh, shit. Tesla Model 3 rear-wheel drive long-range new battery will be interesting to see how many time take price. Okay. Yeah, now what? I can get rid of some garbage in the thing here. I have some banana peel. I have some stuff. I'm not sure if driving slow will cool down the battery. We could drive a little bit slow. Okay, let me get some food first.
jegerpølse, ja. Nå skal det virkelig spise seg. Let me see. Okay, except for that, I need to go over to the charger. Achtung. Checking here. Did she successfully charge? Or is she still struggling? As I saw that there was a lady inside the gas station. She was asking for help. Is it charging now? It's charging, right? I think it's charging now. Okay, I need to. Okay, let me just park somewhere here. How much charge it was? Huh? What? I haven't charged yet. Okay, no, I think it worked. Yeah, I think she's charging now. That's good, because she had problem handshaking. I think, but I overheard a conversation in the gas station, and then she asked the staff about how it works, and then the staff said, "Oh, you have to do something, blah blah, and then you do this, and then so yeah, okay." Yeah. Well, anyway, I just wonder why. Wait, is this Opel Frontera? Why they are using a freaking truck charger 400 kilowatt? But probably because it's easy to pull in and pull out rather than backing up here, right? Okay, anyway, I need to eat some. Okay, I'll just stop somewhere where I'm not in the way for anyone. So I'll just stop here. I need to cool down the battery before I do my little experiment. Well, actually, I could. Now, I'm not sure how far I dare to drive now when it's low. Maybe I could take a loop to Nebenes, but let me check here. Battery information. It's still 30 degrees Celsius. What the heck am I supposed to do now? Okay. Jägerpölse is meat from swine, sheep, and reindeer. Okay, interesting. Well, I guess it's quite clear I'm no vegan, but maybe people expect that because I'm some kind of EV evangelist. I drive EV. I'm supposed to be vegan. I'm supposed to never fly. I don't know. I think we're supposed to take the train, the electric train or some shit, from Oslo to Bangkok, right? And then whenever I fly to some test drive event, they start bitching now. Oh, it's high CO2 impact. Well, how the heck if there was an electric train option, if there was an electric plane option, I would ask Xpeng or whatever company that invites me to, can you guys please buy the electric plane ticket instead? They'd be like, okay. Costs twice as much, but okay. Okay, how the heck do we cool down the battery? It's at 30 degrees Celsius. Take a nap. Yeah, you should have a bratwurst holder. Yeah. How dare you eat meat in an EV? With, wait, is this real Alcantara? With cow leather. G6
I don't know. I don't have it booked yet. Let's test something. Crank up the heat. High. Will it scavenge heat from the battery? New day, and it seems like I was not invited. I had my chance, but I said no back then, and maybe it's too late now to go yes. Good morning. Did the test go well? Yes. 9 hours. And 202 watt-hour per kilometer. I need to open the windows. What? Huh? What? What? Dude! That's the lowest you can go with a CLA. This window is not kid friendly. Look at that. What is the Kinder supposed to do? You can't look out there. Nine. Nicht for Kindern. Model 3 now is faster, Model 3. But it didn't beat the Model S. Well, it's just what 5 minutes difference, you know. But I wonder how fast the ET5 Touring standard range can do it. Especially now that we have more battery swap stations. Dude, this battery cannot stay at 30 degrees Celsius forever, man. How do you cool down the battery? Sport mode? Eco mode. Eco mode, of course. Switch on the... What the heck? I need to be on. On! It's on! And then the back to comfort mode. Shit. You know what I mean? German software, man. Right. It has a bigger battery. That's why. Well, if the Model 3 could charge faster, then that would be great. Yeah. Teslas, they're so far in the game now in the charging, but they're still in the game because they are so efficient. That's what saves them for now. I don't know, man. I think I need to do the charging test later. But the battery's full, but I can just go home. But okay, we can charge here, but not to 50%. Maybe to, I don't know. I want to do the charging test later. I don't want to keep it low. So maybe charge it to around 20% only or whatever, right? And then we go home. No, and then we go to Remen and we test 400 volt and then we go home. And actually, I don't think driving slow would cool down the battery. I think it would just maintain it at 30 degrees. So the only workaround here is to let it sit long enough for it to cool down. Well, it was great. Jägerpölse. That is basically Tesla and a few 10 powered. Like Ljungskile, I believe it's 400 volt still. The recharge at Ljungskile, the 300 and yeah, there is I think it was 300 amp limited also Ljungskile. They didn't give a shit about upgrading that site. Cool, that was Doppler effect. Yeah. Okay, the battery temperature is not dropping. I don't know what the heck the car is doing. Okay, we need to get going. It's kind of pointless to sit around. I kind of wanted a little break anyway. So okay, need to lower the temp. Otherwise, it's gonna be freaking hot in here. And we need to plug it in. Well, I could actually go home, but then it'll be kind of low. Okay, now I have 5%. Now I need to top up quickly. Put on the automatic again. Let's go for this charger here. Huh? If you're talking about charging power, it's 345 kilowatt, not kilowatt hour. 345 kilowatt hours energy. But okay, let me shoot the video here. We are now at Ionity, and yeah, interesting. Okay, I tried to cool down the battery because I wanted to test something. I might need to test it later, but if we go to battery information here, it's been sitting at 30 degrees Celsius now for almost half an hour. So I tried this. I tried to crank up the heat because if this car has some alien technology, heat scavenging, it should then suck heat from the battery to heat up the cabin, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. And also, you see, you go to 28 and then hi. Why is it in uppercase? Because not everything here is like, it's not off. It's off. It's automatic. You know, everything here. What it's menu? Okay, but that's probably because it's easier to read like that. So, but okay, whatever. I'm just nitpicking. But okay. Anyway, I'm getting way too tired now. I tried this, whatever, and then if you go here, charging power, so it says that maximum is 320 kilowatt, but max is 300. What is max? Is it 350 or 320? And it claims 350. Okay, let's plug in and see what happens. lower the windows because I wanted to get the heat out of the car. And I noticed that it's weird. Look, can we operate it here? This is also weird, man. And you cannot operate it unless you're sitting in the drive. But it is apparently in the lowest position. Yeah, this is also, yeah, you have to do this, and then you have to press rear, and then you can see that you go up, but when you go down, it stops there. It doesn't go lower. Huh? Okay. Maybe the window here is not that kinder friendly. Man, the struggle is real. Wait, how do I? Okay, flip more. Okay, guys. I mean, I'm not trying to find problems, but what the heck? Okay, I'm gonna pick up. Let's pull it up now. Okay, now it works, of course. But okay, it was actually going. It went down. Okay, now it works. It failed to go up several times. I was like, huh? It's actually just like the ID bus, but then suddenly it worked. Okay, no problem. But normally I never see that it doesn't go up properly. Something about German cars. Okay, maybe it's just too tight. It's tight like a drum, and it's like ah. All right, okay. Back to this. Let's go. We can go home. So, let's go. Okay, I plugged it in, and that was at 29. Seconds. 49. 20 seconds. There. That was almost 30 seconds before it started charging. But now we need to ramp up. Hey, why didn't we see this charging screen before, huh? This is nice. Look at that. Charge. I don't know. Probably it will just stop charging at that. Oh, you mean this? I don't know, but okay. Hey, look at this. I didn't see this charging screen during the challenge. Why? I think you unlock this charging screen once you drive past 1,000 kilometers. Wait. The car claimed we can get 350 kilowatts. But that was just empty claims. Because we only get 267, just like during the challenge. Okay, is there something wrong with this car? Is the software not trustworthy? Ich weiß nicht. But okay, wait, how do you see the rest of the stuff? Charging process. Now we see this screen. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, but I want to see if you go to max instead of charge. Someone asked what happens if you lower this. Well, I can lower it to 30%. Okay, but we're gonna just set it to 100 for now. But if we go here, battery status. Okay, see, it heats up now. All right, but it doesn't heat up that much because we are not charging at that high speed, only 268 kilowatt. But I think we're done for the test. Now we're gonna go to supercharger as I promised and check out if it will charge at 400 volt even. Okay, the car claimed we could get what happened to the maximum power thingy? Charging power. See here. Infrastructure. Oh, really? Hey, what? Wait a minute. Look at charging power. It claims that it can go 350, but it claims that the infrastructure, whatever that means, maybe it blames the charger. It blames Ionity. Hey, but are the Ionity? Well, I mean, I was about to say Ionity is your boss, but it exactly isn't. Mercedes owns Ionity, you know. Mercedes and a bunch of other brands. So, really? Wait, let me check it on those chargers. Okay, go on before it's too late. Dude, we already charged it to 18%. But it claims 313 kilowatt, okay. Hey, why is it dropping? Hey, why is it dropping? Dude, don't drop. No, I just moved the car. Don't drop. Come on. Come on, don't drop. Temperature. Okay, can you tell me a little bit more about what's going on? Now it just says temperature. Oh, it's too hot. Yeah, it's too hot. But can you just tell me clearly that it is too hot, not just temperature, infrastructure. You're not a kid, you know, you're not a baby like Isabel. You can tell me more in detail what's going on. Wait. I moved the car and then the max has dropped now. And now it says temperature. Huh? Okay, is it too cold? Is it too hot? 39. Can you please tell me more? What is wrong? Why am I not getting 320? Is it too hot or is it too cold? I don't know. It's like talking to my 3-year-old daughter. She was just saying temperature. Okay, is it too hot? No. Is it too cold? No. Now it goes up. Oh. Okay, now it goes up. Okay, it should say battery too hot. Yeah, and that actually, I think it's cooling down the battery now. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can see any status. Yeah, you see, it's now cooling down the battery. Okay, so it needs to cool down in order to get more power here. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I don't have time to dick around with during the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Because now the max power thing goes up because it's cooling down the battery after we charge it. And we are on the truck charger. Not sure if it's liquid cool or not, the cable, but it should be 600 amp capable, but we're not gonna need it anyway. But yeah, so the car claimed it was infrastructure. It should instead do like Neo, right? Say that the charger is limiting the power and the charging time will be increased, or charging will be slower, take longer time. Like that is way more usable than just saying infrastructure or temperature. I'm just saying, you know, Neobjörn, yeah, just saying that there are better ways to implement this. But the Germans is like 9 temperature 9. Like, oh, okay, what's wrong now? Okay, anyway, how long should we wait? Is it running only fans? 38 degrees. You know what? I bet it wants to cool it down to 30 degrees again. Yeah, but it's gonna take a while because now we don't get the airflow. We are just stationary, and I'm not gonna drive a loop just to come back here. So, whatever. We can plug in and see if we get 300 and 310 now. So now max power. Okay. Yeah. But also, here there is nothing going on about. It doesn't say temperature on this screen. Why not? Because it is a big screen, right? You see, there's plenty of space here. And there's even a. Could we just have more information here rather than clicking here and we see a little bit more information? Okay. All reasons for power reduction temperature. Yes, but is it too high or too low? Apparently it is too high. Yeah. Okay. Plug it in now, right? See, how did they get that nice charging speed again? Yeah, it was wet, at least until close to Göteborg. So that's yeah, 40 more. I think more like 50% of the run, but it was, yeah, 40-50%. Not super important and it's spot on, but you know that's 49.6% wet. No, roughly 40-50% wet. 3 charging stops. 2 could be possible, but I'm not sure if it would be optimal given the how fast or slow it charges now. No, I'm not gonna get 350, but can I actually get 316 that the car claims? Let's find out. Wait, is there a possibility that we would have gotten better speed if... Ah, it's freaking... A wasp was in there. Hornet! The killer hornet! Okay, let's see. If you go here... Wait, it's weird. Battery information. Okay, it cooled down to 37 degrees. Charging power, it claims 320 now. But did we get it? How did I get back to that nice charging speed again? I think it may be fake. It failed handshake. Man. Yeah, it claims 321 kilowatt now. Charging error? No, don't kick. No. Are you? Holy shit. Man, I don't know why the car keeps failing on the truck chargers. So, well, whatever, we go for the other chargers then. But I better get home soon. Okay, at least we didn't dick around with this during the 1,000 kilometer challenge, but it kept failing on the truck chargers. So we're gonna go now to the shared 400 kilowatt whatever instead, and that should work better. Because if it doesn't work now, then I don't know what the heck is wrong. Why are we getting some handshake problem? We didn't have any handshake problem during the challenge. Oh, auto parking, park now. Whoa! Whoa! Neo, go home! Look at that! Whoa! Oh, we're going to... Okay. Nice! Let me just... Okay, I need space here. Whoa, look at that! Huh? It has AR! Dude! Dude! Park now! Yeah! With the shot! Whoa, look at that! Holy macaroni! That is so smooth! So schnell! Wow! Impressive! Wait, I saw it. Then when you go forward, when you go this, and you go this, it tries to highlight other spots. Huh? What? It wants to go there? Are you crazy, man? Okay, whatever. Let's plug it in now. No. We're not gonna install this stuff now. Stop bugging me about this. 300. Okay. Okay, now it might work finally. Finally. Wait. Finally it's working. Well, let me turn off this in case it messes up things. Okay. What happened to the nice charting screen? Okay, whatever. Oh, wait. Huh? Wait. Now we get that. Wait. Full charging power is available in... Huh? Wait a minute. We're getting 320... Dude. Is it the possibility that those Ionity chargers don't give us 330 something kilowatt, whereas the 400 kilowatt Alpatronic gives you the full power? Do we need to retest? Really? Let me check the battery. 38 degrees. But it wasn't 38 degrees. But we had 24. Do you guys have another idea what the heck happened? Of course, it would be an advantage if I did this charging test, whatever, before I went on it. 350 limit. Nah, that not. No, but huh? That would be strange because Ionities they deliver. Like, this was two different locations. What are the chances that they would give me shitty speed on both locations? But yeah, the first at Varberg, it was the old tritium charger. At Strömstad, it was the newer. It's 350. Huh? No, huh? Where did you get that from? It's supposed to be 500 amp. I have plenty of tests that shows that those are 500 amp capable, not 350. I don't know where you get the 350. Okay. Do you want to see the info plate? I can show you. I mean, it's almost needless. No need to show you, but the info plate shows you 500 amp. You know? Okay. Let's show the info plate. Well, I mean, I've charged plenty of cars and received 500 amps on these chargers. So this is a big mystery why you don't get 500 amp. If you guys don't believe me, okay, one of these. This is the same type that was at Strömstad. And look here. Output 200 to 920 volt DC, 500 amp. These cables are liquid cool, 500 amp continuous load. And I have plenty of cars I've charged on these chargers that goes 500. Actually, just a couple of days ago, I charged the Hongqi EHS9 490 something kilowatt amps. Yeah, so, and I don't remember, but you guys know it. You know, this is my home turf, and I test plenty of cars here. So I have no idea why this car didn't pull 500 amp or 300 plus kilowatts. So yeah, I don't know. Check input. Huh? Who cares about the input? If you ask anyone from Ionity, you know, I could ask Ionity directly. They can look into my sessions I had, and I think the log will tell you if it's car or charger limited. But anyone can tell you that the Ionities, they deliver 500 amp continuous load. Okay, anyway, I charged it 29%, which is a bit high. Now I need to get home soon. I've been spending way too long here. Hopefully it was insightful. Dude, does it mean that I need to use alpetrol? Okay, there's I have one theory, which is that for some reason, this CLA does not pull 500 amp from the tritium chargers. Because as a coincidence, Varberg is the old tritium charger with the big screen, and Strömstad is the newer Ionic, the newer tritium with the smaller screen, just like we have over here. No, but you guys are mixing the input and output. That input, that's the input you're talking about. It's the output that matters. It's 500 amp. But I suspect that there might be some weird glitch where the CLA doesn't pull 500 amp from the tritium chargers. One way to test this is to go to Tangen, where they have the ABB there. They don't use the tritium over there. And if we for some reason get 320 kilowatt over there at Tangen, then that strengthens my my suspicions that there's some weird incompatibility or I don't know glitch with this car. But this is the first time I've seen it. I never seen any car act like that before. No, well, okay. Are you guys saying that the Ionity chargers cannot output more than 300 something was again amps? Exactly. Ionity can support 350 kilowatt. Did you see? Did you not read it? Go read it again. It says 200 to 920 volt DC and 500 amp. That is what matters. Yeah, I suspect the car is doing some weird limitation here. No, we are going to supercharger now. Hold your horses. Yeah, of course. The limitation is in the power unit, so it will adjust the voltage and current. But this car only requests around 700 something volts, and that is fine. And then 500 amp or whatever it was. But I mean, the Alpitronic delivered just fine, right? And we haven't tried Ljungskile. There's a 400 kilowatt at Ljungskile with a chem power. We could find some other places with chem power, but it needs to be 400 kilowatt power modules. Man, it's gonna be funny, man. I tell wifey, I need to redo the test. She'd be like, what? I don't know if I need to redo the test. I mean, we can just do a charting test. We can find out how long it took, and we can correct for it and say that, okay, given what we've seen, it's supposed to do it in 950 or 955, right? There's no need to redo the whole shit. What do you guys think? As long as we know that the first session was perfect, it was on the Alpitronic. Second and third session, they were slower than it should be. We just correct for it. How many minutes did we lose? We record a perfect session, and then we compare it against the because I did document quite clearly how many percent we arrived with and so on and how long it took. So we could just take a look at the Varberg and Strömstad sessions and correct the minutes there. But I mean, it does, yeah. Oh, no, but okay. But we don't know. I need to compare the data to find out how many minutes we lost. But I think it might be only a couple of minutes. Realistically, we're talking about just 1 to 2 minutes, maybe. No, I think 1 to. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, because one thing though to note is that because it was charging slower in the beginning on the Varberg and Strömstad session, it did not rapid gate, or it had a flatter curve. But I'm not sure. I think we should still get okay curve even if we got maximum speed, right? So maybe we lost 1 to 2 minutes on each session, and that becomes 5 minutes. So to make it simple without too much overthinking, we could just say, okay, 8:55. What do you guys think? Take it or leave it. need more data. Okay, what else do you need? I can test this on Tongen. It has the ABB, but we already tested on another Alpitronic, and it was low. So I'm gonna try. Okay, after I do some range test, whatever, I'm gonna go low and test again over there, see what happens. Yeah, it had a flatter curve, and but I still need to test if it rapid gates. So I need to somehow bring the car down to 2%, but then with 25 degrees Celsius, and go to Alpitronic this time, and then see what happens. Yeah, well, okay, I know it's adjusted, but when you think about this, you weren't there for the whole challenge. We did everything perfect, you know, except for that when we arrived. Okay, well, we miscalculated slightly. Okay, true. But the run was near perfect anyway, so it's kind of a waste of time to spend another 9-10 hours redoing this. So if I will redo it, okay, instead of plugging in at Ionity, I will plug in at the Circle K at Wildbike, right? And at Strömstad, I will also plug in at Circle K over there. Yeah. No, I didn't. I feel like I'm not ready yet. I need still more data before I do the charging test. Plus that it's going to be slightly trickier to record that session at the Alpitronic. I can record the screen, but the screen is kind of big. So maybe I'll record the ABB charger at Tongen instead. But then I don't see volt and amp, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, like I said, it's no hocus pocus. We just check how long it should have taken. Yeah. But I don't think we even need to go that far, because even, like I said, okay. No, I have an idea. What I need to test is that will the battery overheat if we start with 25 degrees instead of 30 degrees or whatever we had. Well, actually, that's the problem. We don't know the starting temp at Falkenberg. But actually, I suspect, based on what I've seen so far, that it's possible that it is 30 or 31 degrees at Falkenberg. No. At 2%. Well, but even we went to 5% here. Yeah, okay. So there's a possibility that it might be 35 degrees or 32 or something. But I think it's not that much higher. So, but you know what? If I just plug it in at 30 degrees, whatever, 31 degrees, like it wants me to, right? At 2%. And if it also overheats, then what? Do I need to go cooler? I need to find out if it overheats or not. Because the Ionity session charges flatter than than the Alpitronic session. First test 25 degrees, second test, yeah. Well, I just have to somehow discharge the car. It's down to 26% now, so I need to burn off. Freaking, well, 26% takes a while. How the heck do I, there is no vehicle to load or anything here. How the heck do I discharge it? I cannot keep the HVAC running either. Okay, anyway, let's test charging at supercharger. alert, red alert, charging error. Wait, what happened to the charging screen? This is so weird user experience, man. Okay, charging error. Battery information. Is this it? Okay, now, okay, interesting. Reason for power reduction. State of charge and temperature. State of charge is too high, I guess, and temperature might also be too high. Yeah, we tried. It didn't work. So okay, so that was confirmed. We confirmed what but the importer claimed. What a strange thing. Oh, Yeah, okay. The big mystery here is that we don't know the battery temperature at the first session at 2%. However, when you go to the second stop and we had 10%, no, it was actually 13%. 13%. Then I don't know how long we would receive 300 plus kilowatt. Anyway, parking. I will take that some other day. I still have one more week, or almost 1 week. I have to return this car on Friday, you know, so I have plenty of time. I feel like I'm done with the test now, and yeah. Let's see what else to do. But Yeah, I need to just avoid charging this car. I'm at 25%. But you see, the big unknown is how many percent, not really speed limit warning, how many degrees did I have at Falkenberg at the first stop at 2%. So I somehow need to drive it down to 2%. And then I could hammer over to Tongen and test it over there. And then also at the same time, once I'm there, I can test the ABB that Ionity uses. And if for some reason I get 300 plus on ABB, then that strengthens my theory that there's something weird going on with this car versus the tritium chargers. Yeah, I've heard cases. Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, I already know. Like some cars will have problems with certain charger types, right? Tritium, Alpitronic, Chempower. You know? So since this is a new car, it's possible that some of the software is acting a bit weird versus tritium chargers. Maybe in Mercedes world, tritium doesn't exist anymore. So, right? 25%. Wait, 25%. If I drive slow enough, I should be able to go to Tongen with 25%. But the car claims 124 kilometers of range, and Tongen is just well, you can find out. Let's see. Well, I mean, if this is true, then it's an interesting discovery. And maybe Mercedes, they could patch this or fix this, because there are plenty of tritium chargers all over the place, and it's Ionity, you know. So there's a high probability that the Mercedes users want to use Ionity one way or another. No. What, did they charge the Eagle? I have to check. We are on some quite cheap electricity now, but it's going on crazy on the grid reward. But this time I'm not going to preheat. I want to try to go in cold and dry. This car doesn't like going wet. It wants to go dry. I don't know. But I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the Ionity, yeah, that was kind of weird, but okay. Okay, just have to go to Tongen, so there. What is that? Huh? No? Hey, what? No. What is that? Can we just go to Circle K Tongen? Okay, whatever. McDonald's. No, it's Burger King in Innlandsporten. Start. 63 kilometers away. The car claims 63 kilometers. 14% at arrival. Okay. Guys, I don't know. Oh, sorry. I forgot. No, that. Yeah, CLA is around 720. That's what I saw before. But look here, guys. Okay, a little bit of math here. We have 25% battery left. The car claims we'll arrive at 14%. There was someone who claimed that it only miscalculated the first time. No, it kept miscalculating all the time. Okay, so 25, 14. It expects me to spend 14% of the battery to drive 63 kilometers. We can do the math, you know. It's not that hard. Just have to touch this. Okay. All right. Do the math. 11% times, I have measured 87 kilowatt hour. Okay, so it's gonna spend 9, this is in watt hour, divided by 63 kilometer. yeah, the car expects that I will spend 152 watt-hour per kilometer. But here, it's basically motorway speed all the way there. 110 zone. There's 100 zone here in the tunnel. Other than that, it's 110 zone all the way. And no. And we know from the challenge, you can see it here, the challenge, that we average 200. So the car keep using this estimation. And that's why it was always very optimistic. So if I would estimate this, how the heck do I do it? I can guess around 200, right? So I will do this 200 times 63 kilometer. That's the watt hour we need, divided by 87 kilowatt hour. And I get this number, and you can multiply by 100 if you want. So I will estimate that it consumes 14.5%. So, yeah, so we will arrive with 10%. So, yeah, anyway, what, this is great. Yeah, who are you talking to, Earl? Are you talking to the other guys? Oh, that was the park thing that came on. So yeah, the car keep miscalculating all the time during the challenge, and it was, yeah. And you know what? We can do this. We can check on a better route planner. How about that? Ionity, Tangen, no wait, Innlandsporten. There. 100%, okay. So Ionity, I'm sorry, a better route planner, the consumption seems high, huh? Yeah, but, okay. But here, yeah, you know, I claim 14%. Look here. A better route planner claims 40% also. And a better route planner, guess what? Where is that again? There. A better route planner estimates 183. Wait, huh? Okay, I claim 200. Yeah. But it claims that we spend 14%, not 11% like here. So this is probably based on that you drive at 110 kilometers per hour at the speed limit, and maybe that it is dry outside and 25 degrees, not 13 degrees like it is now. So, okay, whatever. I just had to highlight that in case you guys are not aware of it. But that's the big mystery now. What the heck do I do with the 1,000 kilometer time? Because there is a possibility that if we would plug in at the Alpitronic instead of the Ionity, what would happen is that we might get 350 kilowatt in the beginning, right? At 13, yeah, there's a possibility that we get 350 kilowatt at 13% at Ionity. You guys know, I mean, at Varberg, the second charging stop. But then it heats up more. And then by the time we hit around 45%, it might then overheat, hit 52 degrees Celsius. And then, when you start test in 68 kilometers, what? No, I think you weren't paying attention. We are 63 kilometers away, not 67. What might happen is that you get 350 kilowatt in the beginning, but then it drops, and then you are throttled to 140 kilowatt like I had in the first session, versus at Ionity I had 258 something, and then it stayed at 200 plus for a while. I can look up on the video. It's easier to see it on my computer, not on the tiny screen there. And also it's kind of hard to skip back and forth on my camera. But that's what I remember seeing on Ionity when I charged there. And actually, if I ask Ionity guys, they can pull out, if I have the timestamp and the stall, they can actually pull out the data from the back end, and you can see the whole charging curve and everything there. So yeah, 270. Okay, it was 270. It was two something. Yeah. So actually, I believe that even if we redo this and we use the Alpitronic, it might not yield a better time. And we don't have to do the whole challenge to find out that. We can just do a charging test at Tangen or somewhere, and we'll find out that quite quickly. But right now I'm running out of time because the kids are awake. I should join them in the morning routine. They probably want want me to be there. Okay, so yeah, I kind of need to summarize the test now. So I'll probably say it's going to be 9 hours. We did all the corrections as fair as possible. And then we don't know about the charging test, but if we find out more, I will correct it. But based on what I've seen, it's most likely going to be more or less the same time, because it overheats and all that, yeah. But of course, we need more tests to find out more. Now I need to quickly set up the end shot. Then inside. It was a long test, but I know that this test is quite important. It might get, yeah, this challenge might get 50 to 100k views, maybe even more. I don't know. Well, if you guys want to hang out and discuss, I can keep the live stream running because it seems like there's some discussion about the C and the K marking and the hexagon symbol or something. I don't know too much about that, sorry. I just need to focus on finishing the thing here. Yeah. I usually don't get 300 people in here, but I know as soon as all the CLA content is over, then there's no point being in here anyway. So it's just nice to see you guys in here, because normally I get less than 100 people on the live stream. But okay, you guys have the opportunity now. You can ask me anything. I mean, no, please go ahead and finish editing and okay. But if you guys want me. If you have any question about the CLA, you can ask me. Actually, the seats were quite nice. I was not butthurt. I sat here for a long time. It feels semi-cramped. I need to admit that. But I mean, it's not that big car. But on the other hand, the Tesla is also a similar size car, and it feels more spacious. I'm going to check here. How long is this car? Okay, here, see. If you want to know everything about this car, since I already have it. EQ, no, I love the EQ. Feels a bit outdated in some ways. You can pull trailer also, 1800 kilogram trailer. Length 4.7 meter. It is exact same size as the Model 3 then. Interesting. I'm gonna do a banana box test eventually. Nyttelast 380 kilograms. That's pretty good for, well, I mean, it's a 5-seater, but I don't think 3 people in the back would sit comfortably. And the headroom seems to be quite poor. Wait. Do you guys think what I think? If you tow, if you tow a caravan or a trailer, will it rapid gate? But the second row was for Asians. I could put wife in there. No problem. I could put 2 wifes in there. Okay, let me stop digging around and get inside before she calls me. Did you use the sky roof or maybe sky? What is sky roof? What is that? There's no buttons here. Is there a sky roof? Dimming. Where do you find it? I don't think we have it here. Okay, I need to summarize this. Okay, let's go inside. With caravan, 10 hours. That's schnell. Wait, 10 hours? Really? For sure? Wait, how fast do you drive with the caravan? 120 kilometers per hour? Dude, that's barely legal. Who the heck drives 130 with a freaking caravan? You must drive at 80, 88. Yeah, 90 something, not 130. What happens if you hit the moose? It'll be splat. Huh? Talk button. Okay, where's the talk button? Is there a talk button here? Telephone button? No, that's where's the talk button? The wheel. There's no talk button there. Oh, there.
Hello, I'm Mercedes, your voice assistant. Would you like to know more about what I can do for you?
Dim the roof, please. Dim the roof. Dim the roof, bitte schon. Now! Now! Dim the roof! Hello? Helga, dim the roof. Chop chop. Kids are waiting. Okay, I don't know. It's the thing. It's I don't know, man. The woman didn't respond. It's typical, man. When I talk to the women, they don't respond to me. So I'm used to that. Okay, next. Just finish this before the kids go crazy and wonder what the heck that is doing. Okay. See, I need to check now. You need to. I need to do the summary. Okay, 1,000 kilometer challenge. I mean, it's 9 hours. It's some of the fastest out there. Nine hours was the ES 800. Yeah, so it's right up there, really. The Model S was actually in similar temperature, but it was dry outside, but 220, and then the EQS 450. Oh, that was quite fast, the 450. But it has a bigger battery. That's 120 kilowatt hour. Yeah. Okay. It's faster than Model 3. But that makes sense. Okay, whatever. Okay. I've been discussing with the live stream what we should do. I'm gonna conduct some tests with charging. I have a small theory that maybe this car's software or firmware, whatever, has some kind of issue against the tritium chargers, because at Varberg, the second charging stop, it was the old tritium charger, and then at Strömstad, the last charging stop, it was the newer tritium chargers before they changed to the ABB chargers. You can see, you can look in the info plate and you'll see that it says tritium or ABB. And also in the old tritium chargers, the tall ones, you can press on the detail and see voltage and amps, but in the new ABB chargers, you can't do that anymore. But yeah, so I will do some tests and find out if there was any disadvantage by going at 260, 70 kilowatt like I did at Varberg and Strömstad. But what it seems like happened was that there I got a flatter curve versus in the first session where it was very fast, and actually when you start calculating how long it took on the first session versus the second or third session, you will see that the average charging power is roughly the same. So that leads me to believe that even if we would redo this test, or if we correct for it and apply the Alpitronic, you know, we could have plugged in the Alpitronic. It was Circle K 400 kilowatt chargers at both of those locations. I used Ionti. We couldn't possibly end up with the same time. Of course, if we were better at estimating, we could arrive with 10% or 3%, but I'm not even sure if that would have made any difference based on the first charging session where I believe it replicated, but I don't know yet. That's why I need to conduct some more tests. And why don't I know too much about this car? Because I picked up this car yesterday. It was picked up on a Friday, and then Friday night I did the test. So that's why, sorry, I don't know too much about the car yet, but I will find out in a couple of days now how this car works. But okay, anyway, so we're gonna keep the 9-hour time for now until I find something else, and I might correct it. But it's still quite fast. Okay, it's almost as fast as Model S long range Palladium, but the Palladium has a bigger battery, even though it's thirstier. I actually don't know why the Tesla was faster. We just talked about maybe just a couple of minutes faster, and then it tipped over to one direction or not. But in general, I've seen that Tesla is faster for handshaking and for ramping up, and Tesla could actually maintain 250 kilowatt flat until 30%, which will in this battery equal to maybe around 35%. So yeah, but it's close there. It's right on top there with some of the other faster cars, and you can see in comparison it was faster than the EQS, 5 minutes faster. The EQS has 120 kilowatt hour battery, but it was actually not as efficient. So even the EQS 450 Plus, but everyone's like, oh, rear-wheel drive, you know, CLA is more efficient and it charges faster. So then, yeah, then it was faster, despite that it was actually somewhat wet here. Roughly half of the roof was wet, but it wasn't soaking wet. But overall, though, very impressive time. How was the seat? Great. I was not butthurt after sitting in here for a long time. They give you good side support. I like the seating position. It is a slightly cramped in here with the center console and all that. And then size-wise, this is 4.7 meters, so it's actually more or less the same size as a Model 3. But I feel like a Model 3 might have slightly more space, right, in the cabin. But however, the ride here is really comfy. It's a bit softer than a Model 3 Highland even. But I like it. It's comfy. It's just a cruiser. It's not like a racing car. And the whole screen interface. First, I thought that more vertical screen would be in a wrong position. But for me, who's a small Asian, I'm sitting like this. You know, I'm not sitting like this. So that angle is actually perfect versus the EQS, which was more. Had a little incline, you know. So overall, I'm actually really happy with how this car performs. I just wish I had head-up display and some of the other goodies. This car doesn't seem to have pre-messed it. So, but then you have to pay more money. But overall, really happy with this car, how it performs. And I like it. Nice ride. It doesn't sit too high like an SUV. It doesn't drag too much in the corner stuff. That's my type of car. Anyway, I think that's going to be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching and talk to you later. Man, this is way too long. Take two. That was a 5-minute. That was a 5-minute summary. I can't have it that long. I need to be quicker. Okay. people are not gonna watch 5 minutes somewhere. Okay, so based on what I've seen now in the charging test, I'm not sure if charging at only Alpitronic instead of the Ionity would make any difference, because you saw that we will have a higher curve in the beginning, a higher power, but then it drops. I need to do more tests before I can find out more, but what I've seen so far during the test is that most likely, even if you redid this and only use Alpitronic, we will most likely get the same result. So I'm gonna keep the result for now, and then if I find something else, I might go back and correct that earlier result. But it's gonna be 9 hours, and 9 hours is still a quite respective time. The Tesla Model S Palladium was faster, but that is 100 kilowatt hour battery. This is 90 kilowatt hour. You know, so of course the Palladium had some advantages there, even though it consumed a little bit more. But this is really impressive how this car can go that fast. And it's actually faster than the EQS 450 Plus, the rear-wheel drive. Wow, this is all-wheel drive, right? But of course, EQS is bigger, so this is roughly the same size as the Model 3. So overall, nice performance on long trips. And I even rushed it. You know, you can charge it to 80% and not stress it too hard. The seats are nice and comfy, give me some side support, and it doesn't make me butt hurt. The seat area is okay, semi-cramped. I'm not too fan of having all the panels all over the place, but that's just how some people like it. The screen is nice. I like it. It's a bit vertical. The EQS is more like like this, but for me, it works fine. But it might be not that great if you're a tall person. Then suddenly you're looking down on the screen and it has a little wrong angle. I'm not sure about that. But soundproofing seems to be okay. It's not top notch, it's not EQS level, but it's okay. But I think if you go for 17 or 18-inch wheels, then you have a lot less road noise, or if you live in other places where you don't use studded tires. So overall, I think this is actually a pretty good car for the money. Yeah, 2 thumbs up. So that's gonna be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Okay guys, that was a 2-minute wrap-up instead of 5-minute wrap-up. Now at a little bit at my throat. I'm gonna use the 2-minute wrap-up. I was beating around the bush and at first, it was way too long. People are not gonna watch it. They just want a quick wrap-up and then they end the video. Because the video was already quite long. Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, I need to get inside now and play, have some quality time with the kids. Let me see how's this again. The 5-minute. The 5-minute is for the editors, the patrons only. They get the extended version with all the takeouts and stuff, the bloopers. Yeah, and some clips from the live stream, and like, oh shit, I let it rip, oh that was a nice fart. All that stuff is for patrons only. Yeah, I might just keep some of the shafts around here for possible Sunday drive. We gotta do Sunday drive, man. I want to know how efficient this car is, but it's gonna be probably a little bit less efficient than the Model 3, but still, I need to measure the battery capacity somehow. Probably on some range test. It's gonna be as long as the range test day, man. Okay, anyway. There. I need to ask the remaining 240 people in here. How many of you mother truckers have ordered this car, or is actually like on the verge of buying this car? charge? I can charge there. Okay, let me check here if the thing can charge. Wait. What the heck, man, happened to the grid reward? Maybe. Too late. Got ID7. Oh, that's a nice car. The problem with this car, you know what it is? It's the freaking space in the back here. The ID7 is awesome. It's spacious, efficient, actually quite nice infotainment. I like the ID software. So, yeah. The ID7 is a great car for the money. It would qualify as a car of the year for me. The CLA is also nice, but yeah, not that use flexible, or whatever you call it, for hauling stuff. You can put 2 dead bodies in the trunk. That's pretty much it. I was gonna check something. I wasn't. Yeah, okay. But okay, not consider buying it. The trunk opening it. Ah, okay. Wow. Yeah, for your boss. Okay, great. I need to check if the e-Golf has been charging now. Outside, 4.9 kilowatt. Okay, did top up a little bit. What? Heck, man. Okay. Next. Okay, because if you guys don't want this car, don't worry, because next week I'm gonna review the Geländewagen. Oh man, I'm looking forward to the Geländewagen. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I need to try to off-road with that shit somewhere, if it's possible. Oh man. Get ready for some massive consumption. I want to see 400 watt-hour per kilometer at wild bike. Okay. Well, anyway, guys, thank you so much for the live stream. It was awesome to finally see lots of people in here. So I will try to time it so that next week we will do a Sunday drive. Yeah, but I will do the live. I will do the battery test and whatever without the live stream. But the Sunday drive is perfect for live streaming. So someday then, when we have nice weather next week. Yeah. So that's gonna be, guys. Thank you so much, and then talk to you later. Yeah.